Chapter 1. The Joy of Wealth. In the sweltering heat of midsummer, with cicadas chirping incessantly, Winine, a girl with charming pink hair tied in a playful pigtails, sauntered into the bustling wholesale market, gripping a can of ice-cold water, her demeanor decidedly listless. The butcher, recognizing her, remarked to a nearby acquaintance, "This girl has been here 3 days in a row, purchasing all our goods and sending them out to the outskirts. What could she possibly need them for? I heard from the vegetable vendor that she lost a bet, and now she has to clear out this wholesale market for half a month. The games of the wealthy are beyond my comprehension. Indeed, only the affluent can indulge in such frivolities. I hope they continue their antics that way. I needn't worry about unsold pork." Winine settled into an air-conditioned rice noodle shop, paying the proprietor to run errands and deliver her goods to the usual address. Propping her chin on her hand, she observed the owner exiting with a cheerful demeanor, stifling a yawn as she silently queried her unseen contract beast. "Meow meow. Are you certain this dimension is on the brink of collapse due to energy fluctuations?" "Absolutely certain. We need to stockpile more supplies in our space. And remember to purchase plenty of fish fry. The pond is too barren. And we also need fruit saplings." At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, prompting Meow Meow to fall silent, allowing her to attend to business. "Hello?" She answered on speakerphone. "Va va va." The pitiful sobbing caused the owner, who was wiping down tables nearby, to slow her movements, clearly straining to overhear. Winine, however, paid no mind, her voice devoid of emotion, yet unmistakably conveying her strained relationship with the caller. "You really shouldn't be on your phone at a time like this." There was a brief silence on the other end, and the owner bit her lip, stifling a laugh. "Inine, it's Zhu Hui." Winine remained silent as Zhu Hui choked back tears. "Yuga had an accident. He's in the hospital now, and the surgery costs hundreds of thousands. You're so wealthy. Can you help us?" "Absolutely not." With that emphatic refusal, she promptly hung up and blocked the number. "Young lady, was that a friend of yours on the phone?" The owner could not resist inquiring. Winine, now 20, looked up at the owner, whose face bore the marks of time, and replied, "Not exactly. I knew her from buying a game account. She was the previous owner." "People still buy game accounts?" "Yes, I adore the exclusive card art from the closed beta, but since I joined the game late, I could only purchase one." Winine smiled, pursing her lips. "Sister, I noticed you have a sign outside about transferring the shop. Are you planning to stop running it?" At being called sister by the pretty and charming young girl, the owner shyly waved her hand. "Oh dear, don't call me that. I'm already an auntie." After that, she continued, "My elderly mother in the countryside has been increasingly unwell, and I'm unsure if she'll make it through the year. I'm worried. So I persuaded my husband to return and open a shop together." When the owner spoke of her family, her expression softened, prompting Winine to rise as the boss returned from his errands, saying to the owner, "That sounds lovely. The countryside has beautiful mountains and clear waters, and it's sparsely populated. Indeed, at night, all you hear are the insects chirping. It's quite peaceful. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit our hometown." "I would love to, given the opportunity." Seeing no customers at the moment, the owner inquired further, "Young lady, do you have a partner?" Winine replied, "Yes." The owner, astonished, gasped and lowered her voice. "Oh, you're so young to have one already?" "Yes, quite a few." "Quite a few?" As the owner processed this surprising revelation, Winine nodded her farewell. When the boss entered, he found his wife lost in thought and asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing much, just reflecting." "Reflecting? How wonderful it is to be wealthy." Chapter 2. The beginning of the collapse. Winine strolled along the desolate street, clutching a sunshade, feeling as though the air she inhaled was scorching her still recovering insides. "Meow meow, do you not fear that I might perish from the heat? Forcing me to run errands in this sweltering weather while still injured?" Originally an adept sorceress from another realm, endowed with extraordinary treasures and beset by numerous enemies, she had been gravely wounded in a siege. In her dying moments, she invoked her final spell, transporting herself into this unfamiliar world. Her height had diminished from 5'7" to 5'3", and her once vibrant red hair had faded to a pale pink due to her weakened powers. Expecting to be viewed as a freak, she was instead regarded as fashionable in this realm. "Master, you are merely basking in the sun. You used to soak in magma. That was in the past. After nearly being cleaved in two by those old bastards, I have become fragile, a delicate beauty unfit to withstand the elements." She absently touched her collarbone, where remnants of pain still lingered. Meow Meow remained speechless. Please refrain from creating such peculiar personas for yourself. Wanine shrugged. She had originally intended to abide by the laws of this world, living cautiously for a few years until she regained her strength to seek vengeance on those responsible for her plight. Yet now, everything seemed to be unraveling. Surely, a dimension in chaos must have its reasons. In a fit of frustration, she unlocked her phone and opened an app to spend money on drawing cards. Fortune favored her as she obtained a new card in her first 10 draws, causing her to smile brightly at Meow Meow, exclaiming, "This new man is delightful, master. Becoming obsessed with games is unwise." "I'm not obsessed with games. I'm enamored with men." Wanine had a penchant for attractive individuals, and a pleasing voice only added to their allure. Regrettably, this world appeared to only offer games focused on cultivating men, with none for women. Just as she was about to upgrade her new man's card and unlock his first voice line, a sudden scream pierced the air. Turning around, she spotted an enormous Alaskan Malamute charging towards her, its bloodshot eyes prompting her to instinctively raise her foot and kick the dog into a nearby shop, shattering glass everywhere. "Ah, you killed my dog. I will make you pay." The dog's owner rushed in, horrified to see his pet's brain matter splattered. Shaking with rage, he stormed out, pointing at Wanine, shouting, "You damned hipster, just wait. I will end you." Wanine frowned. Had she not acted defensively, it would have been her life at stake. That dog was clearly deranged. A piercing scream echoed from inside the shop, and moments later, a male employee stumbled out, his thigh clamped in the jaws of the supposedly dead Alaskan, shouting, "Help! Save me! This dog is not right." Seeing his dog unharmed, the owner rushed over to embrace it, but as soon as he touched it, the dog turned and bit off half his face. This shocking scene left onlookers frozen in disbelief, some even pulling out their phones to record the chaos while live-streaming the event. Yet, no one bothered to call the authorities. Wanine took a few steps back and dialed the police, hoping the enforcers of this world's order could handle this rather troublesome situation. Upon learning of the sudden incident that had resulted in injuries, they dispatched personnel quickly. Initially, they attempted to sedate the dog, but when that proved ineffective, they resorted to lethal force, shooting it dead. From the overpass, Wanine watched as the seemingly lifeless creature, struck by bullets, rose once more and remarked, "Is this the beginning of the collapse?" "Indeed, those bitten will also transform, master. You may wish to catch up on relevant films, such as Zombie XX and the like." Chapter 3. Men are not as charming as Sorcery upon returning to her suburban villa and storing the delivered goods in her space. Wanine settled by the bathtub, crossing her legs as she examined her dog bite with Meow Meow. "You mentioned that those bitten would become like that. What of those who were scratched?" Meow Meow, now a mere spirit, felt a sense of suffocation. Perhaps it could happen. If a spirit could sweat, Meow Meow would fill an entire reservoir with its anxiety. Wanine rinsed the wound, disinfected it, and applied ointment. "Ah, I'm hungry. Time for a meal, master. Are you not concerned about becoming a mindless, biting zombie?" While preparing instant noodles in the kitchen, Wanine tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, "For someone as formidable as I. Even if I were to become a zombie, I would undoubtedly retain my intellect, transforming into a powerful zombie king. Perhaps my height would return, and I hope my hair would turn a dark red. The previous bright red was too gaudy for my taste. Truly, you are remarkable, able to jest even in dire circumstances." This reminded Meow Meow of the time when its master was nearly cleaved in two. Focusing not on her assailants, but rather on an unfinished spell from that night. After satisfying her hunger, Wanine sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone to cultivate her virtual men. This posture of laziness after stockpiling for the day made Meow Meow anxious. "Master, while you have the time, should you not seek out your scattered companions? That way, if trouble arises, they can assist you." "Meow, one must handle their own matters. If I could rely on them, would I have achieved my current status?" Meow Meow looked at its master, who spoke such words with a deceptively sweet facade. Feeling a pang of worry, what if they betrayed her? Betrayal, Wanine scoffed. If they had the audacity, they wouldn't have waited until now. That made sense. Later that evening, Wanine turned on the television to catch the news, but the reports on the dog attack were scant. Glancing at the trending app online, she found the topic highly discussed, with comments so heated that they stung her eyes, prompting her to shut it off. Boring. Grabbing a pillow, She resumed her gaming, donning headphones to immerse herself in the charm of voice actors, yet everything felt lackluster. After a while, even a man could become tiresome. Meow, do you think I am destined to be single forever? The new man I acquired this afternoon has already lost my interest by nightfall. Meow meow, accustomed to its master's whims, replied, men are not as enticing as sorcery. You are right. I shall continue searching for games that cater to women. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow felt a wave of relief, grateful for its genderless nature, and no matter what its master preferred, she could never develop feelings for it, ensuring it wouldn't become an obsolete object cast aside by her. When Een continued her search until sleep overtook her, when she awoke again, the morning news broadcasted an urgent message about uncontrolled attacks in the city, advising citizens to remain indoors to avoid life-threatening situations. I told you, relying on a 2-week gamble is impractical. It would only last 3 days at most. Master, the world is on the brink of collapse, and you still have the leisure to indulge in soft candy? Meow Meow was now panicking. The inability to venture out meant they couldn't retrieve their companions. Those individuals were just as headstrong and temperamental as Wanine herself, and if, Master, how about we hurry and find Hua Hua? Its presence can be felt in the city. You want me to seek out a flower in a city full of blossoms? When Een unwrapped a green apple-flavored candy, if it were particularly unique, that would be one thing, but it's just the most ordinary kind. How would I even find it? Isn't it your fault for requesting it to transform so normally? How was I to know that ordinary in the world of flowers would be so mundane? Perhaps her assumption had been too presumptuous, leaving Meow Meow at a loss for a retort. Do not worry. It will come to find me when it is able. Why are you so certain? Wanine tossed the candy wrapper into the trash, speaking nonchalantly, you don't know? It likes you. I mentioned before that if we were to become separated, it would come looking for me, and I would allow it to bear fruit with you. Hee hee. Meow Meow's leaves perked up in alarm. Master, I am a genderless grass spirit. How could I possibly bear fruit with Hua Hua? Hua Hua said it doesn't matter. As long as it has you. That is sufficient. Other things are inconsequential. Meow Meow, still seeing itself as a baby, felt its dignity slipping away. Days passed, and soon the internet vanished, with television programs ceasing one after another. Half a month later, water and electricity also ceased. When Een retrieved water from her space, indulging in a milk bath while resting her chin on her hand, contemplating, I should go find Lei Lei. Why seek out that ill-tempered one? Even after considerable time has passed, I still worry about losing my virtue to Hua Hua. Charging my phone to check on men is its only purpose. It could summon thunderclouds with a single roar and unleash a mighty bolt to obliterate a city. Why do you reduce it to a mere power bank? Master, you cannot access the game after the service ends. Indeed. So I recorded and took screenshots beforehand. Is this the extent of your foresight in life? Master, there are intruders downstairs. Wanine furrowed her brow, hastily rising from the bathtub, drying herself, and dressing before heading downstairs. Leaning against the staircase railing, she observed a party of 3 men and 2 women. Entering private property without permission is against the law. The group, startled, turned to see the girl with pale pink hair, who appeared particularly vulnerable. The leader chuckled, little sister, do you understand the current situation outside? Forget the law. Even the police are ineffective. Zhu Hui, who had endured considerable hardships alongside this group, felt a flicker of resentment in her eyes upon seeing Wanine. Captain, there's no need to waste words with this rich girl. A villa of this size must contain numerous valuable items. Let us search for them first. As for this young lady, I shall keep an eye on her. Su Zhao gazed at Wanine with greedy eyes, plotting to claim her for himself while the others rummaged through the villa for supplies. That will trouble you, brother Zhao. Wanine cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Hui, completely dismissing her, and addressed the man in the lead, saying, I just took a shower. In this weather, I am not inclined to engage in any scuffles. The young lady has a temper. Come, show me what you can do. I will let you have a few moves. Zhang De remarked, finding the situation amusing, as no woman had dared to speak to him in such a manner before. Before we engage, I have a question. Zhang De chuckled. What? Have you realized your mistake and wish for me to spare you? How much supplies do you have? A truckload. Why? Do you want it? Zhang De found the young lady intriguing and took a few steps closer, intending to teach her a lesson, only to be seized by the wrist. And before he could comprehend what was happening, He found himself on the ground, his face pinned beneath her foot. "You wretch!" Wenyin looked down with an emotionless gaze, her black pupils devoid of feeling. "Apologies, I misstepped." Chapter 5. What does my wealth matter to you? Su Zhao was utterly astonished to witness a girl barely 5 feet tall effortlessly knock down a man standing 6 feet tall. Zhu Hui, who had instigated the altercation, was equally taken aback. She had assumed Wenyin was merely wealthy, not realizing her formidable skills. Indeed, it was unlikely that someone from a wealthy family would lack self-defense skills. Ignoring the others who stood frozen in fear, Wenyin stomped on Zhang Da's face and twisted his wrist, stating, "Hand over your supplies, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, you shall become fertilizer in the yard." You mentioned that the law and the police are of no consequence, correct? Thus, if I were to kill you here, there would be no repercussions. Zhang De felt as if his teeth were about to shatter under her foot. As he reached for her ankle, he heard a sharp crack as she twisted his wrist, breaking it. Ah, Wenyin coldly surveyed the remaining individuals. "Shall we conclude our transaction?" "Yes, yes. Let us conclude it immediately." Su Zhao tossed her the truck keys and fled without a second thought. Zhang De had become captain solely due to his fighting prowess. He could not possibly contend with a young lady capable of effortlessly breaking wrists. The other two, sensing the precariousness of their situation, also hastily retreated. Zhu Hui attempted to escape but was rooted in place by a single glance from Wenyin, her shoulders hunched, paralyzed with fear. After knocking Zhang De unconscious, Wenyin picked up the keys from the ground and approached Zhu Hui, casually jingling the keychain. "Did you intentionally lead them to me?" I, because I refused to lend you money? Why should I lend you money when you squander your time daydreaming of wealth?" Wenyin grasped her chin and said, "I warned you before. It seems you did not take it to heart." "Yes, I apologize. Wai Yu Gu was momentarily confused and sought to harm you. I have since spoken to him, and he has not bothered you again, has he? Besides, you suffered no loss and were not injured." "Correct? What?" Slap. Wenyin swiftly struck Zhu Hui across the face. "He attempted to harm me, and I am to forgive him because I was not hurt. Today, you brought these people here with the same intent as your useless man, did you not? To ruin me?" Wenyin scoffed. "You, Zhu Hui, are nothing more than a person with a beta account. I would willingly spend 100,000 to acquire an account because to me, 100,000 is inconsequential. Have you ever seen someone jump into a sewer to retrieve a single coin they dropped?" This remark infuriated Zhu Hui. Was she implying that she was a poor wretch living in a sewer? Yet, even knowing the insult, what could she do? She was trapped, and resistance would lead to her demise. Zhu Hui suppressed her anger and lamented, "I merely harbored some resentment towards you because you refused to help me, which led to Yuji's death in the hospital. Now, I realize my mistake. Please spare me, and I promise I will never trouble you again." With that, she knelt, weeping about her hardships, stating that the outside world was no longer safe, and that following these people had been difficult. She had not contributed anything and was on the verge of being expelled from the group, which was why she had thought of Wenyin. "I am sorry. I truly did not mean it. What does my wealth matter to you?" Wenyin lifted her foot and pressed it against Zhu Hui's head, causing her forehead to smash against the ground, utterly shattering her pride. Having lived this long without the ability to offer a sincere apology, she might as well perish. The murderous intent radiating from Wenyin struck Zhu Hui like a torrential flood, causing her to lose control. Chapter 6. A handsome and elegant youth observing the expanding pool of water on the ground. Wenyin withdrew her foot and disdainfully remarked, "Clean up the mess and get out." Zhu Hui, dazed and pale, trembled as she cleaned under Wenyin's watchful gaze before fleeing in a disheveled state. Wenyin returned to the sofa and, upon hearing commotion behind her, turned to see a figure brandishing a stool. "If you dare to strike me with that, I will ensure you comprehend the agony of dismemberment and evisceration without succumbing to death." Zhang De hesitated. He knew that he merely needed to strike, yet his body refused to move. Gritting his teeth, he took a few deep breaths before abandoning the stool and fleeing. This person was truly a freak. Meow Meow, who had been quietly perched atop Wenyin's head, had not dared to speak until everyone had left, then timidly asked, "Master, they will surely return. Should we leave?" Of course, such useless individuals will not yield any second benefit. Wenyin collected the contents of the truck into her space. Holding a bottle of milk, sucking on the straw while examining the unconscious individual in the back. She grasped his chin, tilting it side to side for scrutiny before declaring, "Quite handsome." Meow Meow felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously inquired, "Master, what do you intend to do? Keep him?" Meow Meow's circular spirit felt utterly unwell. "Master, he is not a card from a game. Caring for him entails responsibility. I am not taking him as a lover." "What responsibility do I bear?" When Yin's retort left Meow Meow speechless. Easily transporting the youth back to the villa, she tended to his wounds and discovered coating on his collarbone and bruising from injections on his arm before gripping his wrist to examine him with spiritual energy. Raising an eyebrow, she had anticipated a nurturing experience, but found that his bone age was already 27. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, with slightly curled chestnut hair clinging to his forehead due to sweat, and his pallid skin bore a sickly hue. His brows were tightly knit, with long, dense eyelashes framing his eyes, and his lips, pale from blood loss, suggested that once healed, they would bloom with a rich crimson hue. When Ian poked at his soft, plump lips, individuals with naturally red lips were quite rare. Notably, despite his condition, he exuded no feminine air. His beauty was strikingly pure, compelling her to care for him tenderly. "Master, please reconsider. Harboring inappropriate thoughts towards a young man is against the law. What harm is there in a mere poke? I did not kiss him." Wanine sat cross-legged nearby, assuring, "Rest assured, I am solely interested in those who are aesthetically pleasing." Her appreciation was purely admiration and affection, devoid of ulterior motives. Thus, she was quick to lose interest. "Are you certain? I fear you may stray down a dark path, while your reputation is not pristine." "It is not yet irredeemable." Meow Meow's forthrightness elicited a sardonic smile from Wanine. "If I speak one more time, I will be irredeemable this very moment." Meow Meow promptly fell silent that night. The youth sleeping on the sofa was startled awake by a nightmare. Clutching his chest, he gasped for air as memories of the day's events flashed through his mind. Before escaping the laboratory, he had been forcibly injected with a new drug. After successfully fleeing, his body began to change, and fearing he would faint and be recaptured, he had hidden inside a truck. "Where is this? Ah, you are awake?" The soft, sweet voice startled Su Cheng, causing him to leap from the sofa, shoving the girl down and gripping her neck tightly. Beneath his grasp, Wanine blinked at the fierce intent in his eyes, then smiled as she crushed the glass cup in her hand, amiably introducing herself. "I am Wanine. And you?" Chapter 7. Teaming up with the handsome youth, the sound of shattering glass snapped Su Cheng back to reality. Upon realizing the girl posed no threat, he hastily retreated to the edge of the sofa, crouching behind it, his eyes fixed warily on her. Wanine turned to Meow Meow and said, "Taming and nurturing? I like it." Meow Meow shivered. Its master was indeed adept at handling all forms of defiance. Su Cheng possessed strikingly beautiful, clear amber eyes, and his chestnut hair fell just past his shoulders, slightly curled at the ends, framing his face in a way that made him appear exceptionally well-behaved. After locking eyes with him for 2 seconds, Wanine flashed a disarming smile, saying, "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." Meow Meow felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was currently just a spirit and had no teeth, it still felt envious. Yu Cheng maintained a tense standoff with her, seeing she truly had no intent to attack. He lowered his gaze to his hands resting on the back of the chair and softly replied, "Su Cheng. My name is Su Cheng." His melodious voice, tinged with youthful depth, perfectly satisfied Wen Yin's penchant for appealing tones. "Hello, Su Cheng." Wen Yin stood still, awaiting his own initiative to rise and attempt to approach her, yet he remained motionless. Su Hong, exhibiting a certain reticence, extended his hand towards her, a gesture of courtesy observed at the base. Customary for first encounters. Wen Yin glanced down at his slender, bony fingers, noting how he seemed to possess an exquisite elegance that captured her attention, as if he were tailored to her aesthetic. With a smile, she grasped his hand, which felt pleasantly cool against hers. Once they settled onto the sofa, Wen Yin spoke. "It appears the outside world has become rather unsafe, if you don't mind. We could form a team. Would that be agreeable?" Su Heng's amber eyes flickered with cautious anticipation, wondering if he might be a hindrance. "No, I am quite strong," Wen Yin replied confidently, patting his shoulder, sensing his sudden tension. She withdrew her hand and added, "It's getting late. I shall retire now. There's food in the kitchen. See you tomorrow." Without further ado, she ascended the stairs, leaving Su Hong in the living room. Lost in contemplation, as her figure faded from view, the seemingly innocent young man's expression gradually morphed into one of indifference, his clear amber gaze deepening with contemplation. His injuries rendered him incapable of independent movement, and the side effects of the medication remained uncertain. To ensure sufficient safety, Su Hong resolved to coexist with her in the guise she favored. Lying on the sofa, he stared at the opulent chandelier above, his thoughts consumed by her sweet, innocent visage. However, her strength was remarkable, capable of crushing a glass with a single hand. As he pondered, he drifted into a restless slumber. The following morning, Su Hong awoke to a searing gaze. Squinting against the light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the intensity of that warmth intensified. His eyes, kissed by sunlight, sparkled like the most precious gems, stirring something within Wen-yin. She was enamored with anything that conformed to her aesthetic sensibilities. "Good morning," Su Hong greeted her. "Morning," she replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the kitchen. "Although we currently lack gas supply, I prefer a more traditional approach using a gas canister." Su Hong, still slightly dazed, struggled to comprehend her meaning. Noticing his confusion, Wen-yin stepped closer, her hands clasped behind her back, bending slightly as her hair cascaded down her shoulders, brushing against his face and igniting a flutter of excitement. "You should prepare breakfast. I want tomato and egg noodles." Was it truly appropriate to issue such a command to someone he had just met? By the time Su Hong regained full awareness, he found himself in the kitchen, chopping tomatoes. It struck him as peculiar that, amidst such extraordinary times, fresh tomatoes were available, especially with dew still clinging to the green onions beside them. Slightly turning, he inquired of the figure leaning against the doorframe. "Did you grow these?" Wen-yin, retrieving the items from her spatial storage, mused that the fresh produce was cultivated by Miao Miao, who belonged to her, thus rendering it effectively hers. "I never expected you to be a gardener," he remarked, noting her appearance reminiscent of a sheltered young lady, particularly in such a grand villa. "The tomatoes need peeling, the eggs should be broken without the whites showing, and hold the green onions with minimal salt." "Understood." After preparing breakfast, Su Hong stepped out, only to hear some commotion outside. Noticing Wen-yin was absent from the living room, concern prompted him to venture out. To his astonishment, he witnessed the girl with a high ponytail wielding a 9-ring knife, effortlessly cleaving a zombie that had wandered in from who knows where in half. The precision of her strike was uncanny. As the severed halves of the corpse fell away, the infected viscera spilling out onto the ground. As she turned to face another zombie, her demeanor remained calm as she glanced at Su Hong, saying, "You should go inside. I'll be done shortly." It turned out her claim of strength was indeed true. Once Wen-yin had dispatched the threats and returned indoors, she placed the knife by the entrance, wiped her hands with a wet cloth, and sat down at the dining table. Such situations will occur frequently in the future. If you find yourself unable to handle it, do not hesitate to call for me. Su Hong fell silent for a moment before responding. "About that knife? Oh, I bought it because I thought it looked nice," she replied. After taking a few bites of her noodles, she asked, "Are you afraid?" The blade was still stained with the thick blood of the zombies. Most would surely be apprehensive upon seeing it. Su Hong found himself at a loss, unsure whether to nod or shake his head. She preferred a fresh-faced young man, which warranted a display of fear, yet he sensed her disdain for those who succumbed to such feelings. It was a conundrum, leaving him uncertain of how to react. Noting his silence, Wen-yin mentally queried Miao Miao, "What's wrong with him?" Miao Miao contemplated before responding. "Based on your various speculations, it seems he doesn't know how to reply. Isn't he attempting to maintain a pure and innocent persona? I'm merely giving him an opportunity." Perhaps the opportunity was too lofty? Wen-yin bit her lip, and her action prompted Su Hong to nervously assert, "I am not afraid." The delicate youth slightly hunched his shoulders, his furrowed brow betraying his tension and fear, yet he stubbornly maintained his assertion, making him appear quite pitiable. Wen-yin languidly rested her chin on her hand, savoring the sight of him until he appeared on the verge of breaking. "It's all right. Just observe it a few times, and you'll grow accustomed to it." Su Hong blinked, only to hear Wen-yin add, "To help you build your courage, you shall take care of the corpses outside." All right. Why did it feel as though she was entirely disregarding conventional expectations? Shouldn't she be protective of someone she favored? Su Hong struggled to comprehend. He would never fathom that when Yin's affections were merely superficial, devoid of true sentiment. She merely sought to witness what she desired, to hear what she wished, and once her objectives were achieved, those she liked could return to their designated roles, eventually discarded when the novelty wore off. She appeared romantic, yet her heart was as cold as ice, callously indifferent to the point of being shocking, unrepentant in the face of reproach. She remained audacious and carefree, utterly unrestrained. Dressed in a light outfit, Wanine fanned herself with a rustic fan gifted by the market vendor, squatting in the shadow of the eaves while squinting against the blinding sun to observe the individual laboring under its intensity to clear the corpses. Meow meow, maintaining a persona is truly a taxing endeavor. Meow meow responded with exasperation, yet you're the one who instructed him to do so. Wanine contemplated the heat of the day and planned to leave that evening, deeming the corpses unnecessary to handle, but her mischievous nature relished in toying with others. I'm merely aiming to render his persona more three-dimensional. With a slight smile, she mused that while the other party had his reasons for his actions, his motives were irrelevant to her. Establishing a persona before her was already a deceitful endeavor. Were it not for his alignment with her current aesthetic preferences, the task of clearing corpses would have been far simpler. Meow Meow paused, realizing the truth in her words. Its master despised deceit. Yet, master, do you not also deceive frequently? Is it the same? I am renowned for my double standards, and you assert this with such confidence? The youthful figure, who had toiled under the blazing sun to clean the corpses, returned, collapsing onto the sofa, his delicate features flushed, chest rising and falling rapidly, tears welling at the corners of his eyes due to the discomfort. Master, are you not feeding him medicine? He does not appear to be suffering from heat stroke. Initially, he exhibited mild symptoms, but now crouching beside the sofa, she unexpectedly noticed that the wounds on his arms were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Without further thought, she deduced that other injuries were likely undergoing self-repair as well. Was this a manifestation of his body's instinctual self-protection following a decline in its functions? She had seen such phenomena before. Yet it was astonishing that individuals in this world possessed such capabilities. Or could it be that he was exceptional? Wanine felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure, relishing this process of unraveling mysteries. It was akin to exploring new techniques, and she instinctively reached out to caress his face, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, causing Meow Meow to shudder. Master, you're not contemplating dissection, are you? Meow Meow, there will come a day when I extract your brain for thorough examination. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, she met Su Hong's dazed gaze. Unfazed, she continued to wipe the sweat from his brow, saying, I apologize for making you clean up those things under the sun. It was too much of a burden. For reasons unknown, hearing her utter an apology stirred a sense of astonishment within Su Hong. You need not apologize. My constitution is simply too weak. He felt her hand linger on his face and remarked, Your hand, oh, I'm sorry. I noticed you had quite a bit of sweat on your face, so I thought I would help. She withdrew her hand, wiping the moisture on his clothing. Your injuries healed while you were suffering from heat stroke. Have you awakened some sort of special ability? I've seen many dramas and novels where protagonists develop powers upon falling ill. After saying this, she turned to Meow Meow, adding, See how considerate I am. I even provided him with a suitable opportunity. Meow Meow could only sigh in silence. Su Hong, hearing her words, lifted his arm to inspect it, discovering that indeed, he had healed it due to that new type of medication. Unsure of how to explain, he could only acquiesce to Wanine's conjecture. Perhaps. How wonderful. If illness could grant one special abilities, I would love to be sick just once. Clearly, one could employ simple tactics to deceive those with boundless space. Handing over a bottle of Huaxiangjingqi to him, urging him to drink, as it is said to be beneficial for health, Su Hong, who had been confined within the laboratory for an extended period, was not well acquainted with these common remedies. Upon gulping it down, his expression instantly froze. What's wrong? Chapter 10. The wind is too strong, encountering a robbery. Hearing her concern, Su Hong tightened his lips, laboriously shook his head, and, maintaining a facade of calm, took a half bottle of mineral water from the table, stating, I'm fine, just a bit thirsty. Wanine sat beside him, gesturing towards the bottle in his hand, saying, Does this count as an indirect kiss? I am sorry. Su Heng's face turned crimson, and his bashful embarrassment elicited a light laugh from Wanine. Just teasing you, Xu Hong. Feeling awkward and at a loss for words, observed Wen, who appeared unfazed. Reclining against her chair as she declared, "Tonight, we depart for City L. All right. Aren't you going to ask why? I trust you. The laboratory is in this city. The sooner we leave here, the better." These 4 words caused Wen Yin's gaze to chill momentarily, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. As she stood, she tousled his hair, cautioning, "Don't trust me too much. I'm not a good person." Xu Hong rubbed his head, contemplating her words as she ascended the stairs. Not a good person? Coincidentally, he wasn't either. Choosing to embark at night due to the sweltering heat of the day, the duo was stopped by some individuals near a bridge. Wen, seated in a convertible sports car, thoughtfully tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips when she saw a figure approaching with a baseball bat, suddenly smashing the car's hood. Her smile deepened. Just then, a gust of night wind swept by, causing Xu Hong to shiver slightly as he rubbed his arms. Turning to Wen, he noticed her sweet smile, which made his heart skip a beat, as if sensing that something significant was about to unfold. "You too, get out." Li Deng struck the car door with his bat, momentarily stunned by the striking looks of the two inside, before concluding they would be easy to intimidate. They appeared barely out of their teens, their faces still bearing the innocence untouched by the harshness of society. Wen complied and, at their demand, raised her hands above her head in a gesture of surrender. Upon seeing another person exit the vehicle, Li Deng instructed the others to search the convertible for supplies, while he addressed Wen, "This car is ours now. You'd better scram before I resort to violence." In the early days of the apocalypse, although they had killed zombies to survive, they still harbored a fear of taking lives among their own kind, only daring to threaten with words. "All our supplies have been taken by you. Venturing out like this will surely lead to our demise." Wen looked at him and inquired, "Do you wish for us to perish? In this weather, there's plenty of game in the mountains. Wouldn't you go hunting?" "It's not that easy to die." Li Deng knocked on the car door again, impatiently declaring, "Before I change my mind, get lost." Xu Hong, anxiously glancing at Wen, carefully observed the 8 individuals before them, each armed that if a fight were to ensue, they might be at a disadvantage. He was not questioning Wen's abilities. He merely believed that humans were different from zombies. Zhou Mei's voice was not deliberately lowered, and everyone heard it. The faces of a few who feared Wen's strength instantly fell, terrified of being implicated by this incompetent teammate. Xu Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating the need to confront Wu Mei. Yet his current persona before Wen forbade him from acting directly. Meanwhile, the party in question, Wen, chuckled lightly, causing the tension among others to escalate. "Old hag, are you envious of my cute little pet? You don't have one?" Xu Hong nearly pointed at himself in bewilderment. "Shameless. If maintaining my dignity means relinquishing my adorable little pet, I would rather forego it." Not waiting for Wu Mei to continue her tirade, Wen smiled at her and remarked, "Isn't it a tad too self-respecting, hence you lack a little pet, or even a wolf dog? TSK. I'm afraid your looks might not even attract an old dog." You shameless woman." It was evident to anyone that the smile on Wen's face was not genuine. It was a death knell for Wu Mei. The very demeanor of Wen indicated that she was not one to temper her temper for the sake of others. As she approached Wu Mei, the latter, who had been hurling insults just moments ago, felt her knees weaken at Wen's proximity. The few individuals near her sensed the impending danger and quickly distanced themselves from Wu Mei. After all, they were merely strangers on the road, with no ties to warrant trouble over someone like her. "What are you afraid of?" Wen seized Wu Mei by the hair and swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving her dazed. "What gave you the impression that I am easy to bully? My face, perhaps?" Chapter 13. Zombies. She reveled in Wu Mei's fear, saying, "I've already beaten your captain to such a state. How dare you speak to me?" Hearing Wen's light inquiry laced with laughter, Wu Mei felt as if her scalp might be yanked off. "I let go? Wrong." The smile vanished from Wen's face, replaced by an even more oppressive aura that rendered Wu Mei breathless. At that moment, "What do you think you ought to say?" "Why, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Wu Mei felt as though a slippery python had coiled around her, tightening with each passing moment. If she did not utter something that would appease Wen, she feared she might be suffocated by this serpent. Upon releasing her grip, Wen's oppressive presence dissipated instantly. She reverted to her seemingly easygoing demeanor and remarked, "Now that's more like it." Strange sounds emanated from the roadside thicket, a coarse growl echoing intermittently, barely discernible amidst the rustling leaves. Zombies. It's zombies. A bold youth who ventured closer to the bushes. Upon discovering the undead, screamed in terror. Zombies can remain oblivious to humans as long as absolute silence is maintained. But this individual's loud voice alerted the wandering zombies, causing them to quicken their pace. Followed by the horde behind them. What do we do? How can there be so many zombies here? We will die here. We are certainly going to die. A young man with tousled blonde hair scrambled over to Wanine, instinctively seeking her help. "You're so powerful. Surely you can kill these zombies, right?" Wanine despised incompetent teammates, immensely so. Hence, she always preferred to operate independently. Her few rare friends understood their boundaries, exhibiting agency during their joint endeavors. Never becoming a burden to anyone, no fueled by her disdain, she declined. "Miss, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Look at us, so many lives hanging in the balance. If you save us, you are accruing virtue for yourself." An elder in Li Deng's team could not help but interject, "Isn't your exceptional ability meant to assist the weak?" "Not at all." Wanine glanced at the middle-aged man in a suit and replied, "I don't believe in gods or Buddhas, only in myself. Thus, your attempt at moral coercion is futile. Moreover, my abilities are not bestowed by the heavens but are the result of relentless, tireless effort. Assist the weak? Don't be ridiculous. Just because I possess strength doesn't mean I have to save the world. This young lady, how can you be so heartless? Do you intend to watch us perish before your eyes?" Wanine furrowed her brow, regarding the middle-aged man with curiosity. "Why must you assume the position of the weak and plead for help before even trying?" Having always relied on herself, Wanine found it incomprehensible to adopt such a victim mentality. Feeling inadequate without effort. Why? Because they sought ease without contribution, relishing the benefits conferred by the strong. Such weakness is indeed despicable and revolting. While the middle-aged man was momentarily at a loss for words due to her probing question, he was suddenly ambushed by a zombie from behind. Startled, he hastily broke free. Fortunately, that zombie had been previously injured, its mobility significantly compromised. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Wanine observed as they began to fight the zombies, instructing Su Hong to gather their meager supplies, while she nonchalantly perched on the hood of a vehicle, a mere spectator. Her detached demeanor unsettled Su Hong, prompting him to ask, "Aren't we going to help?" Chapter 14. Survival of the Fittest. The law of the world. Wanine turned her head to glance at him. "If we help now, what then? What? Will you take responsibility for their future? What we are dealing with now are merely ordinary zombies. A shot to the head is sufficient. If they cannot handle this level, how will they survive in the future? Always relying on the strong. True strength will never regard such weaklings, unless that strong person is a saint or a savior." Yet, when Yin's smile was sweet, her gaze icy. Survival of the fittest. That is the law of the world. As Su Hong listened to the cries of despair, he couldn't help but ask, "Were you born a strong person?" Not at all. When he never shied away from her past of vulnerability, stating, "At my weakest, I fought with dogs for scraps." The cat perched atop her head affectionately nuzzled her hair, but its owner communicated telepathically, "Dante rubbed me bald. I might just shave you." What a ridiculous notion. It should be the dogs that feel sorry for being deprived of food by their owner. After a zombie attack, only 4 out of the original 8 remained. She smiled at the middle-aged man who cast her a hateful glare. "Look, aren't you quite strong?" The man paused, his thoughts racing, ultimately setting aside his previous prejudices to approach her. Extending his hand, "I am Zheng Ning. Hello, I am Wanine." This recent assault and the cold indifference displayed by the strong made Zheng Ning realize that seeking help was futile. Only by becoming stronger could one survive in this transformed world. Wu Mei, having narrowly survived, witnessed Zheng Ning shake hands with Wanine and, in a fit of rage, rushed over to slap Zheng Ning's hand away, pushing him aside, and yelled at Wanine, "You shameless woman. Are you trying to seduce men again? Was it enjoyable to watch?" "Not bad. I found it quite amusing when you pushed your teammate out to take your place in death." When Yin's words left Wu Mei momentarily speechless. Amidst the chaos, she thought others wouldn't notice, but in her panic, she forgot that Wanine was right there observing. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever do something like that to my teammate? Don't slander me. Look at how scantily you're dressed. You must be no good, Wu Mei blurted out, her flustered speech betraying her usual composure. At that moment, Zhou Qing approached with a stern expression, stating, Miss One is not speaking falsely. I witnessed it to Li Ding, seated on the ground nursing his injuries, having killed a few zombies despite his condition, lifted his head to gaze at Wu Mei. He never would have imagined that the seemingly weakest individual in their group could act so treacherously in a crisis. Always proclaiming to prioritize the safety of teammates, the real intention behind her refusal to share resources with Wen was merely to serve her own interests. Reflecting on their risky venture for supplies, Wu Mei had always positioned herself in the middle of the group, never proactively seeking resources. When someone else found something, she would claim it, pretending to be helpful in carrying it. In the end, she had been expertly protecting herself all along. In this world, there is nothing wrong with self-preservation, but the error lies in her constant exploitation of her teammates, treating them as fools. Provoked by their gazes, Wu Mei, in a fit of defiance, declared, So what? In this day and age, who hasn't done a few immoral deeds to survive? Pointing at Wen, she continued, What about her? She just stood by and watched. Isn't that an immoral act? If she had intervened, would our teammate have died? Chapter 15. No obligation to assist. As her voice reached a near breaking point, Zhang Ning coldly retorted, She has no obligation to help us. What? I said, she has no obligation to assist us. She is the one we tried to rob, and she is certainly not our teammate. We have no right to demand anything from her. At that moment, Zhang Ning was particularly lucid, asserting, Thus, you have no grounds to criticize her. You should feel ashamed of your own actions. I should feel ashamed? How is it shameful to fight for survival? Wu Mei laughed in anger. You men are all the same, shameless. You lose your wits at the sight of a pretty woman. What? Do you think a few flattering words will earn you a place in her bed? Wu Meiyue's words became increasingly absurd, and Zhang Ning's expression darkened to an ominous shade. Wu Meiyue, choose your words with more respect. Why should I show respect to a worthless person? With a resounding slap, Zhang Ning, unable to contain his fury, struck Wu Meiyue. In his 30-odd years of life, he had never laid a hand on a woman, but Wu Meiyue was truly crossing the line. She had not only betrayed her comrades but also shamelessly insulted their dignity without remorse. You dare to strike me? Wu Meiyue lunged forward, ready to retaliate, but was abruptly kicked away by Wen, who had leapt down from the hood of the car, with insults hurled directly at her. It would be an affront not to retaliate. What followed was a one-sided beating, leaving Wu Meiyue's face unrecognizable, her lips swollen, rendering her momentarily speechless. Only then did Wen cease her assault and turn to the stunned onlookers, stating, All right, let us save time and head to the factory. With limited car space and to prevent any breach of contract, she instructed Su Hong to switch with Li Ding, while Zhang Ning would lead the way in the van. With her following closely behind, Li Ding was enamored with cars, particularly rare models with sleek lines and top-notch performance. He had never anticipated that he would have the chance to ride in such a vehicle. Momentarily forgetting the pain in his shoulder, and even initiated a conversation with Wen. Wen, I'm sorry. Wen cast a quick glance at him and replied, What do you want to say? How much did you buy this car for? Tens of millions. I forgot. When Wen had utilized her skills to gather all the information about this world, she had also acquired a legitimate identity and endless wealth. She purchased items based solely on her preferences, never bothering to check the balance on her card or the value of the goods. Whatever pleased her, she would obtain. What does your family do? You seem exceptionally wealthy. Only those truly swimming in riches could be so indifferent to money. My family has numerous ventures. I simply enjoy the dividends. The specifics are beyond my knowledge. She fabricated the story effortlessly, her commanding aura elevating her credibility to the highest level, causing Li Ding's gaze to turn envious. It was remarkable how, moments ago, they had been at odds, yet now they could share the same vehicle and engage in calm conversation. This was Wen Yin's way. Without threats or hostility, she remained carefree, especially since the other party had already apologized. Before any ill intention surfaced, she was willing to overlook past grievances. At that moment, she was content to consider herself a magnanimous saint. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the factory mentioned by Zhou Qing, the rusted gates silently indicating that it had long been abandoned. There was no hope of finding flour, let alone anything useful. Zhou Qing felt a pang of anxiety. Would Wen Yin think he had deceived her? What if she decided to eliminate them all? Despite their brief acquaintance, he was utterly convinced that such a possibility existed. "W1, Miss One. Wen Yin stood in the slightly ajar iron gate, arms crossed, gazing at the ground where fresh tire tracks were evident. "Let us go inside and have a look." Chapter 16. That bit of supplies? Shared by all? The vast factory was eerily empty, the scattered debris illuminated by the moonlight appearing slightly pale, while the shadows loomed ominously, as if something could leap from the darkness at any moment. Su Hong followed Wen Yin closely, inquiring, "What are we looking for?" "What do you mean, what are we looking for? We come all this way. We might as well explore." Wen Yin's nonchalance left Su Hong speechless. She was so carefree that it was hard to keep up. Zhou Qing and the others could have left, but for reasons unknown, they inexplicably trailed behind. Wu Meiyue wore a disgruntled expression. She had already created a rift with her teammates. Yet she had no choice but to follow them in the pitch-black night. Venturing out alone would be tantamount to seeking death. Despite harboring a plethora of grievances, she had to grit her teeth and keep up. Upon entering the factory, they discovered fresh footprints, and after examining them with her flashlight, Wen Yin came to a conclusion and wandered off to another area. Wu Meiyue noticed that everyone was instinctively following Wen Yin, inadvertently considering her the leader. Enduring the pain on her face, she grumbled, "We should leave. There's nothing here. What if we encounter zombies?" When she received no response, she continued, "If zombies show up, they can handle it. But we can't. We've already lost 4 members in our team. Do you want to add to that count because of her? If you could just keep your mouth shut, we wouldn't have lost anyone." Zhang Ning couldn't help but retort. Just as she was about to respond, Li Deng warned in a low voice, "Say one more word, and you can leave the team. There are no supplies to divide anyway." This effectively silenced Wu Meiyue, who sulked at the back of the group, remaining vigilant of her surroundings, occasionally casting calculating glances at Wen Yin's back. She was determined to find an opportunity to eliminate this woman, just as she had pushed her comrade into danger. Wen Yin slowly made her way to the staff dormitory and, upon seeing signs of life inside, remarked, "Someone lived here recently and has just left." "How do you know?" Wen Yin shone her flashlight on a calendar affixed to the wall, where the dates were marked with consecutive red crosses. No records had been made for over a week, suggesting that the resident may have encountered misfortune while out eyeing the drawer. She also found a diary detailing the despair of its owner, who prayed almost daily yet was constantly awakened by the harshness of reality. Wu Meiyue, who had posed the question, paled, while Li Deng and the others found the situation absurd and chose to disregard her. After entering the room, Su Hong instinctively searched for supplies in the wardrobe and discovered a hidden stash of food, including several packs of instant noodles, pickled vegetables, hot pot base, and some biscuits. Wu Meiyue's eyes widened at the sight, while Li Deng and the others, though equally eager, understood that these supplies did not belong to them and had no claim over them. Li Deng turned to Zhou Qing and said, "Let us check other rooms." Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. Zhang Ning followed them out, but Wu Meiyue, unwilling to concede, insisted, "What we find should be shared equally. We have every right to half." The others, already exiting the room, exchanged glances that silently conveyed to let Wen Yin handle it, and continued on without pause. Wen Yin pretended not to hear, leaning back against the table to continue reading the diary. Seeing her indifference, Wu Meiyue approached Su Hong and said, "Shouldn't we share what we find?" Su Hong appeared amiable, a refreshing and gentle university student, easily deceived. However, he clutched the box of supplies and walked past Wu Meiyue to stand beside Wen Yin, rolling his eyes at her. Chapter 17. Age without wisdom in this world. There exists a segment of individuals who age without gaining wisdom. Su Hong, having escaped from a heavily fortified laboratory through sheer strength, inherently possessed a sense of pride. His knowledge far surpassed that of the average person. Moreover, he had been subjected to various unknown substances since childhood, unlocking the potential of his body. At this moment, he displayed deference only to Wen Yin, who had saved him, while ignoring others, rejecting any form of meaningless conversation. Wen Yin, upon reading the final entry of the diary, discovered the author's intent to die, not due to an accident while foraging, but rather having sought a place to end their life. Strangely, they had chosen not to commit suicide in the dormitory, fearing that many had died there and not wanting to encounter those predecessors, needing to queue for rebirth. What a thoughtful individual. Wanine chuckled at the diary of the deceased, finding the notion rather endearing, which prompted her laughter. This action startled the other two in the room. She looked up to see Su Hong staring at her with wide, amber eyes, filled with astonishment and confusion, as if he were a cat whose fur had been ruffled. How could one laugh in such a situation? Wanine closed the diary and returned it to its place, shutting the drawer as she remarked, "The owner of this diary was quite charming. I would have loved to meet them, but alas. No chance remains." As she spoke, she reached behind her waist and produced a delicate white daisy from thin air. Placing it on the table, Su Hong gazed at the flower, then back at the gentle figure before him, and asked, "When did you pick this flower? It looks so fresh, as if just plucked." "Before I left." Su Hong found it implausible. If she had picked it before leaving, it shouldn't appear so vibrant. He intended to press her for more information. But upon meeting Wen Yin's gaze, he forced himself to accept the possibility, do not question her words, simply believe them. Wen Yin appreciated his understanding, smiling as she patted his head, a gesture that stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Su Hong. Was she treating him like a pet? This thought suddenly took root in his mind, and for the first time in his life, Su Hong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He yearned to uncover her thoughts. Yet in her eyes, he likely ranked lower than a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. This self-awareness left him feeling dejected, his expression shifting to one of melancholy. Observing the change in his demeanor, Wanine raised an eyebrow and reassured him, "Don't be sad. If you die, I'll still arrange for daisies for you." Is that even a human thing to say? Wu Mei scoffed dismissively. "You re-alive and well, yet you curse others to death. That's quite something." Su Hong bore a smile strikingly similar to that of Wen Yin. "I am friends with Wen Yin. Our previous exchange was merely playful banter between friends, rendering your intervention unnecessary." Wen Yin, with a bemused expression, observed Wu Mei, who, with reddened eyes, hurriedly fled the scene, clearly embarrassed and uncertain of how to extricate herself. Her demeanor resembled that of someone who had never before encountered such a profound indignity. Can even a lamb bite? Aware that the other party was not a lamb, but nonetheless uttering such a comment to cater to her need for a certain persona, Wanine once again praised herself for her thoughtfulness. Su Hong pressed his lips together. Her incessant remarks about others made him uncomfortable. With her hands planted on the dust-laden table, Wanine tilted her head and, with a sudden smile, said, "Thank you. My ability to draw hostility is proportional to my strength, so I appreciate your endurance during our time together." Chapter 18. Her power indeed, she was no ordinary person. Who speaks of oneself in such a manner? Su Hong had grown accustomed to internally critiquing her peculiarities in contrast to the average person. Is it possible to refrain from inciting hostility? Wanine pondered seriously for a moment before responding. "No, why? Simply my beauty provides ample justification for others to attack me." There was no refuting it. She was undeniably attractive, her faint smile disarmingly sweet, yet her personality was quite the opposite. "See, even you find it reasonable enough to remain silent." Till lost for words, Su Hong attempted to shift the conversation, suggesting they search elsewhere. Perhaps they might stumble upon something unexpected. "All right." As she reached for the box of items, she vanished from sight. Noticing Su Hong's dazed expression, she chuckled. "You possess an extraordinary ability, thus I too have acquired one." What nonsense, he thought, for his so-called extraordinary ability was merely a guise to conceal his status as an experimental subject, a falsehood he played along with to appease her. Your regeneration skill seems rather useless. However, upon reflection, should danger arise, pushing you into harm's way would ensure your survival, allowing me to live as well, quite advantageous. Wanine spoke without a care, while Su Hong was taken aback, nearly losing grip on his current persona. But rest assured, that's merely hypothetical. I am far too powerful to encounter such a situation. With that, she led him to another room, moving in the opposite direction of where Li Ding and the others had gone. They searched room after room, the air growing increasingly pungent. The stench of decaying flesh permeated the atmosphere. A squelching sound echoed as a viscous substance fell to the ground, prompting both Wen Yin and Su Hong to halt in their tracks, intending to retreat just as the sound grew alarmingly closer. Wen Yin sprang away first, with Su Hong following suit. In the spot they had just vacated, several clumps of rotting flesh materialized. This foul mass, still bubbling, displayed no corrosive properties, yet its stickiness was evident. Within the dormitory corridor, where even moonlight struggled to penetrate. A zombie, shrouded in a layer of thick slime, ambled out from the shadows, its gait unsteady as it approached a slightly brighter area, revealing its grotesque form to Wen-Yin and Su-Hong. The skeletal figure, lacking substantial muscle, was encased in a translucent, feeling a whimsical urge to run away from home. The cat-like Meow Meow found herself lost in thought while fishing. The unique nature of her body rendered her impervious to the blazing sun. Suddenly, when shadows enveloped her, she looked up to see Wen-Yin, her twin ponytails swaying in the breeze, equally mesmerized by the light refracted from the river's surface. Her eyes, often filled with indifference and detachment, now sparkled with a hint of reality as that fleeting glimmer danced around her. A gentle smile graced Su-Heng's lips as he expressed his gratitude. Wen-Yin, holding the umbrella aloft for him, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What inspired you to sport twin ponytails?" he inquired. "I cannot let beauty go to waste," she replied, pondering how to continue the conversation. She handed him the umbrella, retrieved a small stool, and settled beside him. "I worry that constantly wearing ponytails might affect my hairline. After all, the hairline is the foundation of one's attractiveness, don't you think?" Tilting the umbrella slightly to shield her from the sun's rays, Su-Hong remarked, "With your looks, even a shaved head would be appealing." Wen-Yin, who had rested her hands on her knees, glanced up at him, and at such close proximity, Su-Hong caught a glimpse of his own reflection in her eyes. His heart raced, captivated by her quiet demeanor. "Should I shave my head then?" he teased. "Not at all. There's no need for such drastic measures," she replied playfully. Feeling buoyed by the compliment, Wen-Yin, who rarely shared her food, produced a new ice cream and a spoon, offering it to him. "Here, for you. Does your space have a freezing function?" he asked, intrigued. Indeed, as he reached for the ice cream, it was now Wen-Yin's turn to hold the umbrella. Unlike Su-Heng's considerate nature, she simply balanced it on her shoulder, allowing him to bask in the sun. Unfazed, he took a spoonful and offered it to her, but she shook her head, and "Oh thanks, I just ate." Nodding, he quietly savored the treat. Meow Meow, even eating looks elegant when done by a beautiful person. Meow Meow thought, apprehensive about Su-Heng's apparent vulnerability. Under the scorching sun, he appeared exceptionally gentle, with summer breezes tousling his slightly damp hair, occasionally revealing his flushed earlobes, which made him all the more endearing. Wen-Yin's heart fluttered as she retrieved a rabbit ear headband from her space and, before Su-Heng could react, placed it atop his head. As he looked up, the click of a camera echoed. "What just happened?" Chapter 21. Meow Meow. Wen-Yin checked the candid shot she had just captured and nodded in satisfaction, leaning in to share it with Su-Heng. Upon seeing the silly snapshot, he pursed his lips and reached out to snatch it away, but was outpaced by Wen-Yin. In that moment, he forgot the ridiculous accessory adorning his head, solely focused on obliterating this embarrassing memory. "Wen-Yin, that's too ugly." "No, it's quite charming," she countered, reclaiming her belongings and turning to find a group gathering near her sports car, one person even daring to lean on the hood. Enamored by it, given that they couldn't drive away, she chose to ignore them. Instead, she produced another headband and proposed to Su-Heng. "How about trying this one on?" Only then did he realize he was still wearing the embarrassing headband and quickly removed it. Upon seeing the pink rabbit ears, his face flushed crimson. Wen-Yin, that was the first time he had raised his voice at her since they met. Noticing his apparent annoyance, Wen-Yin playfully donned the cat ear headband herself. Tilting her head and teasing, "Meow, meow, meow." Caught off guard, Su-Heng felt heat rush to his cheeks, cursing silently to himself. "Are you no longer upset?" she asked, hands clasped behind her back as she bounced closer to him, her shorter stature forcing her to look up. Life should have a sprinkle of fun. After all, Su-Heng's lips twitched, and with a resigned sigh, he removed the cat ears, stating, "It's too hot. Wearing such fluffy accessories isn't suitable." He then reached out to smooth the hair that had been tousled by the headband. The fragrance of summer fruits seemed to waft from him, making Wen-Yin blink in surprise. "Then let us wear them when the weather cools down." Su-Heng paused, contemplating her fleeting interests. Surely by then, she would have forgotten about it. "All right," he acquiesced. "Hey, you two by the river." A shout from a distance made Su-Heng's demeanor cool slightly, though it quickly transformed back into a gentle disposition. Wen-Yin feigned ignorance, hands behind her back, glancing at the young man approaching from the road. As he drew nearer, She realized he was not only tall but also exceptionally handsome, his smile radiating warmth. "Hello. I'm Fong Yi, captain of the A University basketball team, and you too." When Ian looked up, estimating his height to be over 6 feet, Fong Yi, noticing her stature, spread his legs apart, bent slightly at the waist, and smiled. "Nice to meet you. Such a lovely, adorable little sister. Your pink hair is so anime-like. I absolutely love it." "Hello," Wenyin replied, pleased with his effort to accommodate her height. After introducing herself, she included Su Hong in the introduction as well. "Is it just the two of you? Would you like to join us in L City? I've heard they have excellent safety measures there. We're planning to check it out." At Fong Yi's invitation. Su Hong cast a glance at Wenyin, whose attention was already captivated by Fong Yi. A twinge of irritation surged within him, prompting him to turn his gaze elsewhere, clearly disinterested in the conversation. Wenyin, however, nodded in agreement. "Yes, just the two of us. If you don't mind us slowing you down, we're happy to join." Wenyin was acutely aware of how her appearance could lead to misconceptions, and with someone as striking and amiable as Fong Yi, accompanying him seemed advantageous. "Not at all. It's a stroke of luck to travel with such a delightful sister to L City," Fong Yi remarked, gesturing toward his companions by the sports car. "Those two are teammates. Shall we head over to meet them?" Wenyin nodded and followed him, while Su Hong watched their retreating figures, feeling increasingly annoyed by the height disparity. If it weren't for the transformation brought about by the potion. Why am I even thinking like this? Chapter 22. Joining the team, what did it matter who Wenyin walked with? Suppressing the subtle pang of jealousy within, Su Hong trailed behind. As they introduced themselves, the group was astonished to learn that the limited edition sports car belonged to Wenyin, a woman with deep red waves. Her natural beauty striking, approached with excitement. "Is this yours?" Wenyin nodded, and Chu Yaman clasped her hands together in delight. Leaning in closer, she, a statuesque figure at over 5'7", pleaded, "May I sit in your passenger seat? Just once, please." Wenyin, always indulgent toward those she found beautiful, nodded in consent. "All right." Had it not been for the sweltering heat, Chu Yaman would have loved to embrace the adorably charming Wenyin. "Thank you." Fong Yi, who had initially wanted to experience the thrill of riding shotgun, exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ran. Wenyin handed the car keys to Su Ran, who looked astonished. "You're letting me drive? Because you want to? Aren't you afraid we'll take off with your sports car? It's a multi-million-dollar limited edition," Su Ran added. Wenyin regarded him, responding matter-of-factly, "Those who can afford it typically aren't concerned about a few bucks." That stung, quite effectively. Fong Yi interjected. "Then why give Su Ran the keys and not me? Didn't you notice the longing in my eyes for luxury cars? Because they are a couple." Su Ran and Chu Yaman exclaimed in unison. "How did you know?" To anyone observing, they appeared merely as siblings. How could Wenyin discern their relationship? They hadn't mentioned it, and even Su Hong regarded her with curiosity, wondering how she could be so certain after just meeting them. Suppressing her incredulity, Wenyin calmly replied. Su Ran looks at Chu Yaman with such tenderness, as if he'd willingly lay down his life for her. Fong Yi shot Su Ran a teasing glance, while Su Ran coughed lightly, his ears reddening under Chu Yaman's bashful gaze as he clutched the car keys tightly. Hastily shifting the topic, he suggested, "With a new member joining our ranks, we'll need more supplies. Should we visit a supermarket or somewhere similar?" Their current location was rather remote, accounting for the absence of zombies. However, once they drove to the edge of town, they would have to remain alert. Unable to leisurely chat as they were now, Chu Yaman pondered their current inventory. There's a small village up ahead. How about we check there first? Fong Yi cast a glance at Wenyin and Su Hong, silently inquiring for their opinions. Upon seeing their agreement, he proceeded to get into the vehicle. Settling into the van laden with supplies, Su Hong noticed someone reclining comfortably in the back, savoring the air conditioning with closed eyes. And he seemed to have deduced the truth. Wenyin, aware of how to endear herself to these individuals, offered up the sports car she had little attachment to, allowing her to relax in the back seat while enjoying the cool breeze. A truly leisurely arrangement, Su Hong observed Fong Yi, who was happily taking on the role of driver, then turned his gaze back to Wenyin, lost in contemplation. With these people around, she might even be disinclined to take action against the zombies. Upon arriving at their destination, the group disembarked. At Chu Yaman's proactive suggestion, Wenyin and Su Ran remained behind to keep watch, while the others armed themselves and ventured into the village to search for supplies. Before departing, Su Hong glanced back at Wen, who had already reclined in the vehicle, content to refrain from action. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. Chapter 23. Eliminate them for me in an effort to conserve fuel. Fong Yi refrained from using the air conditioning, but Wen Yin's demeanor was so sweet and charming that it felt like cruelty to deny her the cool air on such a sweltering day. Thus, even after the vehicle came to a halt, the air conditioning remained on. After lying down for a brief moment, Wen Yin stepped out of the van. Under Fong Yi's curious gaze, she declared, "I need to relieve myself." For some unknown reason, this perfectly ordinary statement caused Fong Yi's face to flush. Once in the woods, Wen Yin instructed Miao Miao to sense the surroundings. Confirming that no one was near, she entered her space. Contemplating between an ancient-style courtyard and a modern villa, ultimately opting for the latter. While Wen Yin attended to her needs, Miao Miao floated over to the vegetable garden, inspecting the growth of the crops, harvesting the ripe ones to place in the large storage, and then sowing new seeds. Some of the fruit trees had also begun to bear fruit, prompting Miao Miao to drift over and gather the ripe produce. The plant spirit delighted in such tasks. Upon exiting the villa, Wen Yin spotted Miao Miao, bustling and cheerful, and as she left her space, she mused that once her body regained strength, she would allow Miao Miao to have a physique. Fong Yi was utterly baffled by the unfolding events and had no time to ponder further when a series of piercing screams erupted from within the room. The uncle frowned, rising to investigate, but was intercepted by a nearby individual who urged, "Strong uncle, remain here." "I shall take a look." Zhang Chong complied, resuming his seat. However, in less than 2 minutes, the person who had just entered was forcefully ejected, bearing a vivid crimson lash mark across his face, rendering him disfigured. Emerging from the room, Wen Yin brandished a long whip, blood staining her attire as it dripped down her calf. "Yin Bao, are you hurt?" Fong Yi inquired, alarmed. "Not at all," Wen Yin replied, her eyes reflecting annoyance. As Zhang Chong charged at her wielding a kitchen knife, she deftly swung her whip, ensnaring his arm and using a clever twist to disarm him, subsequently flinging him aside. Fong Yi flinched at the sound of a heavy thud, feeling an empathic ache as Zhang Chong landed face first on the ground. "What manner of whip is this, that it possesses such quality?" he mused. Wen Yin tossed a pair of scissors to Fong Yi and sauntered over to Zhang Chong, placing a foot upon the nape of his neck to prevent him from rising. "Raising zombies? Is it amusing?" As Fong Yi scrambled to rescue himself with the scissors, he overheard this shocking statement, nearly losing his footing in disbelief. "Raising zombies? Have these people lost their minds? Yin Bao, are you truly unharmed? There are so many of them. Even if there are more, they are merely worthless beings, unable to withstand a single slap. Are you suggesting that being worthless is a virtue? Is this the sort of language a sweet and lovely person would utter?" The cat, Meow Meow, perched atop Wen Yin's head, sensed Fong Yi's bewilderment and felt a twinge of sympathy. Before their contract with Wen Yin, they had firmly believed the rumors surrounding her to be unfounded, convinced she was sweet and adorable. Yet, after the binding, reality had repeatedly shattered that perception, reshaping their understanding of her and the world at large. Wen Yin, having grown accustomed to such astonishment, cast a sidelong glance at Fong Yi before turning her attention back to Zhang Chong. "It appears you hold a significant interest in the zombies you are nurturing. Shall I bring them out for a demonstration of exploding heads?" Chapter 25. Am I terrifying? Fong Yi and Zhang Chong were left dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" Wen Yin instructed Fong Yi to watch Zhang Chong, but before entering the room to seize the zombies, she shattered Zhang Chong's kneecap to prevent any escape. Fong Yi, trembling with fear, gazed at Wen Yin's departing figure, realizing he had inadvertently invited a formidable ally into their ranks. "Hey, handsome," Zhang Chong, sweating profusely from the pain, addressed Fong Yi, hastily gasping for breath. "If you let me go, I swear I will repay you well. As long as I survive, do you take me for a fool?" Fong Yi retorted. He was indeed a compassionate person, but he was no saint who would overlook the actions of those who had bound Wen Yin in a room with zombies. If the zombies were to consume Wen Yin, wouldn't he be next? Anger surged within him as he kicked Zhang Chong in the head, meeting his astonished gaze. Being soft and tender does not equate to being foolish. We simply know how to take care of ourselves, you idiot. A low, guttural growl characteristic of zombies echoed from behind. Startled, Fong Yi turned to see a horde of zombies approaching. "What is going on?" he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "As you can see, Wen Yin replied, having disarmed the zombies by removing their hands and jaws to eliminate any threat. She untied one of the zombies and kicked it toward Zhang Chong, causing him to startle violently. Among the zombies they had raised were both their kin and innocent passers-by whom they had fed to the undead. The one that now lay before Zhang Chong was one they had recently fed. A young girl, her face marred by bite marks and her neck bearing claw prints, exhibited the signs of a desperate struggle in her final moments. Wen Yin's hands were not devoid of human life. Anyone on the opposing side would inevitably be stained with blood. Yet, she had no intention of tormenting a living person repeatedly. Those who could not measure up to the challenge deserved their fate. There was nothing more to say. No, no, no. Drag it away. Get it away. Zhang Chong trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen. Spare me. We have plenty of supplies hidden in the village. If you let me go, I will take you to them. I'm not lying. There's so much. Zhang Chong frantically emphasized his worth, but Wen Yin stepped on the zombie's back to prevent it from advancing. No need. Then I'll do whatever you ask. Really? I don't want to die. I've fought hard to survive. I even killed my mother. I can't just die like this. Zhang Chong sobbed, dirt and blood smeared across his face, his pitiful state eliciting a reluctant sympathy from Fong Yi. However, upon hearing Zhang Chong confess to killing his mother, any sympathy vanished, leaving behind a profound bewilderment. What was the purpose of such a person continuing to live? To survive at the cost of one's morals and dignity? Fong Yi was incensed, ready to berate him, but Wen Yin coldly interjected, I didn't kill your mother. So what are you blaming me for? Fong Yi felt compelled to reassess his understanding of Wen Yin. What kind of environment had shaped her personality, rendering her so starkly different from her appearance? She was utterly unfeeling. I just want to survive. I hear you, Wen Yin replied, releasing her foot and allowing the zombie to crawl forward. But I have no intention of letting you live. After speaking, she glanced at Fong Yi. Perhaps it's best if you don't watch. The zombie, now devoid of its jaw, bit into Zhang Chong's skull, blood oozing from the wound. The other zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began to stir, prompting Wen Yin to untie them, allowing them to pursue Zhang Chong. These zombies seemed to have developed an awareness of who was to be feared, avoiding Wen Yin and making a beeline for the sobbing Zhang Chong. With her arms crossed, Wen Yin coldly observed as Zhang Chong was gradually overwhelmed by the horde, his cries growing fainter. She remarked, feeding people to zombies is rather dull. I wonder why they are so enthusiastic about it. I thought it would be more entertaining. Fong Yi swallowed hard, asking, Yin Bao, are you truly this terrifying? She looked up, am I frightening? Surely, witnessing a living person perish before one's eyes should inspire a degree of fear, right? Maternal filicide is inexcusable. Such a person is unworthy of life. Once she finished speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Let us go find supplies. What about these zombies? No threat, so it matters not. Having witnessed Wen Yin's strength firsthand, Fong Yi refrained from stepping in front of her to embarrass himself. She clearly did not require protection. Fong Yi, lead the way. The stamina of a skilled combatant is reserved for the boss. When Yin pointed toward the approaching zombies, these lesser beings are your responsibility. When Yin thrust a whip into Fong Yi's hands, he opened his mouth to protest, but I don't know how to use this. When Yin patted his well-toned arm encouragingly, you can do it. Fong Yi returned the whip to her, opting instead to pick up a long iron rod from the ground. I'll stick with this. With Fong Yi forging ahead, Wen Yin casually strolled with her hands in her pockets. Having dispatched dozens of zombies, he was still brimming with energy. Perhaps he represented two forms of strength. Wen Yin's assessment astonished Miaoma. In a way, that is exceedingly rare. Are you questioning my judgment? No, not at all. I merely meant that, Master, you could become good friends with him, as you have no friends here, and even slacking off requires mental effort. Miao Miao's comments piqued Wen Yin's interest, infusing her gaze with newfound depth as she regarded Fong Yi. This shift in demeanor did not go unnoticed by Su Hong, who had rushed over to investigate, and he simply pursed his lips before swiftly dispatching a zombie with a single stroke. Wen Yin soon spotted Su Hong and waved. Have you found the supplies? Yes, but they are scattered, and the individuals hiding them are exceedingly cautious. After grasping the situation, Wen Yin remarked, my space is hungry. Several locations had been marked, and she cautioned. If you place them in my space, they will be discovered. In this case, Su Hong noted that she was not displeased. observing the bloodstains on her attire, and inquired, "Did you encounter trouble?" "Not particularly." Wanine succinctly recounted the events to Su Hong. After listening, he took a slow, deep breath and said, "Aren't you concerned that Fong Yi might be frightened by you? If he can't handle something like this, how can he assume the role of leader?" Su Hong's familiar tone, brimming with reason, prompted a resigned sigh from him as he proposed, "Perhaps a gentler approach in the future would be wise. What if someone near you has a heart condition? Do you know then that S settled?" Wanine, arms crossed, glanced at Fong Yi, who was now engaged in conversation with Su Ran, before returning her focus to Su Hong. "I value you more now." There was little joy in her statement. Instead, it felt as though a storm was brewing. Chapter 26. I am human. Please don't kill me. Given Su Hong's understanding of Wanine, being the object of her particular attention was hardly a cause for celebration. Did she have some peculiar scheme in mind? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him, and he cautiously licked his lips. Asking, "What do you value about me?" instruct him that he must change, and promptly did as Wanine caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that Fong Yi and the others had finished their conversation and were beckoning her and Su Hong to join them. She remarked, "All teasing Su Hong was an enjoyable pastime for Wanine, one she relished wholeheartedly." Bursting with joy, she ran to Fong Yi and the others, leaving them astonished by her buoyant spirit amidst the corpses scattered around. Fong Yi, managing to keep his composure despite the ghastly surroundings, nearly lost his nerve at Wen-yin's exuberance and briefed her on the supplies hoarded around the village. Su Ran suggested that two individuals should seek a larger vehicle while the others gathered the supplies for easier transport later. Wen-yin had no objections. After the teammates regrouped and deliberated, Fong Yi and Su Ran set out to find a vehicle while the remaining members began organizing the supplies. The group that fed the zombies had stockpiled non-perishable goods capable of lasting through the sweltering summer heat. While carrying the supplies, Wen-yin, adorned in dried blood clots, was approached by Chu Yaman, who proposed, "Once we finish here, shall we wash by the river?" "All right." In response to Wen-yin's obedient demeanor, Chu Yaman expressed a hint of envy, saying, "You truly have a sweet appearance," effortlessly invoking a protective instinct in others, unlike me, who often hears unkind remarks. The strikingly beautiful Chu Yaman merely made a casual quip, as she had long grown impervious to such comments. Criticism based on appearance often stems from insecurity. Wen-yin did not attempt to console her, but merely shared her perspective as a good friend, suggesting that if anyone spoke ill of her in the future, she should retaliate, provided she was capable of doing so. Remembering Su Heng's earlier advice, Wen-yin bit her tongue, refraining from harsh words. In truth, she preferred to take action. Chu Yaman laughed heartily, remarking, "Insulting such people would only lower my own standards." "Right? But rest assured, I will never allow myself to be at a disadvantage." Setting down the box, Wen-yin reiterated her preference for action. After several trips back and forth, Su Hong, tasked with guarding the supplies, found himself bewildered by the fact that he was perceived as the one needing protection, when it was evidently Wen-yin who appeared more vulnerable. Meanwhile, Fong Yi and Su Ran successfully located a truck, thoroughly inspected it, and only began clearing the driver's cabin once they confirmed it was safe. The oppressive heat hastened the decay of the bodies, and the two, stifling their nausea, spent over half an hour dealing with the situation before they both rushed to the roadside to vomit. Su Ran gasped, "Thank goodness Man didn't come along." Fong Yi replied with mock annoyance, "And you still offer me dog food? The stench inside is overwhelming, and the seat covers are filthy. What shall we do? With so many vehicles on the road, let us find a cleaner one. Some may even have air fresheners inside. Let's look around." Su Ran's expression soured. If they could find nothing suitable, they would have to endure, as it was better than leaving so many supplies behind. Once they regained their composure, they set off in search of usable items. Just then, Fong Yi was startled by a suddenly opened car door. Raising the iron hammer in his hand, he was about to strike when a hoarse female voice interrupted, "I'm human. I'm timid. Reserved." Such responses filled Wen-yin with pity as she affectionately ruffled Su Heng's hair, saying, "If only the hospital were still operational." "What? Shall I take you to have your eyes checked?" Was it merely to berate him for his blindness that they took such a convoluted route? After a moment of silence, Su Heng replied, "And what was your first impression of her, a little cutie?" Before Su Heng could speak, Wen-yin remarked with significant meaning, "Just as adorable as you." They both fancied themselves adept at wearing masks. Yet their true selves were easily discernible to others. Su Heng frowned slightly, weakly protesting, "Isn't it inappropriate to describe a man as cute?" Wanine scanned him from head to toe, smirking. "First, he's a man. Let's consider that." A sense of unease tightened in her chest. After approximately an hour's drive, Fangi pulled over, stepping out to gulp in the fresh air. Noticing they were all getting out, he said, "There's a river. If you wish to bathe, go ahead. I'll keep watch here." Su Ran said to Chu Yaman. "You go wash up with Wanine and the others first. I've placed your clothes in the red backpack." Chu Yaman kissed him on the cheek and said, "Be careful. We'll be back soon." She then beckoned Wanine and Xuerong to follow her along the path to the riverbank for a wash. Without a hint of concern for their surroundings, Chu Yaman removed her top, revealing her impressive figure, which astonished Xuerong. She glanced quickly, embarrassed to stare further, while Wanine observed with admiration, giving Chu Yaman a thumbs up. "What a fantastic figure!" Chu Yaman laughed heartily, mimicking Wanine by giving her a thumbs up in return. "Su Ran takes good care of me. Sister man, you're driving everyone wild," Wanine thought to herself, appreciating Chu Yaman's forthright nature. When she leaped into the river, shedding her top, the sight of blood scabs on her fair skin was shocking enough to elicit a gasp from Xuerong. Wanine paused, pointing at her chest. "Haven't you seen this before?" Although she wasn't as well endowed as Chu Yaman, she certainly had something to show. "Huh?" Piffed. Wanine, disinterested in those with unimpressive first impressions, simply leaped into the river to wash away the grime and stickiness. Xuerong stood at the riverbank, suppressing the anger that Wanine had provoked, thinking, no royal treatment, yet she behaves like a princess. Does she really believe everyone should revolve around her? White lotus, green tea. Isn't she just the epitome of green tea? Xuerong, aren't you coming down? Chu Yaman waved to her, and when she noticed something behind Xuerong, she quickly shouted, "Get down. There's a zombie behind you." Xuerong turned around and, upon seeing the zombie for real, jumped in without a moment to spare, trembling as she gazed at the zombie lurking at the riverbank, stammering, "How can there be a zombie here? It's supposed to be safe, so far from the town." Perhaps the people fleeing the city were attacked, when Yin's words resonated with Xuerong, but her prejudice against Wanine prompted her to retort, "How could that be? Even if there were, it shouldn't be here, not with so many kilometers from the city. And where do you think it could be? In the sky." Wanine had never intended to cultivate any sort of persona. She merely acted when the mood struck her. Chu Yaman sensed a strange atmosphere between the two and quickly interjected, "This isn't the time for such discussions. Our clothes are up there, and without them, we can only swim to the other side." The zombie remained rooted in place, showing no signs of leaving. Their stamina wouldn't allow them to wait indefinitely in the water for the zombie to depart. Xuerong pondered, "What if I swim to the other side first and fetch Fang Yi to help?" "No need," Wanine replied, swimming towards the shore. "Sister man, just wait a moment. I'll handle it." "Hey, wait." As Wanine dove into the water, swiftly making her way to the shore, Chu Yaman hurriedly followed. Yin Bao. Chapter 28. Stay away from us. I'm afraid of needles. When Yin reached the shore first, and the zombie was instantly drawn to her by the sound, shambling towards her, Xuerong watched this scene with disdain, thinking, what a foolhardy move. Zombies always appear in hordes. It's impossible for there to be just one nearby. After making a ruckus, those that haven't appeared yet will surely come. Cursing in her mind, Xuerong reluctantly began to swim towards the shore, unwilling to help. She sought a team for an easier life, not to find herself in such perilous situations at that moment. When Yin was clad in white lingerie, when Chu Yaman saw her kick the zombie, she gasped, "Please don't get scratched by the zombie." When Yin had overestimated the zombie's resilience, her foot plunged directly into its abdomen, instantly enveloped by its cold, slimy insides. Seeing this, Chu Yaman rushed over to confront the zombie, but as she reached Wen Yin, she was firmly held back by her. "Sister man, don't move." With her foot lodged in the zombie's innards, Wen Yin pressed down on Chu Yaman's shoulder with one hand, using her other foot to launch herself into the air, delivering a kick that sent the zombie's head flying. The creature collapsed to the ground, and Wen Yin struggled to extricate her foot from its belly, turning to a dumbfounded Chu Yaman. Zombies have a special viscous fluid in their organs that sticks a bit. Didn't he come out on the first try? "Thanks, sister man, no, don't thank her. She did nothing," Chu Yaman replied, following her as Wen Yin washed her feet. "Yin Bao, how did you become so formidable? You don't seem it at all. Perhaps it's a trade-off for my height." Wen Yin quipped. Hearing the teasing tone, Chu Yaman burst into laughter. and Miao Miao rolled around with joy above her head. Ah, Shui Rong, still on the shore, couldn't help but cry out as she saw Wenyin washing her feet in the current, blood and grime drifting towards her. She must be doing this on purpose. Why wash there when there are other places? Chu Yamen frowned at Shui Rong's exaggerated scream, but soon her irritation faded as the commotion behind them caught her attention. Expecting to see a zombie, she was surprised to find a group of people instead. Several men in the group whistled at them. Chu Yamen, retrieving clothes from her bag, first handed them to Wenyin before putting on her own. They were all adults. Seeing each other in bikinis at the beach was common, so there was no need for embarrassment. Hey, beautiful, don't put that on. You looked great just like that. A greasy man with unwashed hair, casually holding a large knife, pointed at them, saying, "Let us have a good look. Who knows, one of my buddies might take a liking to you and give you some food, maybe even treat you well." Ha ha ha! As soon as the greasy man spoke, Chu Yamen covered Wenyin's ears. She had seen too many of such people in Wudin Tea let someone as lovely as Wenyin be subjected to such filth. Although Wenyin had displayed her strength, she was still being protected. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked up at Miao Miao. People in this world are quite strange. What's wrong? Nothing much. That kind of concern and protection had nothing to do with strength. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Clearly, she had made a place for herself in their hearts. Wenyin was somewhat puzzled about what she had done to deserve such regard, in her original world. She was unsure if such situations existed. However, from her experiences, one usually had to pay a hefty price for such treatment. The greasy man, seeing Chu Yamen protect a non-mainstream pink-haired girl, spat on the ground and disdainfully said, "Do you think covering her ears will make her deaf? Let me tell you, that pink-haired girl you're protecting might have already been ridden by 1,000 men. Pink hair, utterly unrefined. People like that are just societal drifters. How clean can they be?" Before Chu Yamen could respond with anger, Wenyin grasped her wrist and looked up, saying, "Sister man, he is not wrong. I can still hear even with my ears covered. The effect is substantial, but I appreciate the sentiment." Chu Yamen was furious. Such insulting words would surely upset Wenyin. She gently patted Wenyin's head, her expression stern as she addressed the greasy man. "Golden needle mushroom. Stay away from us. I'm afraid of needles." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. The greasy man, unable to save face, clenched the handle of his knife and approached them. "You little bitches, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called your father." "What are you doing?" a cold voice interrupted, causing the greasy man to halt and turn. Seeing Su Ran approaching, Chu Yamen grabbed Wenyin and ran over, linking her arm with his. Ran, they're trying to bully me and Yin Bao." Su Ran raised an eyebrow at the name, realizing they were quite upset. Noticing they appeared unharmed, he intended to stand up for his girlfriend. Before he could take 2 steps, the greasy man brazenly remarked, "1 man and 3 women. Quite the party, huh? Brother, since you have so many women, how about giving us 2? I'll trade you a bag of rice." After saying this, one of his lackeys waved a half-kilogram bag of rice, making their intentions clear. Chu Yamen's temper flared, and she nearly cursed, but she managed to hold it in with Su Ran present. Su Ran scoffed coldly, twisting his wrist. "Give you? I'm afraid you, golden needle mushroom. One T find a place to utilize it." Wenyin raised an eyebrow, and indeed, as a couple, they shared a similar approach to humiliating trash. The greasy man, enraged, charged forward wielding a knife with fierce intensity. Su Ran stood his ground, unperturbed, while Shui Rong was on edge, anxiously watching as the blade was poised to strike. She quickly shouted, "Be careful." The sharpness of her voice caused Su Ran to frown, but he seized the moment. Gripping the man's hand that held the knife in a matter of moments, he disarmed him and swiftly slashed the blade across the man's thigh. With a kick, he sent the howling figure sprawling away, wiping the blood from the knife impassively as he declared, "Anyone who desires my woman may step forward. I would like to discuss women with you." Who among them would dare to step forward? No one. A smirk crept onto Su Ran's lips as he continued, "Then I suppose it is time for me to demand compensation from you. We haven't harmed your woman, have we? Was such hostility truly necessary? Do not be so arrogant. Our restraint does not equate to fear." One among them shouted defiantly, and Su Ran caught the fearful gaze directed at him. "You may retaliate. We are all survivors in this wilderness, evading zombies. There's no need for this standoff. Let us communicate civilly, shall we?" A woman from the group stepped forward, her demeanor friendly as she approached Su Ran with a smile. It was Li Su's fault earlier, and I apologize on his behalf. They believed that by sending a woman to apologize, the matter would be settled, but in Su Ran's eyes, aside from Chu Yaman, all other women were merely categorized as others. He did not mince words. How could she presume to apologize on his behalf? It was acceptable to provoke him, but to anger his man, that was unacceptable and non-negotiable. Chapter 29. Has the little pink hair come to terms? Yuqi was taken aback by the blatant disregard she was shown. In previous encounters, her apologies had been effective, but now they seemed futile. Was she truly so lacking in grace? Was an apology not sufficient? What did she expect instead? Yuqi appeared aggrieved, her exaggerated posture prompting Chu Yaman to step forward, blocking Su Ran's path and pushing her aside. You can speak, but why are you standing so close to my man? They had initially kept a respectful distance, but now they seemed intent on closing the gap, as if they wanted to press against Su Ran. It was utterly vexing, at that moment, when Yin approached Su Ran, her proximity almost palpable, causing him to take a slight step aside. This only confirmed to Yin that the man was indeed waiting for Yuqi to draw nearer before making his move. Of course, it was also possible he wished to provoke Chu Yaman into defending her territory. This realization brought a small sense of joy to Yin, which was why she had deliberately moved closer to observe his reaction. Chu Yaman was Su Ran's bottom line. Meow, is it truly possible for someone to love to such an extent? Perhaps, as a grass-type spirit, it did not fully comprehend the unwavering devotion of humanity. I find this team rather intriguing now. Initially, Yin had no intention of staying with them for long, but this bond compelled her to remain, for she was perpetually curious about that which she had never possessed. Master, you do not intend to break them apart, do you? Rest assured, even if I were to dismantle you, it would be impossible to tear them apart. Miao chose to remain silent. Why? Yuqi clutched her shoulder, which had been shoved painfully, exclaiming, why so close? Am I expected to shout at your man from dozens of meters away? Are you not concerned that a loud voice might attract zombies? At least the zombies do not attempt to seduce another man. Chu Yaman, hands on her hips, exhibited no fear of revealing her possessiveness, fully aware that it might displease Su Ran. Such was her nature. She would not allow others to touch what was hers. Su Ran, standing behind her, affectionately ruffled her hair and addressed the others. Leave half of your supplies as compensation for my woman's emotional distress, or we shall have no choice but to fight. Let us fight then. 1 against 3, and you dare to shout at us? A younger member brandished a hammer, pointing it at Su Ran. Archie Jia spoke to you kindly, and you refused to listen. Insisting on demanding supplies. How disgusting. I find you to be the truly disgusting ones. Shuirong, still damp from the earlier encounter, hid behind a tree, pointing at the man who lay on the ground, clutching his thigh and wailing. Where were you when he was harassing and insulting us? Now that we have allies, you suddenly wish to reason with us. The young man felt their argument was indeed lacking in merit, his expression momentarily stiffening. However, upon receiving a look from his teammate, he straightened up, declaring, he is he, and we are we. Our team consists of 9 individuals. Can you guarantee that every single one of them possesses good character? Just look at that pink-haired girl. Could she possibly be a good person? Once again, being targeted for her hair color, Yin lowered her head to tug at her hair ends. Was her hair color truly such an object of envy? Chu Yaman turned to see Yin with her head down, and having assumed the role of an older sister, she felt compelled to defend her. While others may bind their feet, you bind your mind. What era are we in that we still judge a person's worth by their hair? If you possess a filthy heart, everything you see will appear tainted when insulting others. Perhaps you should reflect on your own abilities. You waste. Her eloquent curses did little to satisfy her anger. Had she possessed a weapon, she would not have been reduced to mere verbal sparring. Shooting a glare at Su Ran, she shot him a look of reproach for not bringing a knife along. The man, accustomed to such treatment, merely smiled wryly, earning himself a disapproving glance from his girlfriend. Captain, stop wasting your breath with them. We are numerous. Let us bind them first. Did we not pass a camping site earlier? They are in need of women. We could bind them and trade for some supplies. Indeed. What do we have to fear with our numbers? The sudden courage inspired by Su Ran's earlier intimidation returned, and they began to advance, seeking an opportunity to strike. They were experienced enough to know Su Ran was not to be trifled with. So 3 of them were dispatched to distract him. While Chu Yaman possessed some self-defense skills, facing such numbers was still taxing. As for Shuirong, she preferred to conceal her abilities and could only scream and dodge. As the skirmish erupted, Wen Yin regarded the woman in front of her with disinterest, asking, "Are you planning to bind me?" Did they truly underestimate her, sending only one woman? It was not that she held disdain for women. It was merely that the woman before her appeared gaunt and devoid of any spark, clearly having endured considerable suffering. "Yes," the woman replied softly, clutching a length of rope, "if I do not bind you, I will go hungry again today." Having endured hunger for 3 days, along with the humiliation inflicted by men, she had contemplated death, yet she still wished to see her son, who was attending high school in City L. Perhaps he had already met a tragic fate, but without seeing him, she could not find peace or acceptance. "For what do you live?" Wen Yin's question rendered the woman momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend why such a query was posed under these dire circumstances. The sounds of the ongoing fight faded into the background, as though they were isolated from the chaos surrounding them. The woman did not ponder deeply. Her prolonged hunger left her incapable of extensive thought, and she simply answered honestly, "I wish to see my son. He is in City L." As she spoke, she retrieved a crumpled photograph from her pocket. In it, a youthful boy beamed with sunlight, clad in a middle school uniform. Embracing his mother tightly, "If you encounter my son in City L or anywhere else, please tell him that his mother has truly done her utmost." The future ahead seemed fraught with peril, and she could not guarantee her survival, yet she felt compelled to share this message with anyone she encountered, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Wen Yin studied the photograph for a while before extending her hand, saying, "Go ahead and bind me." The woman's hands trembled at the response, filled with trepidation as she glanced nervously at her captain. Noting his lack of attention, she stepped forward to bind Wen Yin, though she did so loosely, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry. Wen Yin tugged at the rope, causing the woman to stumble closer. Once they were near, she gazed into her eyes and said, "Do not dwell on the thought of him being dead. What if he is alive, striving just as hard as you are, searching for you?" Seeing the flicker of emotion in the woman's eyes, Wen Yin smiled gently, "You may rest over there for now." With that, she strode toward the captain. Chung Wu, upon noticing the nonconformist approaching him with bound hands, chuckled, "Oh, has the little pink-haired girl come to her senses?" He grasped one end of the rope, eager to inspect his merchandise. "Very well," Wen Yin, under the impatient curses of Chu Yaman, lifted her hand and grabbed Chung Wu by the collar. He complied, bending down as if to lean in for a kiss. Wen Yin then kneed him sharply in the groin. "Ow! Damn it!" Chapter 30. A fitting description. I understand. Chung Wu, struck with an incapacity to move, collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as if his lower half had been torn asunder, his face contorted in pain. "You little vixen!" Wen Yin retaliated by kicking him in the mouth, grinding her shoe, which was now caked in dirt, against his face. "You should be grateful I'm wearing flip-flops." The metallic taste of blood flooded Chung Wu's mouth as he suppressed the pain, clenching his fists to strike at her calf. But Wen Yin swiftly stepped down on him, her full weight pressing down without a hint of concern for her own balance. She stood effortlessly, hands tucked in her pockets, observing Chung Wu with the disdain one might reserve for ants. Meow, at this moment, quietly reminded, "Master, please refrain from using foul language." Chung Wu was provoked by Wen Yin's piercing gaze, and with a determined effort, he believed he could shake her off. To his astonishment, she utilized that very momentum to leap, landing a powerful kick to his jaw, sending him tumbling several times. A few witnesses to this spectacle were momentarily stunned, questioning how someone seemingly so easy to bully could strike with such ferocity. Su Ran and the others, seeing that she could handle the trouble, felt reassured and turned their attention to dealing with their own assailants. With their inhibitions cast aside, they fought with exceptional intensity. After seizing an iron rod, Chu Yaman ruthlessly struck at those who surrounded her, her previously radiant and cheerful demeanor now replaced by a chilling indifference. In the face of unavoidable conflict, memories of Su Ran's words echoed in her mind when they had hidden together in a wardrobe. In this apocalyptic world, it was essential to show mercy to those who deserved it. Others were inconsequential. To show mercy to the wrong individuals would only afford them the chance to harm those she cherished, a scenario she would resolutely refuse to allow. Just as Su Ran was protecting her, She too was determined to provide him with peace of mind. With a sweeping motion, she brought the iron rod crashing down upon an opponent's head, knocking him unconscious with swift brutality. After dispatching one foe, she swiftly turned to confront another. The individual wielding an axe was clearly intimidated by Chu Yaman's fierce glare, dropping his weapon and fleeing in fright. Rolling her eyes at the sight, she rushed to assist the still screaming Shui Rong. Meanwhile, Su Ran found himself relatively untroubled. He had trained in Sanda for several years, specifically to keep up with Chu Yaman. Few would have anticipated that their relationship had blossomed from an altercation at the martial arts school. Su Ran landed a punch on an adversary's face, showing no leniency despite the opponent's youth, while those encircling him began to tire, realizing he remained effortlessly in control. Faced with an unfavorable turn of events, they could only retreat with their weapons. Cheng Wu, having been bested by a girl barely 5 feet tall, questioned what justification remained for continuing their pursuit of these individuals. Resources lost could be sought anew. After all, the mountains were abundant, and starvation was not a concern. One by one, the assailants fled, leaving only the unconscious, the injured, and Cheng Wu, who had been cornered by Wen Yin and forced to scramble up a tree. Unable to descend, Cheng Wu seethed with resentment, vowing never to encounter them again. If he did, he would strike one down after another. Upon realizing the danger had passed, Chu Yaman rushed to Wen Yin's side, embracing her and asking, "Are you all right? Not hurt, I hope?" "No," Wen Yin replied. Logically speaking, embracing in such weather was rather uncomfortable, not to mention the penetrating gaze Su Ran was currently directing at her. "So, what's the verdict? Will you let him go?" Wen Yin pondered for a moment. If all resources were surrendered, he would be of no concern. Chu Yaman immediately called over Shui Rong, who had just approached, to collect the backpack strewn about. Su Ran, witnessing this, refrained from assisting, instead remarking to Wen Yin, "You are truly formidable." "What do you mean? Keep your distance from Man-Man." Initially, Su Ran had thought Wen Yin merely possessed beauty, lacking substantial prowess, but he was astounded by her formidable strength, having incapacitated a burly man who ultimately had to seek refuge in a tree. Why was this so? Logically, she should not pose a threat to him. Fearing that Chu Yaman might overhear, he leaned closer to Wen Yin and whispered, "She is attracted to the strong, irrespective of gender." Wen Yin was taken aback, having formed a favorable impression of Su Ran. She nodded in understanding, assuring him, "Rest assured, I won't encroach upon her space." Implicit in her words was the warning that if his significant other chose to pursue her, then he must not fault her for being nearby. Shui Rong, holding 2 bags, noticed their proximity and seized the opportunity to rush over to Chu Yaman, exclaiming, Man, look, Wen Yin is trying to seduce your Su Ran." Just a moment prior, that woman had been close to Su Ran, and Chu Yaman was already fuming. Now, with Wen Yin and Su Ran seemingly so close, she felt compelled to confront them. Shui Rong eagerly pressed on, Man, Wen Yin is so shameless. She knows Su Ran is your boyfriend, yet still gets so close. Unexpectedly, Chu Yaman merely cast a glance in their direction before returning to her task of collecting bags. Shui Rong, perplexed, inquired, Man, aren't you angry? Angry about what? Chu Yaman replied, Wen Yin is not the type to engage in such behavior. Moreover, Su Ran would never develop feelings for her. How can you be so certain? Shui Rong queried, expecting some romantic reasoning from Chu Yaman, only to hear her respond calmly, he prefers women with ample bosoms. Chu Yaman then added, you are safer than Wen Yin. Shui Rong was left speechless. Feeling a swell of indignation, observing Shui Rong's retreat, Chu Yaman scoffed softly. This one dares to instigate discord? She boldly called out to Wen Yin, Yin Bao. Unfazed by attracting zombies, she beckoned Wen Yin over. Wen Yin turned her attention from Su Ran and approached Chu Yaman, asking, what is it? How do you feel about Su Ran? What a sudden question. He is quite good at in what way? His looks? Personality? Skills? Initially intending to tease Wen Yin, she found herself curious about how Wen Yin perceived Su Ran. Wen Yin, noticing the anticipation in Chu Yaman's expression, contemplated before responding, he is not my type. What? My interest in men rarely lasts more than 3 hours. With Su Hong being the exception, Su Ran made a favorable initial impression. He seems reliable, but beyond that, he doesn't hold much significance in my eyes. Chu Yaman, intrigued, asked, do you like Su Hong? Not quite. Wen Yin replied, placing her hands on her hips and tilting her head, frowning as she said, the world is like a grand fruit platter, and men are merely one type of fruit among many. I cannot fixate on just one. Well put. I've gained insight. Chapter 31. When Een, save me, don't abandon me. Upon returning that evening, Su Ran learned from Chu Yamen of Wen Yin's views on men. Hearing her fruit platter analogy nearly caused him to break into a cold sweat. Do you also perceive the world as a fruit platter? Chu Yamen shook her head, playfully pinching his cheek and laughing. Even if the world were a fruit platter, I would only have eyes for your particular fruit, sour grapes. Ha ha ha. Su Ran could only surrender to her teasing. Perched atop a truck, Wen Yin listened to the laughter drifting from nearby. Continuing to gaze up at the starry sky. Master, what type of fruit do you think Su Hong is? I don't label things that will expire. It's too much trouble. After a pause, Miao Miao asked, then what kind of fruit am I in your eyes? You, my dear. Wen Yin glanced at Su Hong, who was climbing onto the truck's roof. I'm not sure if that qualifies as a fruit. But in my eyes, you are certainly a lotus seed. Lotus seed? White and pure? Quite bittersweet. After returning from washing up by the river, the boy, with damp hair, offered her a bag of food, sitting beside her and lowering his voice to say, Wen Yin, please refrain from pilfering supplies from the truck. Was that so obvious? She believed she had executed her plan flawlessly. You already possess ample supplies in your storage. Why take theirs? His words clearly indicated a lack of regard for their relationship, viewing it merely as a temporary alliance. Wen Yin declined his offering, opting instead to retrieve a pack of chilled spicy strips from her storage, offering him one. Having just left the village, they would undoubtedly encounter more people ahead. Su Hong quietly awaited her explanation. Given our rate of consumption, we will have surplus supplies. Considering the likelihood of theft or an overflow of compassion leading to voluntary surrender of portions, I am acting according to my own judgment. Wen Yin smiled as she ruffled his hair, saying, I'm only providing this additional explanation because you've been obedient. Su Hang's heart skipped a beat. Actually, you don't need to explain to me. That won't do. Wen Yin withdrew her hand, continuing to munch on her spicy strips. Amidst his embarrassment and feeling special from her gesture, she added, with your intellect, you won't grasp why I'm doing this without an explanation. The momentary warmth he felt was abruptly washed away, akin to being struck by a sudden mudslide from the heavens. Wen Yin, Shui Rong called from beside the truck, her face flushed as she waved her hand. Could you come here for a moment? Shoving her belongings into Su Heng's hands, Wen Yin jumped down from the truck, landing gracefully before Shui Rong. Chatting or accompanying you to the restroom incurs an additional fee, starting at 1 bag of snacks. Shui Rong was momentarily taken aback, then saw Wen Yin's outstretched hands and asked, Do you need something? Shui Rong genuinely wanted Wen Yin to accompany her to the restroom and hoped to gauge her intentions. But she was caught off guard by the fee. Here, accompany me to the woods for a moment. With no other option, she resorted to offering a bag of biscuits. Wen Yin tossed the biscuits to Su Hong, saying, Let us go. Aren't you going to change your shoes? Flip-flops may cause you to trip. Shui Rong deliberately raised her voice, ensuring everyone was aware that she and Wen Yin were entering the woods. Chu Yamen, feeling the heat, maintained a half-meter distance from Su Ran, casting a bemused glance in the direction of their departure, remarking, Did you bring back a drama queen with you? As Feng Yi, who had been called out, cautiously approached, a sense of dread washed over him at the thought of a potential zombie encounter. Clutching his weapon, he hesitated to take a seat, grappling with the moral dilemma of witnessing death without intervening. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. Yet, should her actions lead to misfortune, it would be too late to act. Chu Yamen scoffed, remarking that given Wen Yin's formidable abilities, if she wished to cause harm, it would indeed be dire. Su Ran interjected, addressing their concerns. Wen Yin is undoubtedly skilled, but she targets zombies, not humans. As the conversation shifted to the topic of killing, they speculated on the necessity of violence should they encounter particularly vicious foes in the future. In the woods, Shui Rong found a suitable spot to relieve herself, while Wen Yin stood nearby, keeping watch. Just as Shui Rong finished, an overwhelming sense of pressure from above compelled her to swiftly dodge. Observing this, Shui Rong instinctively sought refuge. Yet, was this not an opportunity? She charged forward, calling out, Wen Yin, be careful. Wen Yin, at that moment, was gazing at a zombie leaping down from the trees. Shui Rong ran up from behind and clutched her tightly, while the zombie loomed just a step away, its hand reaching towards them. In a desperate attempt, Wen Yin stomped on Shui Rong's foot, forcing her to release her grip, then swiftly lowered her body, driving her elbow hard into Xuerong's abdomen. As Xuerong doubled over, Wen seized her collar and flung her aside. With a swift side kick, Wen sent the zombie staggering back, then pursued it, disarming it of both arms. The low growls emanating from behind momentarily halted her actions as she pushed the zombie aside, taking a few steps to gain momentum before nimbly climbing up the tree. Perched on a branch, she squatted and surveyed the approaching zombies, noting that one was among those she had dealt with earlier. Had it escaped after encountering zombies? After being thrown by Wen? Xuerong scraped her elbow and knee, rising to seek revenge, only to be met by several snarling zombies rushing towards her, drooling hungrily. Without a second thought, she unleashed her wood-based abilities Wen, effortlessly leaping among the treetops. Observed Xuerong struggle with her powers, deciding to remain in her perch and watch the spectacle unfold. Xuerong's vines failed to act in accordance with her will, often missing their targets. Master, her skills are so lacking that I can't help but want to guide her. Meow meow, the grass spirit exclaimed. Then go assist her, Wen replied, flicking a caterpillar off her branch and swinging her feet playfully. With permission granted, Meow Meow floated above Xuerong's head, using its abilities to precisely guide the vines to strike the zombies, taking them down one by one. Xuerong stared in astonishment at the vines she had created. Had she truly advanced to such a level? Did her vines possess a will of their own? Just as she pondered this, a zombie emerged from the shadows and seized her shoulder. Turning her head, she was met with a gaping maw. And even in the dim light, the writhing maggots on the zombie's tongue were unmistakable. Overwhelmed with nausea, she stumbled forward, retching violently, her stomach empty and aching. Wen, help me, Wen, where are you? Don't leave me. After her desperate cries, she retched once more. Her elbows and knees still bled profusely, only intensifying the zombie's thirst for flesh and blood. Chapter 32. You're too inexperienced. The piercing cries for help left Wen speechless. The wandering zombies were lured by her voice. Fearing that Xuerong might inadvertently lead them onto the road, she retrieved her 9-ring blade from her spatial pocket and leaped from the tree. Cleaving through a zombie with a single strike, the specially crafted blade, weighing dozens of pounds, glimmered menacingly as she wielded it one-handed. Upon seeing her, Xuerong barely registered how she had acquired a weapon. Instead screaming, Wen, save me! There are too many zombies. I can't fight them off. Under the moonlight, Xuerong's terrified expression was more harrowing than that of the zombies surrounding them. Wen, undaunted even when encircled, nonchalantly remarked, You're an ability user. If you can't handle just a few, perhaps you've been expelled from your team? I haven't, Xuerong retorted, binding a zombie with her vines and suspending it from a tree. But my powers have limitations. I'm just so hungry that I can't unleash my full strength. Wen smirked at this excuse. I only had 2 spicy sticks earlier. I wasn't particularly hungry. Unlike you, who slurped down your instant noodles and even drank the broth, plus you took 2 extra snacks. While her appetite was normal, using it as an excuse for her ineptitude at such a moment was inappropriate. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xuerong implored, I know you're powerful. Could you please take care of these zombies? If we don't deal with them, they'll surely make their way to the road, putting Su Ran and the others in danger. Wen, amused by Xuerong's attempt at manipulation, quickened her pace. Even those zombies drawn in by Xuerong were swiftly dispatched. The last one, a small zombie, would typically evoke hesitation in most, but not for Wen. With a smile, she swung her blade, severing the small zombie's head, which then landed. Do you speak of Su Ran incessantly, as if something had been pierced? Xuerong's expression faltered. What did you just say? Logically, the amiable Fong Yi, under the bright and cheerful sun, should evoke a sense of closeness, and Su Hong, a gentle and tender youth, should also be mentioned. Yet you insist on bringing up Su Ran. She bent over, placing her hands on her knees, fixing her gaze on the increasingly flustered Xuerong. Though you have feelings for Su Ran, I do not. The instinctive denial made Wen laugh as if she had uncovered a secret. The braids atop her head bobbed with her laughter. All right, I know you don't. After her laughter subsided, Wen Yin's expression turned icy as she seized Xuerong's chin. Xuerong, conceal those trivial thoughts. The life in my hands does not hinge upon yours. Chapter 33. She possesses spatial abilities. Xuerong was greatly intimidated by Wen, returning to the group in a daze. Faced with Fong Yi's concern, She yearned to speak, but found herself too afraid. When Yin, who had separated from Shuirong midway, returned to the team half an hour later, she waved a plastic bag in front of Fang Yi. I encountered something fun on the way, so I let Shuirong head back first. What's the matter? Fang Yi stared at the fresh fruits in surprise. Where did you pick these? I acquired them through a little coercion. Who did you rob? Fang Yi took the plastic bag from her, following closely. Are you injured? I noticed Shuirong's pallor when she returned. She wouldn't tell me what happened, and now she's asleep that I'm fine. After she took care of her business, we parted ways. I know nothing of her encounters. When Yin's words reached Shuirong's ears as she lay on the straw mat, her fists clenched tightly in denial. This is not how it is. She is lying. Yet Shuirong dared not confront Wen. Someone who could so effortlessly dispatch dozens of zombies was undoubtedly formidable. She must quickly change teams. Continuing with Wen could very well lead to her demise at the latter's hands. Seeing Su Ran and the others asleep, Fang Yi placed the fruits in the driver's cabin, intending to save them for the next day. Bao, you and Su Hong should rest. I'll take the watch in the latter half of the night. You need to drive during the day. Wen, perched atop the truck, replied, You rest. I shall keep watch. Fang Yi initially considered saying more, but swallowed his words upon meeting Wen Yin's gaze, breaking into a straightforward and hearty smile. Then I shall trouble you. Make sure to turn on the air conditioning tomorrow. Wen smirked, then waved goodbye as she climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. Good night. Fang Yi returned her wish before finding a spot to lay down on the cool mat. Su Hong, still holding a packet of spicy strips, offered it to her upon her arrival. Did you teach her a lesson? Wow, what do you mean? Wen, uninterested in the spicy strips, tossed them into her spatial realm and handed a fan to Su Hong. My wow was out of astonishment that you were thinking of me in my absence. After receiving the fan, Su Hong instinctively began fanning her, unable to comprehend why he immediately understood her intentions with just one gesture. Wen, could you be more serious? Oh, she clicked her tongue. I taught her a lesson. What of it? Are you concerned? Not at all. I'm merely worried she might speak out of turn. Rest assured, I am quite adept at teaching lessons. Most whom I threaten do not dare to divulge my secrets. You seem quite proud of that. You've threatened many, then? Su Heng's curiosity regarding her past piqued. Wen gazed up at the starry sky. Indeed, there are many things one desires. When they cannot be obtained immediately, threats become a viable option. Su Hong fell silent for a moment before inquiring again. Will you have friends this way? Perhaps. Wen turned her face towards him, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. I am unclear on the essence of friendship. I can only say that robbing with those few was quite amusing, and they are trustworthy. That a former partner once told her that being too self-centered would hinder her ability to make friends. But she remained indifferent at this moment. Wen Yin's smile appeared particularly cold. That it has always been just me. So whether or not I have friends is genuinely inconsequential. I need not appease or accommodate those who find me displeasing. My concern lies solely with myself. Su Hong found himself somewhat bewildered by her perspective, yet discovered that he admired and agreed with such a life attitude. In fact, he felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Why do I feel this way? As Su Hong sought to delve deeper into her story, he noticed Wen, having recognized this shift, subtly distanced herself. Curiosity about a person marks the beginning of affection. Su Hong, be cautious. For reasons he could not comprehend, as she distanced herself and uttered those words, a flicker of anger rose within him, prompting a slight smile. Are you not at all curious about me? Moderately so, not to the point of needing to know everything. After all, secrets prolong freshness. If I were to learn all about you, I can assure you that within 3 hours. Within 3 hours? What? At that moment, Wen raised her hand to ruffle his hair. Within 3 hours, you'd find yourself replaced with another pet. Su Heng's expression turned peculiar. He was torn between pondering that 3-hour time frame and the notion of being a pet. Who else have you pampered? Many. In fact, I have spent quite a bit on them, but thankfully, I am quite wealthy. Recalling those several phones that had run out of battery and could not be used for their intended purpose, Wen felt a pang of disappointment. She felt as if she had been bewitched during that time, wondering why she had only thought of Lei and not considered the existence of power banks in this world. Suddenly losing interest in continuing the conversation, Su Hong looked up, gazing at the stars. Wen cast him a sidelong glance before also turning her attention to the sky. Meow Meow whispered softly, Master, be cautious not to scare him away. How could I? How could you not? Because I will simply find another. Wen Yin remained unchanged, never feeling guilt or any other emotion for anyone. Her only desire was to ensure her own happiness. Master, this is undeniably the behavior of a heartbreaker. And what of it? No one belongs to anyone. How does that make me a heartbreaker? As dawn approached, Su Hing jumped down from the roof of the vehicle and ventured into the woods. Wen Yin carried a small box of milfite cake and a carton of milk, turning to Meow Meow. Does this count as a cold war? We're not even a couple. What is there to be cold about? True enough, before they awoke, she disposed of the cake and milk, discarding the trash far away. Upon her return, she spotted Shui Rong anxiously speaking to Fang Yi, with Su Ran and Chu Yamen standing nearby. Their expressions equally grim. Meow Air, why do I have the feeling that whatever they are discussing pertains to me? Master, whenever you think like that, it surely does, oh not resist. Go on. Wen Yin smirked and approached them. Fang Yi glanced down at Wen Yin, several times wanting to ask her something but ultimately turning to Su Ran. Under the warning of his girlfriend, Chu Yamen gave Su Ran a pinch, prompting him to alter his statement. It will set off as soon as Su Hung returns. Wen Yin raised an eyebrow and nodded. Shui Rong looked at Su Ran in disbelief. Why are you not asking her about the supplies? And her spatial abilities? All your supplies have been pilfered by her. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The group, initially intending to avoid the topic, now wore awkward expressions. They believed Wen Yin's spatial abilities were her own affair. Whether she chose to share or utilize them was her prerogative. As for the supplies, she had contributed as well, and what she took was minimal. It was only fair to allow her to keep it. However, Wen Yin faced such scrutiny with nonchalance, readily retrieving several bottles of chilled water from her spatial realm to present to the astonished onlookers. The items I took all required refrigeration. Wow. Chapter 34. Your spatial abilities are quite remarkable. Aren't they? You say refrigeration, and it is indeed refrigerated? There are so many supplies in the vehicle. How are we to know which ones are missing? All night long, Shui Rong had been torn over whether to reveal this matter. But upon waking and seeing Wen Yin, she acted on impulse. After all, she would eventually leave this team, and before doing so, she was determined to ensure that Wen Yin did not have it easy. If Wen Yin dared to threaten her, then she too must retaliate. We placed our trust in you, and you didn't inform us about your spatial abilities from the outset. Why are you secretly hoarding supplies? If I hadn't discovered it, would you have stolen them all, leaving us without recourse? Faced with Shui Rong's accusations and the scrutinizing gazes of others, Wen Yin crossed her arms and adopted a leisurely demeanor. Firstly, it is unrealistic to steal everything. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not attempt such a feat. Secondly, Wen Yin regarded Shui Rong with a half-smile, stating, I possess spatial abilities, and I alone decide how to utilize them. Those supplies bear no relation to you. Fang Yi and the others have yet to voice their opinions. It is not your place to play the martyr. You, Shui Rong found herself momentarily speechless. Struggling to counter with a retort, Fang Yi and the others certainly have something to say. She turned to Fang Yi, right? Fang Yi, feeling somewhat troubled, scratched the back of his head and shook the bottle of ice water in his hand. Actually, Yin Bao makes a valid point. She has spatial abilities, and she has the final say. Moreover, she participated in the transport, so a portion of the supplies indeed rightfully belongs to her. As Shui Rong's expression soured. Fang Yi quickly interjected, given the current extraordinary circumstances, it's only natural for us to exercise some caution towards one another. After all, Yin Bao has already spoken up, and she even shared ice water with us. I firmly believe that once we become friends, she'll undoubtedly share even more. He then turned to Shui Rong, urging her not to be upset, suggesting that teammates should strive for mutual understanding and accommodation. Seeing Fang Yi play the peacemaker, Chu Yamen, having caught his pleading glance, could no longer contain herself and spoke up. She squeezed Su Ran's hand and turned to Wen Yin, inquiring, when did you acquire your spatial abilities? Is the capacity substantial? Not long after the zombies appeared. I fell ill, and then it manifested, Wen Yin replied, wishing to bolster her credibility. She conjured a 3-door refrigerator before them, opened it, and stated, this contains a portion of the supplies I gathered. Feel free to inspect. Whoa, your space is impressive. Is it electrified? One of them exclaimed. Not electrified. If it were, I'd be glued to my phone all day. The flow of time is just peculiar. It divides into ambient temperature. Refrigeration and freezing. If you catch a lot of fish, you can store them here. When Fang Yi opened the freezer compartment and discovered that the contents were merely chilled and not frozen, he turned to Wen, saying, "Yin Bao, you must stay with our team. My future happiness hinges on you." He embraced the refrigerator, brimming with excitement. When Wen retrieved the refrigerator, noticing Fong Yi still in a hugging stance, and remarked, "It's not good to leave it out for too long. I could have just tossed the supplies into the refrigeration section, but since we all worked hard for them and not many needed refrigeration, I thought it best to keep them organized." Meow Meow, listening to Wen Yin's formal speech, shook the leaves atop its head, sensing that its owner would still speak kindly when she wished, albeit reluctantly. This statement hinted at her possessing additional supplies, suggesting that aside from the refrigerator, there might be other appliances within her spatial realm, the quantity unknown. Considering the current level of destruction, if things were to return to normal, she would be among the first to regain a semblance of modern life. Upon arriving at a conclusion, Su Ran addressed her, "Then I appreciate your help. It's no trouble at all. You've all taken good care of me along the way. Consider it my small gesture of gratitude." Wen Yin replied, her smile tinged with a hint of shyness, "I apologize for not clarifying sooner. It seems that abilities like mine are often difficult for people to accept, especially since mine is a spatial ability. I feared it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, and I never anticipated it would cause a greater one." Meow Meow trembled, observing Shui Rong, who had lost her composure and felt a wave of pity rolling atop Wen Yin's head. When Shui Rong met Wen Yin's gaze, recalling the threats from the previous night, she hurriedly stepped back several paces, saying, "Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, I shall refrain from further comment." When Yin merely curled her lips, her intentions innocent enough, yet it sent Shui Rong scurrying, fearing she might need to use the restroom. This time, she couldn't ask Wen Yin to accompany her. Even if she were willing, Shui Rong lacked the courage. What if she were to be struck? Thus, she turned to Chu Yamen, saying, "Sister man, I need to use the restroom. Is it all right? What are you afraid of in broad daylight?" Chu Yamen retorted, having always managed her own affairs. With a poor impression of Shui Rong, she thought even if zombies appeared, they would likely detect them in time. She had no desire to accompany her and added, "Just go, but don't stray too far." With no other option, Shui Rong reluctantly headed into the woods. Once the troublemaker had departed, Chu Yamen stepped forward, taking Wen Yin's hand and saying, "Shui Rong is just that sort of person. Don't take it to heart." Wen Yin nodded obediently in response, prompting Chu Yamen to embrace her, their height difference allowing Wen Yin's face to sink into softness. Su Ran observed, feeling helpless but refraining from interrupting them. When Su Hong and Shui Rong rejoined the group, they set off towards City L once more. Those seated in the rear compartment exchanged a few words, and the atmosphere was congenial. Only Shui Rong sulked in silence, hugging her knees in self-pity. Had she known she would encounter such individuals, she would have preferred that even one from her previous team had survived, rather than facing this solitary battle without any standing. As Fong Yi drove, he realized too late that there were spikes on the road. Even with the brake applied, the front tires were punctured. The truck lost control instantly. Fong Yi reacted quickly, attempting to adjust. Yet the inertia from the speed was overwhelming. The vehicle tilted and ultimately toppled over, skidding along the ground for a distance before coming to a halt. Those lying in wait by the roadside rushed out with weapons, cheering upon witnessing the crash. The few within the truck, dazed from the impact, felt a surge of alarm. Had they encountered bandits? As when Yin stood there, reabsorbing all the supplies back into her space. Chu Yamen gave her a thumbs up, relieved, while only Shui Rong harbored different thoughts, wishing to avoid revealing too much. Su Hong, who seemed to be in a tough spot, managed to sit up, as his gaze swept over Shui Rong. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his mind. Such a nuisance should not remain within the team. Chapter 35. This bandit is unusual. As soon as this thought surfaced, Su Hong lowered his head, incredulous as he covered his face. How could he entertain such notions? Everyone inside the vehicle, get out. Outside, someone was banging on the truck's side with fervor. The hollow sound suggested they might be lacking supplies. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the individual approached the rear of the truck to peer inside, only to find a few people and no sign of any supplies. His expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "What the hell? There's nothing." Frustrated, he continued to pound the side of the truck with a baseball bat, shouting at those confronting Fong Yi, "Stop wasting your time. They have nothing. Get out of here." Their interest lay solely in supplies. As for people, what use were they? Wait a moment. Shui Rong, witnessing their disinterest in pursuing further trouble, dashed out in a panic, grabbing the man's hand excitedly, declaring, "They have supplies." The one with the pink hair stored them in her space. Space? Luo Qi hoisted the baseball bat onto his shoulder, glancing at Wen Yin as she emerged from the truck, then back at Shui Rong, stating, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think that just because the world has zombies, there are abilities too? Have you read too many novels? You're insane." Upon hearing Luo Qi's words, Wen Yin stepped forward, her expression awkward as she said, "I apologize. This sister here is having some psychological issues." Convinced that others possess abilities and would harm her, Luo Qi scoffed, shoving the dazed Shui Rong towards Wen Yin. "I think she's the one with the issues, if you want to keep someone like her in your ranks. I respect your guts, but with how poor you all seem, the journey ahead won't be easy. After all, a life is at stake." Wen Yin, leveraging her looks, continued to deceive the strangers, seeing his companions approach. Luo Qi ordered them to clear the spikes from the road. After giving his instructions, he turned to Wen Yin, saying, "You look too easy to bully. If you have the chance, slice your face a bit or smear something on it for safety." Despite being the robbers, they now seemed concerned for Wen Yin's safety. This unexpected turn of events left not only Shui Rong, but also Su Ran and the others utterly baffled. What was going on? Luo Qi appeared to sense their confusion, expressing no guilt for his actions as he boldly declared, "Our principle is not to rob those poorer than us. You can leave now. I won't be held liable for the truck." Fang Yi and Su Ran had never encountered such individuals before and were at a loss for words regarding how to respond. "This brother." Wen Yin pushed Shui Rong aside and stepped forward, pulling Chu Yamen along to show Luo Qi her elbow, saying, "Look, my sister was hurt because of you. Do you have any medicine? Just some antiseptic will suffice." Luo Qi glanced over, motioning for a lackey to fetch some iodine. Perhaps feeling that a single bottle of iodine was inadequate, he also grabbed several rolls of bandages and cotton pads, even handing over a few boxes of cold medicine, saying, "Here, take it and go." "Thank you, brother." "Humph. Don't let me see you poor souls again. What a hassle." Those following Luo Qi didn't care about the small items. They were far more interested in food. These bandits had arrived suddenly and departed just as swiftly. Wen Yin handed the bag of goods to a stunned Chu Yamen, saying, "Sister man, let Rangu take care of your wound." "Yin Bao, what kind of ability do you have?" "I have a keen eye for people. It's too hot to move much, so I just used my words." After saying this, Wen Yin seized the fleeing Shui Rong, who had just claimed to be too hot to move. With one swift motion, she slapped Shui Rong across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Displaying her penchant for stepping on faces, she disregarded the astonished gazes of others and took it upon herself to teach Shui Rong a lesson. "I detest when my words fall on deaf ears. Wen Yin shifted her foot, pressing it against Shui Rong's mouth to silence her, given that she had almost believed in the existence of abilities in this world. Do you think she would have been so easy to handle? It was not merely that the previous individual was dismissive. Rather, they lacked any belief whatsoever that on such a foundation, upon finding no backpacks in the driver's cabin or the rear compartment, they naturally abandoned their search. Instead of wasting time and energy on those who bore nothing, it would be more prudent to swiftly relocate to another spot and lie in wait for the next unfortunate souls. The leader commanded the distribution of medicine without question, and the subordinates showed no dissent, indicating his considerable authority within the group, coupled with his decisive and efficient manner, suggesting he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable character in the future. Shui Rong, attempting to seize Wen Yin's ankle with both hands, froze in place when met with a fierce glare from her. Unable to act, she could only glance at the others, yet they, in perfect unison, turned their backs. Fang Yi and the others were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for Wen Yin's spatial abilities, which allowed her to absorb the supplies, Shui Rong, already harboring treacherous thoughts, would have brought them calamity. Even Fang Yi, who was typically prone to compassion, had no intention of acknowledging Shui Rong, let alone the others. Seeing Wen Yin reprimanding Shui Rong and realizing that their vehicle was broken down, leaving them reliant on foot travel, Su Hong felt secure enough to sit a short distance away, bracing himself against the throbbing pain in his head. He sensed that the terrifying thoughts he had just experienced were amiss. No matter how much he loathed someone, such a bloodthirsty mindset would not emerge so easily. Having spent years in disguise to escape the laboratory, he was certainly not the impulsive type. Was it the drugs affecting him? Having been absorbed into his system, were they beginning to distort his thoughts? What would he become? Just as he felt his nails digging into his skin, A gentle tap on his shoulder brought him back to reality. It was Fang Yi, who had come over to check on him. "Are you all right?" Fang Yi inquired. Su Hong shook his head, and then saw Fang Yi offering him a bottle of water and a vial of herbal medicine. "Yin Bao asked me to bring this to you. She said you might be suffering from heat stroke." "No, I'm not heat stroked. Even if I were, I wouldn't want a drink." Su Hong accepted the items with a complex expression and, under Fang Yi's watchful gaze, reluctantly consumed the medicine. "All right. Yin Bao insisted I watch you take your medicine, so I'll report back now." Su Hong mused that Fang Yi had become a loyal hound to Wen Yin. At that moment, Wen Yin, still standing over Shui Rong, furrowed her brow upon hearing the sound of approaching motorcycles. Suddenly raising her hand, she caught an arrow that was shot towards her, instructing Chu Yamen and the others. "Get into the woods, quickly." The road was flanked by trees, rendering their assailants' crossbow bolts ineffective. "And what about you? Don't worry about me." With a deft motion, Wen Yin spun the arrow in her hand and hurled it towards the encroaching motorcycles. A piercing scream echoed back, prompting Su Ran to seize Chu Yamen's hand and dash into the woods, hiding behind a tree, while Wen Yin possessed the ability to catch incoming projectiles. They did not. Should they be struck, their fate would be death. Hiding behind the tree, Chu Yamen voiced her concern. "Can Yin Bao manage on her own?" Su Ran patted her shoulder, saying, "If we go out, we'll only be a burden to her. Let us wait a moment. Don't rush." Chapter 36. It turns out to be a show. The motorcycle gang, having lost a comrade, appeared before Wen Yin with a raucous demeanor, seamlessly surrounding her and circling around, their cheers ringing out, showing no sorrow for their fallen companion. After several minutes of this, the only one wearing a helmet finally came to a halt, prompting the others to follow suit. Yi Waiting removed his helmet, revealing a face handsome enough to participate in a talent show, his gaze sweeping over Wen Yin's feet as he remarked, "Woman, you strike quite hard, don't you? You do make a worthy partner of mine. What do you say? Consider it." Wen Yin appraised him and replied, "You don't meet the standard." "How can you know I don't meet the standard without trying?" Wen Yin narrowed her eyes at his overtly crude gestures, responding, "Setting aside your height, if your face were to enter a talent competition, you'd barely scrape into the 101st place." Her subtle insult, conveyed through an exaggerated gesture, was sufficiently clear, prompting laughter from those who understood, leaving Yi Waiting with no face to save. Never having faced defeat before women, he was infuriated, his expression darkening. "Woman, do you know who you've offended? Who cares? Boss, this girl's got spirit, doesn't she? She'd be a perfect match for you." Instead of pursuing romantic interests, someone suggested they inquire about Su Hong. Yi Waiting snorted, producing a photograph and asking Wen Yin, "Have you seen this person?" The image depicted an older Su Hong. His physique, rather than being gaunt from years of experimentation, was well defined, his collarbone sharp enough to cradle fish. Wen Yin clicked her tongue in disdain that he's not a woman. Why cover your chest? Having spent money on virtual games to cultivate male characters, she found this three-dimensional version lacking in interest. Yi Waiting was momentarily taken aback by her unorthodox response, while the others harbored various thoughts but did not act. "Have you seen him?" "No, I'm referring to the 27-year-old Su Hong. The 19-year-old version is irrelevant." "Rounded up, I've never seen him." "Very well." Yi Waiting pocketed the photograph. "Now, back to the subject at hand. Are you truly not considering becoming my woman? I am the Chief Security Officer of Laboratory H, and Su Hong is our specimen. Before his escape, he was injected with a substance, making him highly unpredictable and dangerously volatile. My mission is to bring him back." When Yin struggled to discern the man's intentions, his casual disclosure hinted at a lack of regard for her as a potential threat to the laboratory, or perhaps he already knew something, attempting to probe her, since he had not explicitly stated his purpose. She decided to maintain her faade. So, in this zombie-infested environment, becoming my woman would be a surefire advantage, wouldn't it? You see the number of brothers I have. Should you become my woman, they would be at your beck and call. How impressive would that be? Oh, I see. You're just putting on a show. During courtship, men often utter things that women cannot comprehend, leading them to categorize the incomprehensible as sophisticated, thereby elevating the boastful individual in their esteem. In a mere moment, when Yin sensed pain in her calf, looking down, she saw Shui Rong had taken advantage of her distraction to slice her leg with a small knife. However, due to the protective enchantment on her body, The sensation of pain was present, yet she was not truly harmed. Just a faint red mark remained, as she moved her foot and bent down to grab the assailant. She told Ihuating, "Hold on a moment." Her nonchalant demeanor incited Ihuating's urge to draw his crossbow and shoot her, to punish her. Just as he was about to act, Wen Yin seized Shuirong, lifting her off the ground by her chin. Effortlessly raising a living being weighing at least 90 pounds left Ihuating astonished, his mouth agape, branding her as a woman of extraordinary strength. "Interesting bunch. You've nearly made me forget you, Wen Yin. Let me go." With her throat constricted, Shuirong found it difficult to breathe. Initially intent on severing Wen Yin's tendons, she was rendered incapable of struggling, only managing to grasp Wen Yin's wrist weakly, gasping, Let go. Why couldn't he, that small knife, so finely honed, harm her?" To Shuirong's surprise, Wen Yin did release her, but just as she began to fall, Wen Yin swiftly retreated, pivoted, and kicked her squarely in the face, sending her flying. Shuirong tumbled several times on the ground, dazed, when someone yanked her hair, forcing her to raise her upper body, only to be met with several resounding slaps across her face. The face is a significant aspect for any individual, and thus, Wen Yin relished striking it. Once Shuirong was rendered unconscious, Wen Yin withdrew her hand and turned towards Ihuating, stating, "I would like to learn more about the laboratory you mentioned. You re quite vicious towards women." Ihuating reassessed the woman before him. She seemed different from ordinary women. Wen Yin gestured for one of the men to move a motorcycle, then leaned against it, crossing her arms, inquiring, "Isn't the laboratory supposed to be secure? How could a specimen escape?" Seeing her deflect his question, Ihuating burst into laughter, his possessiveness shining through as he declared, "I like you. I must have you as my woman." Arrogant, self-centered, and utterly disregarding others' feelings, he was particularly ruthless in his actions. Was this not the lifelong partner he had always dreamed of? Answer the question. Wen Yin cracked her knuckles. Her patience waning, that Ihuating recognized her growing impatience. "That I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but the doctors mentioned that the specimen was quite cunning, having breached the security system and killed several people. If you truly wish to know more about the specimen, how about coming with me? I promise to treat you like a wife. I won't hinder you in anything you wish to do." No need. From their brief exchange, Wen Yin understood that Ihuating would not divulge any further information about the laboratory. With that settled, it was time to take action. Wen Yin stretched lazily, performing several warm-up exercises before stating, "Now that our conversation is concluded, it's time to settle the score. What? That arrow you shot earlier, was it you? And if it was?" At this moment, Ihuating remains blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Wen Yin's team finds themselves devoid of any means of transportation, making the arrival of those riding motorcycles most opportune. Not much, she simply wishes to convey, as she strides up to Ihuating and delivers a punch to his abdomen, causing him to double over and retch. Thanks. Chapter 37. Killing without hesitation. No idle chatter. What the hell are you doing? Let go of our leader. Wen Yin seizes Ihuating by the collar, lifting him slightly before landing several more punches into his gut. Disposing of the temporarily incapacitated individual, she turns to the others and commands, "Leave the motorcycles, take the people." "Not a chance. You think you can get away with that? You all alone here. The only reason you could strike our leader is that he underestimated you as a woman. You really think you can take on all of us?" One man brandishes a knife, menacingly pointing it at Wen Yin. "You'd best kneel and apologize to our leader now. Otherwise." Wen Yin swiftly draws her crossbow and fires an arrow into the man's thigh. As the arrow pierces through, he drops his blade and collapses, howling in agony while clutching his leg. Calmly reloading her weapon, she points it at another assailant and inquires, "Do you want the motorcycle or your life? There's only one of you. We can spare you a bike." I'm referring to all of them. With a swift motion, Wen Yin shoots an arrow through the shoulder of another would-be attacker without even glancing. "Next time, I'll aim for the head." "What would you even do with so many motorcycles?" Huku, confused, ponders her intentions. In a situation like this, who wouldn't he leave a way out for others, considering the possibility of future encounters without escalating matters too dramatically? Wen Yin, however, doesn't engage in further dialogue. Instead, she directly fires an arrow through one man's head. "Keep dawdling, and you'll all meet the same fate." They had drawn weapons first, and thus she treated them as enemies. Huku, taken aback, realizes she is willing to strike without hesitation. Who is she? What is her background? Fine, the motorcycles are yours. We're leaving. Ichuku instructs his team to help the incapacitated Ihuating. Just as he reaches for the weapons hanging from their motorcycles, an arrow lands precisely at his feet, accompanied by the directive, leave. Huku, resigned, glances at Ihuating, whose penchant for theatrics is evidently of little use at this moment, and instructs two men to assist him back in the direction they came. Once the group slowly disappears from view, Wen allows those hiding behind the trees to emerge. Casually gesturing toward the motorcycle she had just commandeered, she asks, "Can you ride?" Chu Yaman gazes at her with admiration, exclaiming, "In Bao, you are simply incredible." Remaining composed under pressure and effortlessly turning the tide, you commanded the situation so well that those men didn't even think to observe their surroundings. Is that so? Fong Yi examines the motorcycle, noting its apparent value. Even if it's valuable, it merely serves as transportation. Su Ran retrieves the arrow that had fallen to the ground, placing it back into the quiver. Wen, thank you for your efforts. Wen raises an eyebrow at him, then beckons Su Hong, who stands at the back, to follow her to the other side of the road, away from Fong Yi and the others. Before she speaks, experimental subject? Su Hong's heart races under her calm gaze. Let me explain. Please, begin your performance that I didn't intend to conceal anything. My identity is just too extraordinary at the time. I feared you might betray me. I endured for years before I managed to escape that place. I truly don't wish to be captured again. Her capabilities, both in strength and intellect, dissuade Su Hong from further concealment, leading him to candidly disclose. Anything you wish to know, I can tell you. However, I am merely one of many experimental subjects and know very little. Wen remains silent, scrutinizing him, seemingly attempting to glean information from his expression. After a considerable pause, she finally states, "It matters not. I don't care about your identity, I merely hope your novelty lasts a little longer. I would perish without a man." That statement is rather easily misinterpreted. Her desire for amusement is conveyed strangely. With just you here, how could I misinterpret? Wen, with her hands clasped behind her back, leans closer, teasingly asking, "Surely not. All right, let us prepare to depart." Her demeanor indicates she does not regard his status as an experimental subject with any seriousness. But her inquiry merely seeks to prolong the novelty. For the first time in his life, Su Hong questions the sustainability of his novelty. How can one maintain such a thing? Adhering to her principle of waste not. Wen retrieves the arrow she had lodged in a corpse, still smeared with brain matter, and, amidst the disgusted expressions of her companions, discards the remnants before wiping the arrow on the corpse's clothing. What are you all looking at? This is reusable. In the future, whether for killing or against zombies, remember to recycle. Assessing the fuel level of the motorcycles, Wen initially intended for each person to have one. But her laziness leads her to let Su Hong take the lead while she stores the spare in her space. Wen leans back, eyes closed and head tilted upward, addressing the cat clinging to her head. "If you dare damage my roots, you're finished. I'm a spiritual entity. I won't damage anything, The sun grows increasingly intense, with midday heat inducing a slight sense of suffocation. After a slow journey, the group opts for a gas station to rest until the sun's intensity diminishes. After dispatching the zombies within the gas station, Chu Yaman stumbles, quickly propping herself up with an iron rod. Heatstroke. She bends over, gasping heavily as her head grows heavier until, in a moment of dizziness, she collapses. Those hiding in the ventilation ducts watch anxiously as a nearby not-quite-dead zombie crawls toward Chu Yaman. After a moment of hesitation, they cannot resist the urge to open the vent cover and leap down, seizing Chu Yaman's iron rod to smash the zombie's skull, relentlessly striking to ensure its demise. They shatter its cranium, brains splattering everywhere. Man, Su Ran, realizing Chu Yaman has truly fainted, rushes over. Ignoring the girl who pauses her actions at the sound of his voice, kneeling beside Chu Yaman, he lifts her. Checking her breath and testing her temperature. Everything seems normal. Why did she faint? Cradling her horizontally, he rushes to his teammates, asking, "What should we do?" Man seems ill. The symptoms don't appear to be heatstroke. Sucking on a popsicle, Wen jumps down from the cash register and promptly checks Chu Yaman's pulse. "You can treat ailments?" Su Ran questions, receiving a roll of the eyes from Wen. Isn't it obvious? Concern leads to chaos, and his intelligence has evidently plummeted. Suppressing her own anxiety, after 2 minutes, Su Ran inquires, "How is she?" Fang Yi, also growing anxious, chimes in, "Yes, Yin Bao. Is Sister Man all right?" She hums softly. "She fine. She merely awakening her abilities." Fang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. That's so? As long as she fine. Wait, awakening what? Chapter 38. I mean no harm Yin Bao. How do you know Sister Man is about to awaken her abilities? Fang Yi takes a piece of crushed ice from Wen, rolling it on his face to cool down. Does this mean I can finally enjoy a carefree life? Being taken care of by a rich woman? With 2 female ability wielders in the team, he is certain his dream of being pampered could manifest in another form. You wish, when In's words deliver a harsh blow to his whimsical thoughts. The sudden acquisition of unfamiliar powers is not easily controlled. That's so? Fang Yi muses before asking, "What about me? Do you think I can awaken abilities?" His earlier jest about being pampered was merely a joke. But he cannot deny the pressure he feels as a man, subconsciously believing that men should protect women rather than the other way around. Thus, his inquiry is somewhat casual. If it were to happen, it would be beneficial, allowing him to be of use in situations beyond his current capabilities. When Yin dismisses him with a nonchalant tone, "You should definitely have them soon. I can have them?" He gasps in disbelief. "Yes, I sense a power within you. It merely requires the right opportunity." Fang Yi inhales sharply, incredulous as he touches his face and asks, "What could I possibly awaken? Light? Light? So I'll be your flashlight?" Illuminating the path ahead, when Yin slows her pace of gnawing on the ice, swallowing before responding, "In a sense, yes. Those with light attributes are often very upbeat and positive, capable of uplifting those ensnared in darkness." Fang Yi feels a twinge of disdain. He feels like a mere source of illumination. Previously, when paired with Su Ran, he was a mere light bulb, and now, as he nears awakening, he may become a literal manifestation of a light bulb. Feeling a sense of defeat, he wanders off to explore other areas of the gas station for any overlooked dangers. After his departure, Su Ran asks, "What about me?" When Yin shakes her head, "Not yet." "I don't see anything." Su Ran nodded in understanding, cradling Chu Yamen as they moved to another location. When Yin nudged Su Hung with her elbow and asked, "Is Su Ran feeling insecure? Will they truly awaken their powers?" "Not just Su Ran, but even I can feel the pressured. No one wishes to be the one dragging the team down. At that moment, when Yin noticed a strange sound and exchanged a glance with Su Hung, who, with a resigned sigh, went to retrieve the person hiding behind the shelves. Please don't kill me. I just protected your teammate. I mean no harm," Gao Wenwen pleaded, raising her hands above her head. "You can search me. I have nothing." When Yin regarded the disheveled girl, her hair matted and her face smeared with dirt, yet her eyes remained clear as she gazed back. Sensing the silence from the team leader, Gao Wenwen spoke nervously, "I was hiding perfectly well, but your teammate fainted nearby, and a still-living zombie approached her. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so I came out. Every time someone approached, she would instinctively hide, remaining still and quiet, hoping the preoccupied survivors wouldn't spot her. She had planned to gather supplies from the gas station and set off when they ran low. But today she had lost her resolve. If only that sister had fainted out of her sight." Gao Wenwen, on the verge of tears, dared not meet Wen Yin's gaze. She had seen how the team members were drawn to the girl, who, though not tall, exuded an aura that naturally centered attention upon her. The mere thought of locking eyes with her felt as if she could see straight through to her soul, with a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Gao Wenwen felt fortunate she harbored no ill intentions. All she hoped for was to avoid trouble and perhaps receive a meager portion of supplies. "Are you hungry?" Wen Yin's sudden question made Gao Wenwen nod instinctively. Replying, "Yes, I am." "Hungry? Why did I say that? What if she offers me something disgusting?" Just as Gao Wenwen contemplated covering her mouth in submission, she saw Wen Yin hand her a self-heating hot pot and a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you. There aren't many kind-hearted people like you left. If something were to happen to Sister Man, our team would fall apart." "And no, there's no need to be so polite," Gao Wenwen stammered, her eyes fixated on the spicy hot pot. "Having subsisted on nothing but crackers for days, take it," Wen Yin insisted, placing the items in Gao Wenwen's arms before pulling her aside, clearing some debris to sit on the ground to ease Gao Wenwen's embarrassment. She opened the hot pot and began following the instructions to heat it up. "How long have you been here? Are you all alone?" "Yes, just me." Gao Wenwen felt herself relax in Wen Yin's accommodating presence as she glanced at the hot pot. I was with my parents when we left the city, but we encountered many unfortunate events, and in the end, I was the only one left. Her voice grew softer as she continued, "Do you think it's strange for me to survive alone? I even considered dying with my parents, but they fought so hard to save me. If I were to die, it would be too unfair to them. I'm sad too." Gao Wenwen emphasized, "I truly am sad." "You must believe me." Wenyin produced a pack of wet wipes from behind her. "Here, wipe your face." Gao Wenwen shook her head in refusal, explaining, "These supplies are precious. I can't waste them. I only felt itchy and stuffy for the first couple of days. Now I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, a girl mustn't be too clean out here. She must protect herself well if she is dirty and smelly. At least it provides some safety against bad people." "How old are you?" Wenyin inquired, sensing the innocence that still lingered in the girl before her. 16. Gao Wenwen sighed. "The high school I attend isn't very good. If given another chance, I would study diligently to bring honor to my parents." She began recounting her past, while Su Hong stood quietly beside Wenyin, listening attentively. Having lost her parents at such a tender age and now enduring the horrors of this environment, finding someone who could ease her mind naturally made her more talkative, serving as a form of emotional release. Once the hot pot was ready, Gao Wenwen inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "It smells so good. I feel like I'm alive again." Wenyin smiled and urged, "Go on, eat." "Thank you, sister." Wenyin tucked her legs beneath her and rested her arms on her knees, casually passing a fan to Su Hong as she looked up at him, only engaging with him at this moment. Chapter 39. Is this what it feels like to be weak? Gao Wenwen was sweating profusely from the meal. "Sister, is this brother your boyfriend?" No. Wenyin lifted her chin slightly and replied, "Yes, my servant." Gao Wenwen burst into a fit of coughs, unable to stifle her laughter as Su Hong, already accustomed to his position in Wen Yin's eyes, fanned her while ignoring Gao Wenwen's astonished gaze. "Are we resting here for the day? If Sister Man doesn't wake up soon, we should clear out the corpses inside." "All right." The dynamics between them inspired Gao Wenwen to imagine a sweet narrative of a young lady and her servant, though she dared not dwell on it too long, instead stealing glances at her spicy hot pot, which was both hot and flavorful, causing her to sweat profusely. After finishing her meal, Gao Wenwen wiped her face, only to make it even dirtier. Wenyin, noticing, instructed Su Hong to fetch a towel. Wenyin possesses a remarkable technique that grants her complete confidence against capture. Meow Meow, rendered speechless, contemplated leaving a mark for Huahua to find its way back when the master was engaged in the act of violence. "Master, I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong," she said with a chuckle. Wenyin inspected the supplies left in the vehicle, feeling somewhat satisfied as she stowed the entire vehicle into her spatial realm. The astonished Gao Wenwen, who had witnessed this scene, stood with her mouth agape, unable to articulate the shock of witnessing a cinematic moment unfold before her eyes. "Sister, do you possess supernatural abilities?" she exclaimed, gazing at the blood-soaked Wenyin with admiration. "Sister, may I join your team? I can offer my collected supplies as a joining fee." Before Wenyin could respond, Fong Yi hurried over, stating, "Man Jia seems to be in a precarious situation. Yin Bao, you should hurry and check on her." Wenyin instructed Su Hong and Gao Wenwen to remain behind to guard against any approaching individuals while she followed Fong Yi, listening to his account of Chu Yaman's condition along the way. Chu Yaman lay on a cardboard platform, her body flushed and breathing labored, her furrowed brow indicating her distress. Su Ran's hands were scalded by her body heat, rendering him unable to approach. Wenyin instructed Su Ran to step back. Sitting cross-legged beside Chu Yaman and taking her hand, that a hissing sound was heard as their hands intertwined, emitting a plume of white smoke. "Wenyin!" Su Ran exclaimed in disbelief, "You don't need to do this for Man. His words were drowned out by the mist emanating from Wenyin, as they noticed a small glowing sphere above her head exclaiming, "Master, Master, I'm afraid of fire." Meow Meow felt that its master was deliberately punishing it by utilizing their connection to soothe the uncontrollable energy within Chu Yaman. The mist gradually coalesced into a silky green ribbon of light that entered Chu Yaman's body. After about 5 minutes, Wenyin released her now flushed hand, shaking it as she said, "It's all right. She simply has too much energy within her, and she couldn't absorb it all at once, which caused the anomaly." Su Ran squatted down and replied, "Thank you, no need for pleasantries," Wenyin said, glancing at her reddened palm. "Is this what it feels like to be weak?" This person hardly seems to require anyone's concern. Chapter 40. What merit do I have to serve you? Yin Bao, what is that little thing on your head? Fang Yi inquired, pointing at the small glowing entity perched atop her head, easily discerning from its leaves that it was not in good condition. When Yin straightened slightly, and upon receiving permission, Meow Meow floated over to nuzzle Fang Yi's cheek, reveling in the light elements enveloping him. Hello, I am Meow Meow, the master's grass-type sprite. Sprite? Aren't they supposed to have wings? Fang Yi asked. Intrigued, I'll have wings when I grow up. I'm still small for now. After Wen Yin's injury, her contracted beast experienced varying degrees of depletion, with Meow Meow sacrificing its form, becoming the tiny glowing sphere it once was. After nuzzling, Meow Meow returned to rest on Wen Yin's head, declaring, I really like the light elements around you. You are a super warm person. Fang Yi, flattered by the compliment, instinctively crouched down and asked, You and Yin Bao seem completely different. He had expected a master-servant dynamic, but was taken aback by the stark contrast. There is one who resembles the master. Would you like to meet her? The notion was so unimaginable that Fang Yi eagerly responded, yes, with a sense of determination. Even the most innocent Meow Meow caught on. And it was clear that others could not possibly miss it. Su Ran glanced at Fang Yi and said, Go check outside to see if any zombies were attracted by that loud noise. That person was too noisy. Sure thing. I'll go right away. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Fang Yi expressed gratitude towards Su Ran before making his exit. Meow Meow, go follow him. Being around light elements will benefit you. Meow Meow floated to perch on Fang Yi's head, stating, The master asked me to protect you. You must treat the master well. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to safeguard my teammates, Fang Yi replied. And Meow Meow happily swayed its leaves that if you treat the master well, once you awaken your abilities, I will teach you how to use them, ensuring your progress surpasses others. Fang Yi chuckled in response. Then I thank you in advance. The rapport between the human and the sprite blossomed harmoniously. When Chu Yaman awoke, her first sight was the concerned face of Su Ran. She smiled and grasped his hand, saying, I have caused you worry again. Su Ran lifted her into his arms, holding her tightly as he confessed, Since the day I fell in love with you, I have been worried. He feared losing her, that an unforeseen event might take her away, or that a more exceptional suitor could draw her attention away from him. Chu Yaman stroked his head, her expression apologetic. As her emotions stirred, flames erupted uncontrollably from her fingertips, singeing Su Ran's hair in an instant. Realizing the fire was spreading to her arm, she hurriedly pushed Su Ran away, but within seconds, she was engulfed in flames, igniting the cardboard beneath her. The dry indoor environment fueled the fire, creating a scene of chaos in the gas station. Others rushed over, with Gao Wanwen swiftly grabbing a fire extinguisher, determined to put out even a small portion of the blaze. However, the flames exhibited peculiar characteristics. As soon as she activated the extinguisher, they flared up once more. This fire extinguisher expired. Gao Wanwen questioned, searching for the production date, while Fang Yi, alarmed by her presence near the flames, snatched the extinguisher from her grip. The fire is going to reach you. Gao Wanwen jumped aside, exclaiming, The extinguisher is useless. We must flee. This is a gas station. It could explode. Ice Spirit, heed my command. Wen Yin's calm and deliberate tone carried an inexplicable aura of mystery as a cerulean array materialized before her, releasing a chill that surged forth. The frost, reminiscent of twinkling stars, spread along the flames, swiftly forming an icy barrier that smothered the roaring fire. When Yin approached Chu Yaman, shielded by a layer of ice, and reassured her, Man Jia, don't panic. This is the fire power you've awakened. Calm yourself and attempt to retract it. Although engulfed in flames, Chu Yaman felt a surge of energy rising within her chest. Her clothes remained untouched, while everything around her was reduced to ashes. Wen Yin's somewhat indifferent tone held a soothing power, allowing Chu Yaman to take deep breaths amidst the flames that moment. No matter what others said, she could only rely on herself to regain control of her power. The ice element suppressed the fire element, and the once sweltering room transformed into a refreshing coolness. Gao Wenwen marveled at the sight of the ice and fire phenomenon before her, a spectacle she had only witnessed in anime. In her lifetime, she felt fortunate to have experienced such a moment. Su Ran refrained from bothering Wen Yin, aware that her temperament was not one to tolerate unnecessary queries. especially regarding matters she could comprehend. She was not known for her patience and had the right to prioritize her own feelings. While Chu Yaman concentrated on mastering her powers, Wen maintained her ice element technique, feeling fatigued enough to request Su Hong bring her a chair, where she settled down to leisurely sip her drink. The beverage was one that Gao Wanwen had procured from her small stash to share with them. During the hours that Chu Yaman was unconscious, Wen adeptly cultivated their favor and approval, leading to an agreement for her to join their team. Gao Wanwen crouched beside Wen, holding several bags of snacks, her curiosity piqued. Jie, is there anything you cannot do? You not only possess spatial powers, but also ice abilities. Wen shrugged, and Gao Wanwen, understanding her cue, opened a bag of snacks and offered it to her. Munching on potato chips, Wen pondered aloud. What is it that I cannot do? After a moment's thought. She added, tolerate fools prancing around before me? Gao Wanwen found it difficult to respond to this statement. Wen looked curiously at this girl, who remained unfazed by any bizarre scene, only filled with admiration, and asked, do you not think it improper for me to eliminate fools without hesitation? Gao Wanwen had not anticipated such a question, but, not giving it much thought, replied, from my personal perspective, there's nothing wrong with it. They were the ones who instigated it. After all, engaging in a lengthy discourse with someone intentionally seeking trouble ultimately leads to a confrontation, right? Of course, I believe such situations are only appropriate in the current lawless times. If this happened before the disaster, I wouldn't recommend taking action. One might end up in jail and face fines, which isn't worth it. Wen smiled. In the past, I would have still taken action, though I would not have killed anyone. It requires compensation. Gao Wanwen, coming from an ordinary family, placed great importance on money. No worries. I have plenty, Wen replied, retrieving a limited edition necklace from her spatial realm. The yellow diamond adorning the necklace was exceedingly precious, and she extended it to Gao Wanwen, saying, here, this is for you. Gao Wanwen, who had once owned a phone worth 2,000 yuan, her most expensive possession, was at a loss for words. What merit do I have to serve you? Chapter 41. Wake Wen? No, I don't want to die. Gao Wanwen trembled as she held the necklace, fully aware that its value far surpassed that of food. Yet, how could any woman resist the allure of such a beautiful piece of jewelry? I saw a yellow diamond worth over 100 million on trending topics before, although it may be smaller than that. It is certainly not inexpensive. Well, I purchased it and had someone craft a few aesthetically pleasing pieces of jewelry. In fact, she has a plethora of such diamonds in her space, as she possesses a mine that produces its own crystalline stones, which, while differing from diamonds, bear a striking resemblance. Most of their purity exceeds that of this yellow diamond. Gao Wanwen's eyelids flickered. She had thought that being wealthy merely implied having millions or tens of millions. Who could have anticipated such a level of affluence? If I were to live to a ripe old age surrounded by grandchildren, this yellow diamond would undoubtedly become my treasured heirloom. Wen raised an eyebrow. Affectionately ruffling her hair, she genuinely appreciated individuals with such spirited and carefree personalities. Naive yet not foolish. Gao Wanwen felt a bit shy, noticing that the flames seemed to diminish, and quickly exclaimed, Jie? Look, Man Jie is retracting the flames. How wonderful. I wonder if I will develop any special abilities in the future. It would be impossible not to feel envious. The strength of zombies is formidable. Even adult men struggle against them, let alone a petite girl like her. She would fear injuring her back while carrying 30 pounds of rice. Jie, I promise I will strive not to lag behind. Please do not abandon me. It is not easy to encounter genuinely good people, and even rarer to find powerful ones. She had finally seized the opportunity to join them. What if she was kicked out for being too weak? They are not saints, and have no obligation to accommodate someone who hinders the team. Do not worry. I will let Meow Meow stay by your side shortly. Just as she spoke, Meow Meow, having absorbed enough light elements from Fang Yi, floated back, ready to settle on Wen Yin's head, and let out a satisfied burp, only to be caught by her leaves and waved in front of Gao Wanwen. This is Meow Meow, a grass-type spirit. The wind enjoys teasing grass-type spirits. Having it by your side will help you harness the power of the wind. Why not a grass type? Because you already possess a small amount of wind elements in you. This is one of the reasons you can effortlessly leap into the ventilation holes to hide. Wow, Gao Wanwen exclaimed, cradling Meow Meow. Is wind manipulation powerful? It depends on how you wield it. Wen, in a good mood, summoned a gentle breeze that tousled Gao Wenwen's hair. The soft wind, however, inadvertently severed her locks. Wind can be gentle, yet it can also be fierce, depending on one's mastery. Gao Wenwen, far from being upset about her hair being cut, cheerfully declared, "Then I will definitely study hard. I aim to avoid being last in the team. I look forward to it." After saying this, she turned to the already retracted flames of Chu Yamen and said, "Manjia, you've worked hard." That it was quite impressive to control and retract the fire elements so adeptly during her first encounter with them. Chu Yamen felt an overwhelming fatigue, akin to having run dozens of kilometers. Her sweat evaporating from the heat of the fire elements. As she slightly parted her lips, emitting a few sparks, Wenyin handed her a bottle of water. As Chu Yamen twisted off the cap and took a long drink, she curiously asked, "How will you kiss Su Ran in the future?" Cough, cough, cough. Even the open-minded Chu Yamen could not contain herself at such a sudden question. Su Ran, observing the sparks in her mouth, pondered the implications of kissing. Indeed, how would they kiss in the future? Chu Yamen shared the same concern, reflecting on the awakening of her water abilities. With 2 reserve members already in the team, she believed that awakening powers was a casual affair. She envisioned a promising outcome, unaware of the day she might awaken, and knowing that awakening one's abilities was akin to a lottery. It was impossible to designate a water ability. When Een remarked, her tone laced with a hint of mischief, "Water and fire will produce steam. Just imagine that scene. Perhaps your kisses could conjure illusions?" Een Bao, "Do not say that. I still wish to kiss my Su Ran properly." Chu Yamen, having only just learned to retract her abilities, dared not approach Su Ran, saying, "Let us maintain some distance until I master my powers." "All right, for now, that seems the best course." Gao Wenwen looked around, suddenly feeling that the prospect of awakening wind powers was quite harmless. With wind abilities, surely, one could not slice someone into pieces with a mere embrace. Right? Perhaps this ability could prove advantageous? Gao Wenwen began to daydream, while the others sought a place to rest. With Fong Yi continuing his patrol, by dawn, the glass of the gas station was gently tapped. In these times, no one would sleep too soundly, except for Wenyin. The others awoke immediately, while Fong Yi cautiously approached to investigate. The others settled in a corner, keeping quiet. "Brother Hong, should we wake Injia?" Gao Wenwen expressed concern about Wenyin, who was sleeping in the corridor. Being discovered, Su Chung decisively shook his head and bluntly replied, "I do not wish to is it that serious?" Yes. Gao Wenwen noticed that Su Ching only seemed to engage more with Wenyin, perhaps revealing a deeper sentiment. Could it be that this brother harbored feelings for her? This was absurd. Wenyin was both capable and stunning, a force to be reckoned with if he were to hang around her. It would be a blessing. Gao Wenwen clasped the yellow diamond hanging around her neck, her resolve strengthening. Powerful, wealthy, and beautiful women should never be hindered by men. Observing Gao Wenwen's wary gaze, Su Ching asked, "Are you looking for a fight? You hit women?" Gao Wenwen covered her mouth, incredulous. He hardly seemed the type. "If you continue to look at me like that, you might find out whether I would." Su Chung exhibited little patience for anyone other than Wenyin. "Stay silent. They are coming in." Fong Yi was surprised to encounter classmates here. After inviting them in, he gestured to a nearby area, saying, "You can rest here for a moment. I will fetch you some water." The leader of the group plopped down, tossing his baseball bat aside with a clatter. "Fong Yi, thanks. We've been traveling all night and are exhausted." When Fong Yi glanced at Wenyin while fetching water, relieved that she remained undisturbed by the noise, he reassured Su Chung and the others. "There are some classmates among the newcomers. I do not recognize the others. Want to meet them?" With sparks still occasionally flickering from her mouth, Chu Yamen, wearing the special mask Wenyin had provided, gestured to Su and at Su Chung, and Su Ran stood up together, and Gao Wenwen followed suit. "Eager to see Dado? There are beauties here, pink hair, just my type." Chapter 42. "You're going to kill someone." Su Chung swiftly cast a glance at Wenyin, relieved that she had not awakened, and stepped forward to block the individual attempting to observe her closely. Without uttering a word, he swiftly incapacitated the person with a precise strike. To prevent the individual from falling and making noise, he grasped their arm and dragged them towards the cash register. Gao Wenwen felt as though she had entered an extraordinary team. All her good fortune seemed to have been spent on joining. Fong Yi and Su Ran were somewhat taken aback. Su Ching typically had a low profile, and they never asked him to do anything. assuming he was too young to take action. They had never anticipated his decisiveness in handling a confrontation. While when Ian continued to slumber, the others engaged in conversation near the cash register. Gao Wenwen merely sought to broaden her horizons, but when she noticed an unfriendly gaze directed at her, she quickly hid behind Fang Yi, fearing she might unleash her tongue and cause trouble for the team. Fang Yi, what is the deal with your friend? What did you do to warrant being knocked out? Pang Shikong expressed dissatisfaction, having just boasted about Fang Yi's capabilities and character to his teammates. Only to witness such violence, Diou realized that knocking someone out carelessly could be fatal. Fang Yi smiled, intending to ease the tension, but Su Cheng nonchalantly interjected, I know my strength well. He won't die. Perhaps influenced by Wen Yin, Su Cheng showed no regard for appearances. After all, if someone thinks with their lower brain, getting hit won't affect their upper brain, will it? Just because you think you know your limits. Does that give you the right to speak here? Has your hair even grown in yet? Pang Shikong's ex-girlfriend had been swayed by a man of Su Cheng's type, igniting his ire upon seeing him. Are you a gorilla? Why do you have such an obsession with body hair? When Yin emerged from behind the shelves, yawning as she approached the group. Leaning against Su Cheng as if he were a wall, she addressed Pang Shikong. With all that hair, you could knit a sweater, couldn't you? Clearly, she was defending Su Cheng. The person she chose to support could not be disparaged by others. If anyone had something to say, they would have to wait until she decided to stop supporting him. Pang Shikong was left speechless. He considered this masculine. Look at your man. He is as pale as a ghost. What sin has masculinity committed to be summoned here? Wen Yin waved her hand, signaling Fang Yi to fetch her a bottle of water. After taking a few sips to moisten her throat, she continued, if you wish to rest, we can provide a space. But you must pay rent if you're here to cause trouble. Hey, pink hair. Aren't you being a bit arrogant? Fang Yi is your captain, and you are merely following him. What is there to be proud of? Fang Yi was startled and quickly waved his hands, clarifying, our team does not have a captain in the traditional sense. We discuss matters together, and whoever has the best reasoning is heard. No, I am not the captain. After denying the accusation, he turned to Wen Yin and the others, exclaiming, I absolutely did not put on this act in front of them. You mustn't misunderstand me. I never intended to be the captain. The responsibilities of a captain are too great. I cannot bear them. Really? Fang Yi, such a towering figure as yourself chooses not to be the captain? Surely, with a mere swipe, you could knock them all down. Pang Shikong exclaimed incredulously, so, who is the captain of your team? This man? Surely it cannot be a woman. His blatant gender discrimination left the women present feeling quite displeased. Even those from Pang Shikong's team, who clung to him for survival, dared not express their discomfort. But that did not mean Fang Yi's side would simply overlook it. With hands on her hips, the fiery and straightforward Chu Yamen shouted at Pang Shikong. You scoundrel, what is wrong with a woman being the captain? Isn't your mother a woman? Isn't your grandmother a woman? Does your whole family lack women? Or were you just spawned by your father? The mask muffled Chu Yamen's fiery retort, and Su Ran hesitated to intervene, fearful of the heat of her fury. After all, getting injured over such matters and wasting the team's medicine was not worth it. What are you blabbering about? You wretched woman. I see only 3 women in your team, 2 of whom are minors, and 1 is a hot-headed fool like you. What have I said that is wrong? Pang Shikong's angry outburst darkened Su Ran's expression. Ignoring Fang Yi's attempts to restrain him, he lunged forward and pinned the unsuspecting Pang Shikong to the ground, pressing his knee into his abdomen and delivering blow after blow to his face. Chu Yamen shielded Gao Wenwen's eyes, reassuring her, don't be afraid. Su Ran only gets like this during moments of anger. The rest of the time, he's quite normal. That Su Ran's cold and imposing aura frightened those around him into inaction. Even when faced with zombies, they hesitated to approach someone so ruthless. Su Ran, calm down. You might kill him, Fang Yi exclaimed, grabbing the enraged Su Ran and patting his shoulder. Pang Shikong is just a loudmouth. Don't take it to heart. Su Ran forcefully shrugged off Fang Yi's hand, his normally indifferent eyes now filled with rage. As for anything concerning Man, I cannot disregard it. That I won't spare him just because he is your classmate. If he insults Man once more, I will certainly beat him up. With that, he turned to the bloodied man, declaring, if I hear you insult my Man again, I will ensure your demise, due to her abilities. Chu Yamen could not directly confront Su Ran. Instead, she poked his back with a stick to grab his attention, saying, come back. He is Fang Yi's classmate. Let us give him a chance this time. If it happens again, I'll join you in beating him. That Su Ran snorted, but did return to Chu Yaman's side. The icy demeanor that had enveloped him melted away as he stood just a step away from her, transforming into a gentle presence, as harmless as a lamb. Gao Wanwen watched in astonishment and could not help but glance at Su Hong, pondering how it felt like her sister Wenyin was the fierce guardian dog, while Su Hong appeared as the protected golden retriever. As thoughts of Alaskan Malamutes and Samoyeds filled her mind, Wenyin stifled a yawn, her ice element contract beast not having returned to her side, leaving her somewhat drowsy as she prepared to combat flames, knowing full well she could not rely on Meow Meow, the grass type. Pang Shikong, now aided by his teammates, felt utterly humiliated and decided to vent his frustration on the ever-pleasant Fong Yi. Fong Yi, it's one thing not to be the captain, but can you at least keep your teammate in check? Is it acceptable for someone to just come up and start beating people? Fong Yi was taken aback. Not being the captain, what authority do I have to manage this? Even a nice person has principles, and it's your own foul mouth that got you into this trouble. Had I not intervened, Su Ran would have beaten you to a pulp. He is quite skilled in combat and has even won gold medals, learning martial arts, judo, karate, and such was all done to impress women. Who would believe that? Chapter 43. The head captain. Who are you fooling? Why didn't you stop it sooner? Pang Shikong maintained his sour expression, rolling his eyes at Fong Yi before requesting his teammates to fetch medicine to treat his wounds. As they tended to him, he winced and continued to curse the woman assisting him. She bore his insults with patience, knowing she had to endure in such an environment, no matter how harsh his words. They were preferable to being torn apart by zombies. Fong Yi, listening from a distance, felt ashamed to be associated with such a person, even fearing that his teammates might come to dislike him. Just as he turned his head, Gao Wanwen remarked, "Is this what a mature college student looks like? I'm truly enlightened." The sarcasm was evident to everyone, drawing the attention of Pang Shikong's team. Gao Wanwen, displaying remarkable bravery, added, "For such an injury, you want to waste medicine? TSK. Are you a mama's boy? So weak. Thank goodness I'm not on your team." Gender discrimination aside, it's just Pang Shikong picked up a hard object from the ground and hurled it at Gao Wanwen. Fong Yi rushed forward to block it, and just as it was about to strike, a block of ice materialized before his abdomen, absorbing the impact. The ice shattered and vanished upon hitting the ground. Those unaware of the existence of abilities stood in stunned silence. Pang Shikong, unable to comprehend, felt certain it must be a hallucination caused by the heat. Fong Yi, you have abilities? I was about to deny it when Wenyin, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed, "You can become the captain without even having abilities? My goodness." Pang Shikong's eyelids twitched. "Oh, you think abilities are something anyone can just acquire, are they not?" Wenyin retorted, glancing at Chu Yaman. The latter understood immediately, presenting her palm upward. Under Pang Shikong's bewildered gaze, flames erupted from her hand, causing those present to scream and retreat, with the older ones feeling as if they had seen a ghost. What on earth is happening in this world? Are humans still humans? Pang Shikong clenched his teeth, begrudgingly stating, "So, only Fong Yi and this woman have abilities. That hardly counts as a random occurrence." "Oh," well, Wenyin gestured for Meow Meow, perched atop Gao Wanwen's head, to reveal itself, leading them to believe Meow Meow was Gao Wanwen's ability. Vines, conjured by Meow Meow's power, appeared and waved at them in a seemingly friendly manner, causing one person to scream and flee with their backpack. They preferred to face zombies than encounter such supernatural phenomena. Pang Shikong's expression darkened further. Out of the 6 in his team, 3 possessed abilities. His team had 8 members, none of whom had abilities, and 3 were utterly useless women. Initially, he had opposed women joining, but Yuda, driven by lust, insisted on recruiting them. Now he found himself exhausted, overheated, and starving, unable to even consider such matters. He had held back his scorn for 2 days, discussing with the other men when to dispose of these women, who wasted resources and were of no use, their looks and figures leaving much to be desired. The more he looked at them, the more exasperated he became. Yuda also realized that harboring such thoughts was futile. He could not risk angering Pang Shikong and was forced to agree, rationalizing that they could encounter other women in the future. Then they met Wenyin and her companions, all strikingly beautiful and uniquely styled. If he could win them over, it would surely be delightful. Yuda's dreams were abruptly cut short when Su Hong knocked him out, leaving him sprawled beside Pang Shikong. Pang Shikong's acceptance of the existence of abilities was evidently much better than the others, though his face remained grim. After a lengthy pause, he finally suppressed his anger and spoke to Fang Yi in a conciliatory tone. Fang Yi, strength lies in numbers. Why don't we merge our teams? You can be the captain, and I'll be the vice-captain. What do you say? Chu Yaman rolled her eyes, while Gao Wanwen regarded Pang Shikong as if he were a peculiar creature. Wen Yin, sitting on a cardboard box, couldn't help but laugh. She had encountered many like Pang Shikong, those who were opportunistic yet unable to suppress their pride. Each time she saw one, it struck her as amusing. What kind of environment breeds such individuals? After taking a beating, they seethe with rage, unwilling to yield yet reliant on the strong, and still have the audacity to offer suggestions to those more powerful. Fang Yi glanced helplessly at Wen Yin, seeking her guidance. What should he do? They had mistaken him for someone with ice abilities and directly regarded him as their captain, if a captain were truly needed. It should be Wen Yin. She raised an eyebrow, offering no assistance. Seeing this, Fang Yi cleared his throat and coughed lightly. Since the misunderstanding already existed, he might as well embrace it. Pang Shikong, this is our head captain. You should discuss the merging of our teams with her. Head captain? Wen Yin was taken aback, impressed by Fang Yi's quick thinking. Su Hong and the others remained silent, while Gao Wanwen gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as expected of you. You only have 6 people in total, and you call her the head captain. Who are you fooling? Pang Shikong felt utterly mocked by Fang Yi. Fang Yi earnestly pulled his teammates closer, forming a group with Su Ran and Chu Yaman, while Su Hong and Wen Yin made another, leaving Gao Wanwen as the last. 3 teams. In that instant, Gao Wanwen felt a wave of loneliness wash over her. Pang Shikong was on the verge of losing control of his emotions, taking a deep breath and pointing at Gao Wanwen. Are you suggesting this girl is your team's little captain? You're quite astute. Fang Yi replied seriously, nodding. She truly is the captain of Team 3, though she currently lacks members that I'm sure she will have some in the future. Gao Wanwen, realizing she could not grant her teammates any favor, politely smiled at Pang Shikong. Hello, nice to meet you. Can such a woman truly be a leader? Who does she command? Elementary school students or kindergartners? Pang Shikong's family embodies a deep-seated preference for sons over daughters. During elementary school, the situation was not as dire, but by middle school, they scarcely regarded females as human beings. Gao Wanwen maintained her smile and remarked, Sister Man is right. You are the product of your father's recklessness. Having landed headfirst and damaged your brain, I do not hold it against you. Damn it. Pang Shikong hesitated to provoke Chu Yaman. Could he not reprimand such a mere young girl? He abruptly stood, only to feel dizzy from the sudden movement, staggering a few steps before crashing into Yuda, their heads colliding with a painful thud. After a prolonged silence from Pang Shikong, Gao Wanwen swallowed hard and approached Wen Yin, crouching beside her to inquire, Sister Yin, I hope I haven't frightened him to death. Standing nearby, Su Hong couldn't help but internally scoff at Gao Wanwen's actions, likening them to a child seeking their mother. Wen Yin, appearing quite fatigued, replied, He won't die, but he might become foolish. Chapter 44. Is this too cruel? What shall we do about those people outside? Su Ran's attitude towards Wen Yin had significantly shifted, evolving from a mere passerby ready to leave the team to a friend. Given Wen Yin's formidable strength, he wholeheartedly agreed with Fang Yi's earlier reckless comments that if she were to take command, any moral or psychological challenges they faced could be resolved with ease. It would either be them solving problems or her dealing with them, leaving no room for choice and resulting in exceptional efficiency. Su Ran typically maintained a cold demeanor, failing to connect with anyone, yet the gentleness in his voice prompted Wen Yin to regard him anew. Was he now considering her one of his own? Was it because she aided Chu Yaman? Reflecting on this, Wen Yin couldn't help but marvel at the depth of their emotional bond. What would happen if one of them lost the other? Would they follow suit into despair? She had pondered such curiosities before, yet this time, she fervently wished for that day to remain a distant possibility, having witnessed too much ugliness. The sight of such pure, fervent, and unique connections left her unwilling to see them shattered, especially since they were all quite decent individuals. There was no threat to disregard. Should concerns arise, they could simply confiscate their weapons. She was no sadist, unwilling to randomly attack those who posed no malice or threat to her. Su Ran and Fang Yi conferred and resolved to go out and collect the weapons from those individuals. The few who were being disarmed dared not resist, The more timid among them even voluntarily surrendered their backpacks filled with supplies, which Fang Yi declined to take, only collecting the weapons. The woman who offered her backpack hesitated momentarily, then tightly clutched it, making a daring decision in the blink of an eye. She glanced at the others and at Pang Shikong before suddenly standing and running away. She no longer wished to remain in such a perilous and directionless group. She had endured enough. When the others witnessed her escape, they assumed she had become frightened. Another woman, who had a good rapport with her, grabbed her backpack and hurried after her, too fearful to call out. Merely exerting herself to catch up, Pang Shikong sneered disdainfully, declaring that women were utterly useless. When Ian observed that it was time to depart, standing and signaling to the others to get ready to leave. Fang Yi and the others promptly retrieved their belongings, while Su Hong, acting as her attendant, continued to fan her and asked, "You must have a portable handheld fan, right?" She was practically a treasure trove, capable of producing anything. Indeed, when Ian replied, fully aware of what he was implying, as it was customary to use a fan for a sense of ceremony. "Do you wish to be a queen?" "What ceremony? I once contemplated that, but upon arriving here, I discovered a more fitting identity for myself." Su Hong felt uneasy, disregarding the oddity in her words, and inquired, "What identity?" "The Sea King." When Ian exclaimed, "I never imagined the title of Sea King could hold such significance." How intriguing. No one would openly express the desire to be a Sea King. Perhaps it was Wen Yin's unique personality that made her aspiration seem unremarkable to him, though it left him feeling somewhat disheartened. One must aspire to greatness. He patted Su Heng's shoulder with grandeur, declaring that those without goals cannot survive. How could she blend such uplifting sentiments into this peculiar conversation? Su Heng pulled her hand from his shoulder and continued to fan her. "Preparing for departure. Your Majesty, please lead the way." What game are you all playing? If Yin Bao is the Sea King, what kind of king should I be?" Just then, Fang Yi joined in the fun, with Gao Wenwen chiming in. "I don't want to be a king. I want to be a goddess." Thus, the trio, with their peculiar thought processes, began a role-playing game, exchanging glances with those trailing behind. Chu Yamen covered her mouth, whispering to Su Hong, "What is happening?" Su Hong briefly summarized the situation, prompting Chu Yamen to cast a gaze filled with sympathy toward Fang Yi, saying, "Impressive." At that moment, Su Ran turned to glance behind him, noticing that Pang Shikong and his entourage had followed them. Chu Yamen frowned, asking, "Should we intervene?" Wen Yin remained silent, suggesting they let it be done. Su Ran pondered for a moment before responding. If she truly intended to deal with someone, she wouldn't spare their lives. Indeed, Chu Yamen nodded in agreement, but Su Hong interjected, "She might not act simply out of laziness." Lazy? She wouldn't even lift a finger unless absolutely necessary. Su Heng seriously contemplated this and nodded affirmatively. She would only move if she wished to expedite the process, generally content to observe as others took action. Su Ran and Chu Yamen considered this. It indeed seemed accurate. What should we do now? Yin Bao was currently engrossed in her game with them, and their interruption dampened her spirits. Before Chu Yamen could express her frustration, Su Heng suggested, "You could use your abilities to block them." It sounded like a viable idea, albeit with an undercurrent of curiosity regarding the range of her powers. If she conjured a wall of fire on the road to obstruct Pang Shikong's group, how far would Chu Yamen need to be for the flames to dissipate? Or would they persist? Su Heng quickly dismissed the notion of permanence, reasoning that the abilities awakened within a human body must be influenced by physical capabilities or other factors, much like the medications he had been injected with, varying in duration and potency, all contingent on bodily functioning. Chu Yamen deemed the method feasible, raising her hand as a wall of fire suddenly erupted across the highway, separating the two groups. However, the flames did not endure for long. When Chu Yamen had retreated 500 meters, the fire began to wane, no longer presenting a threat. Hearing the sounds of footsteps behind them, Su Heng already had his answer, while Chu Yamen glanced at the flames flickering at her fingertips, intending to conjure another fire barrier, only to hear Wen Yin say, "Sister man, don't waste your abilities. Let them be." Chu Yamen, feeling somewhat irked, responded, "They damaged the motorcycles, and now they shamelessly follow us." It's revolting. Perhaps destruction was a fundamental human trait. If they couldn't thrive, others should not either. The motorcycles parked outside had already been vandalized by Pang Shikong's group, a realization they only made upon their departure. Even the cars overturned at the roadside had not escaped their malicious hands. Why do they feel compelled to destroy everything? Why not target their own malfunctioning brains? When Ian's words sent a chill down one's spine. While Chu Yaman despised those individuals, she was not inclined to use them as shields against zombies. Rubbing her arms, she remarked, "Isn't that a bit too cruel?" Chapter 45. Half a ton of flowers breaks ribs. Let me rephrase that in a way Sister Man might find more acceptable. When Ian yawned lazily, stating, Sister Man can imagine them using Su Ran as a shield against zombies, surrounded by a horde. Unable to escape, ultimately torn to shreds. Would you feel any less compassionate watching that with your hands tied? Just the thought of such a scene left Chu Yaman breathless, her eyes reddening. Clenching her fists, she declared, I understand, Su Ran. Observing the sparks igniting around her, felt a renewed sense of certainty in Wenyin. Indeed, as long as she was willing to take the lead, many matters could be effortlessly resolved. Fang Yi's initial perspective mirrored Chu Yaman's. Typically, no one would resort still languishing in a state of lethargy, when Ian had no inkling as to why her teammates suddenly brimmed with enthusiasm. Their exuberance only serving to deepen her own despondency. With a swift kick, she sent the corpse off the road into the thicket, stifling a yawn out of boredom that she lazily lifted her gaze. Something was plummeting towards her at an alarming speed. Bao, watch out. Fang Yi turned just in time to see when Ian engulfed by a massive pink object. This was bad. Bao was being crushed by a mutated creature. From such a height, she would surely be flattened. Jia. Fang Yi and Gao Wenwen flanked her, checking her condition while hesitating to pull the object off her. Instead, Su Ran ventured to find a stick to prod at it. Suddenly, a hand emerged from that enormous pink flower, its skin appearing distinctly eerie. Holy moly! How did Bao end up covered in pink? A melodious voice, sweet enough to warm the heart, resonated from within the flower. Just as they feared that when Ian had been harmed by the impact, the flower gradually became enveloped in a pink glow, transforming in an instant into a being with a human upper body and a lower half resembling an inverted floral skirt. Its dreamy hair, a cascade of pink and purple curls, paired with eyes that mirrored its hair color, made it seem as if it had stepped out of an anime. It greeted them with immense friendliness and enthusiasm. While when Ian emerged from the voluminous skirt that appeared deceptively light but was actually quite substantial. Having taken quite a while to find this flower, it joyfully hugged its owner's head. Nuzzling against her, Master, Hua Hua is here. At this moment, when Ian had yet to rise, pinned to the ground by the flower, which weighed half a ton, resigned to her predicament, she lay there, get up, no way. The flower, entirely unconcerned about its own weight crushing its master, suddenly emitted two strange sounds. When Yin's physical condition, far from its peak, could not withstand the pressure, resulting in two of her ribs fracturing. Taking a deep breath, she commanded, Meow Meow, take it away. Meow Meow's vines appeared instantaneously, ensnaring Hua Hua and lifting it into the air, while Meow Meow's ethereal form floated beside Wen Yin, anxiously inquiring, Master, are you all right? Wen Yin felt a tightness in her chest. The lingering effects of Chu Yaman's abilities had yet to wear off, and the double impact from Hua Hua had taken its toll. The first impact. From such a height, she had managed to deflect, but the second was simply too much. She could not employ the same technique twice in such quick succession, sacrificing two ribs instead. Master, are you really this weak now? Hua Hua, realizing it had caused trouble, hung pitifully in midair. Master, let me carry you. At this moment, Su Hong stepped forward, carefully flipping Wen Yin over and examining her injuries. Two ribs are broken. Fang Yi, Su Ran. And the others furrowed their brows. We have nothing suitable to treat her. What do we do? No one dared to suggest that when Yin retrieved something from her space for treatment. Their immediate concern was the lack of medical supplies. And they began preparing to find a vehicle to reach the nearest town without delay. They worried about when Yin moving recklessly. She stood up on her own, touching the site of the broken ribs and stating, just two bones, it's not a big deal. Let us go. But ribs? If left untreated, it could lead to serious complications. Gao Wenwen, though not medically inclined, understood that any broken bone was a significant issue. When Ian gave her a thumbs up, I won't let my personal issues hinder the team's progress, but don't worry, I can handle it. Her official tone was clear, yet it still moved her teammates deeply. When Ian had left a strong impression on them previously, prompting them to momentarily set aside their concern for her injury, the most talkative among them, Fang Yi asked, what is this thing? Upper body human. Lower body flower, how shall I put it? My floral contract beast, Hua Hua. And there are floral types. Yes, nature is divided into many categories. You will encounter them in the future. Wenyin remained exceptionally composed. Fang Yi's curiosity was piqued. Do they all have names? After forming a contract, the master names them. Make it memorable. I use their inherent attributes to create a repetitive name. Easier to remember. Hello everyone. I am Hua Hua, and I can conjure many different flowers. Hua Hua first approached Gao Wenwen, producing a bouquet of daisies, then moved to Chu Yamen, gifting her a bunch of blood-red roses, before skipping over the males and returning to Wenyin, saying, because I have someone I like, I can't give flowers to other males. Meow Meow, perched atop Wenyin's head, shook itself, covering its ears with its leaves. I can't hear, I know nothing. The ability to conjure flowers was splendid, a means of cultivating one's sensibilities, but in such an environment, what good were flowers? For mere decoration. Such thoughts went unspoken, but when Su Heng asked, Hua Hua, besides conjuring flowers, what else can you do? Nothing else. Hua Hua placed its hands on its hips, proudly declaring, this is all I can do. Su Heng found it hard to comprehend why Wenyin would form a contract with it. Hua Hua produced an enormous petal for Wenyin to sit upon, and she reclined lazily, explaining, its ability is indeed to create various flowers, including poisonous ones. Now Hua Hua understood, these individuals were concerned it might slow them down. It immediately conjured a toxic flower. Its menacing appearance alone was enough to convey its lethality. This is what we call the hell flower. Its fragrance can bewitch, and those who touch its petals will bleed from every orifice and feel as though their insides are being pierced by needles. 1 hour later, they will die. Chapter 46. Master, praise me? 1 hour. Such peculiar phrasing led Fang Yi and the others to suspect that Wenyin might actually be from another world, merely here for amusement. But how could that be possible? This world was plagued by zombies and abilities. How could there be individuals from alternate realms? Such doubts remained unvoiced, lest they be deemed foolish or insane. That Su Heng harbored similar suspicions. Yet the bizarre occurrences surrounding Wenyin seemed entirely normal, so he refrained from pondering too deeply, simply advising her, Wenyin, lying on your side like that is not good for your broken ribs. Wenyin flipped onto the other side of the petal, and Meow Meow promptly provided a large leaf for shade. The red and green combination glaring under the brightest UNIT appeared that a competitive dynamic existed among the contract beasts, their colors becoming increasingly vibrant. Even Su Heng, known for his patience, chose to gaze into the distance they were heading towards. Let us set off. Meow Meow arranged leaves for the others, the vivid green exceptionally dazzling. Gao Wenwen curiously touched one, discovering that this sudden growth from her head bore a striking resemblance to real leaves. To vie for affection, Hua Hua gifted each of them a frost flower, invigorating and slightly alleviating the heat, a special concession made for the boys. Its principle of not giving flowers to the opposite sex still held, but given the circumstances, it was deemed acceptable to overlook. Fang Yi leaned closer to the ice blue flower sprouting from his wrist, inhaling deeply, only to shiver from the chill. Observing this, Hua Hua remarked, the frost flower grows perfectly on the human wrist. Its scent won't make you feel too cold. Being so close is unsafe. Be wary of your insides freezing. It had mastered the power of the frost flower, rendering it harmless, allowing it to bloom beautifully rather than remaining a mere bud. Fang Yi nodded, still somewhat astonished. Thank you. Hua Hua was taken aback. Previously, its frost flowers had resulted in, well, nothing good. Yet being thanked felt strange, causing it to shyly cover its face, shrinking to palm size and bouncing over to Wenyin. Master, Hua Hua has been praised. Wenyin flicked it off the petal, saying, that was merely a thank you, not a compliment. Hitting the ground and bouncing several times, Hua Hua grew larger, clinging to the petal and asking, but master, praise me? One to you. The first thing I would do if I praised you would be to acknowledge that you crushed 2 of my ribs. It wasn't intentional. Back then, when I was heavier, you didn't suffer any harm. The more Hua Hua spoke, the less convincing it became, recalling the time when it had almost been split in 2 during an encirclement. The ease with which her ribs fractured had something to do with that knife. Didn't it? Master, I'm sorry. Hua Hua drooped its head, its pink-purple hair losing some of its luster. Wenyin shot at a sidelong glance. Come here. Hua Hua quickly transformed into a palm-sized version. Hopping to nuzzle her cheek, Hua Hua loves Master the most. When Een reached out to pat it, her contract beasts were all quite spirited, and their interactions were incredibly casual. Outsiders would never know about their fragile hearts and emotional tendencies in front of their master, occasionally needing her to soothe them. Otherwise, they would cause a ruckus. They were also quite easy to placate. A simple pat from their master would suffice. Thus, after when Een adeptly patted Hua Hua, she stated, "You can't disguise yourself as a human and hide in the space. I can become invisible like Meow Meow." At present, Meow Meow weighed less than a gram. The harsh reality made Hua Hua nuzzle her face again. "Then I'll return to the space." Hearing that Hua Hua intended to retreat, Meow Meow spoke up, "No messing with the vegetable garden." Hua Hua emitted a haughty hum and retreated into her space. At this moment, Wanine also slid down from the petals, brushing them away to make them vanish. The others, witnessing this, inquired, "Aren't you going to sit?" It was too conspicuous. "Oh, so you knew?" Whether it was that their thoughts were overly intense and written all over their faces, or that when Een had an acute grasp of the emotions of those around her, she cast a cold glance at them and remarked, "What? Nothing, nothing at all." Fong Yi was the first to yield, followed by Gao Wenwen. Su Ran and Chu Yamen averted their gazes, pretending to be oblivious, while Su Hung stood tall and stated, "Considering your fractured bones, you should bring a vehicle." Fong Yi and the others looked at Su Hung with terror. What audacity! To their surprise, when Een indeed retrieved a vehicle and tossed the keys to Su Hung, "Sister Een, your space truly has everything." Gao Wenwen exclaimed with envy, unable to contain herself. "Do you have any anime or the like?" Once they were in the vehicle, when Een produced a book for her, and Gao Wenwen joyfully cradled it, only to have her expression shatter upon opening it. Why was it filled with the subjects that troubled her the most? Mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and a comprehensive edition at that. Why was there even English at the end? This was utterly unreasonable. She looked at Wen Een with a pitiful gaze, yet instead of offering sympathy, Wen Een handed her a pen. "At your age, you should focus on studying. Being obsessed with anime is inappropriate." Gao Wenwen opened her mouth, unable to argue that studying in their current environment was futile, that it would be better to practice physical strength instead. The naive student sister was still unaware of Wen Yin's treachery. She merely thought it silently, until Wen Een, as if reading her mind, said, "At the next rest stop, have Fong Yi arrange some physical training for you." Suddenly called out, Fong Yi obediently raised his hand. "Yes, I promise to complete the task." After teasing her teammates, Wen Een contentedly closed her eyes to rest. Being cared for so attentively was indeed a good thing. Gao Wenwen clutched the comprehensive workbook she had never seen before, forcing a bitter smile. Although Wen Een displayed no outward reaction, the others did not make much noise upon reaching the next rest stop. They parked the vehicle in a more concealed location and opted to walk into town. The hum of the car could potentially attract the wandering zombies, so on safety grounds, walking was deemed preferable. The group, unwilling to linger, decided that Su Hung and Gao Wenwen would stay behind to guard the still drowsing Wen Een. Before departing, Gao Wenwen clenched her fist and quietly cheered them on, to which Fong Yi gave her a thumbs up. "When I return, I'll arrange training for you. Early departure, early return." Gao Wenwen's internal injuries were severe and required time to heal. After receiving orders, Meow Meow floated onto Fong Yi's head, without Wen Een granting them permission. They could not see what was happening. Fong Yi merely felt a gust of wind and a slight itch on his crown. The sun was rather scorching, so Gao Wenwen moved to stand under the shade of a tree. Observing Su Hung fanning Wen Een, unable to resist, she sighed and resolved that once she became strong, she would seek a handsome, quiet, obedient servant who would follow her commands without question. Imagining such days was simply delightful. Chapter 47. The arrival of Lucky E in the vicinity of the small town. Zombies were inevitable. Gao Wenwen, who had been on high alert, clenched her teeth when she spotted a zombie with ashen skin and bulging eyes dangling from its sockets. She swallowed a scream that almost escaped her lips. Perhaps it was because Wen Een was far more terrifying in her mind than the zombies. Her first instinct upon seeing the zombie was to clamp her mouth shut, lest she disturb Wen Een. Yet her silence didn't prevent the zombie from making noise. Upon spotting prey, the zombie emitted an excited low growl. Its high frequency and unusual rhythm heightened Gao Wenwen's sense of crisis, sending a chilling sensation coursing through her spine. Her vision blurred. As the zombie approached her, she knew she should either fight back or flee, yet Gao Wenwen found herself paralyzed. Cold sweat trickled down her temples. And just as the zombie's suspiciously slimy claws were about to grasp her, someone yanked her by the collar, causing her to stagger back 2 steps, where she witnessed the typically low-key and inconspicuous boy in their group land a decisive punch on the zombie's face. The zombie's eyes exploded, one flying away in the process. Gao Wenwen stifled a burp. Just moments ago, she had thought Su Heng was quiet and obedient. She nearly began to doubt whether he had joined the group merely as a decorative piece thanks to Wenyin. How narrow-minded she had been. From now on, she wouldn't underestimate even a 3-year-old. The zombie's defensive capabilities had evidently improved. Su Heng's punch only smashed its eyes without delivering the anticipated fatal blow. Thus, he increased his force with the second punch, shattering the zombie's skull with 3 strikes. The brain matter inside was a nauseating mix of dark blue and white, the white portion forming an oval shape roughly an inch wide, occasionally pulsating as if something inside was writhing. Realizing the danger, Su Heng kicked the zombie away and turned to deal with several others. After taking down 5, he discovered that they all harbored the same peculiar substance in their heads. Albeit in different locations, the zombies' weakness lay in their heads, but without knowing what lay hidden within, he could not recklessly destroy them. Although his own defense was formidable, Wenyin and Gao Wenwen were not far behind, and he could not take unnecessary risks. Upon hearing the commotion, Wenyin opened her eyes, and, seeing Su Heng's swift and clean killing moves, a satisfied smile crept onto her lips. That laboratory, was it specifically designed to create secret weapons? Perhaps the serum that shrank people was meant for disguise, a better approach to reach mission targets? As she pondered, her feet began to tap rhythmically, but suddenly, the other side of the van's door swung open. And in the next moment, a cold blade pressed against her neck, threatening to sever her carotid artery with the slightest movement. The intruder reeked of blood and the acrid stench of sweat. Wenyin calmly met his gaze, as if she were the one coercing him, rendering the knife-wielding man the one truly threatened. Zhang Feiben tightened his grip on the knife, his voice hoarse. "Give me water." He could go days without food, but he could not survive without water. He was a man born under the auspices of luck, unable to hold a job for more than 3 months. And even then, he was often shortchanged, left to take odd jobs, yet even those led to injury. Purchasing discounted bread often resulted in moldy loaves, and after complaints, he was falsely accused of being a habitual scammer due to his fierce appearance, leading to a record at the police station. Surviving to the age of 28 was solely due to sheer luck. Just how lucky? Shortly after the zombies appeared, he developed powers, and an advertising board fell from the 10th floor. Yet he emerged unscathed. Unfortunately, despite his seemingly impenetrable defenses, he had not found a single bottle of water in the small town, not even a leftover sip. To his astonishment, Wenyin actually handed him a bottle of water, even twisting the cap off for him. This small gesture left Zhang Feiben momentarily stunned. After gulping it down, he returned the knife with a grateful, "Thank you." He pulled out a bottle of topical ointment from his waist pouch and offered it to her. "I'm sorry, I haven't had water in 3 days. I had no choice but to threaten you. Please accept this as an apology." Wenyin glanced at the medicine he placed on the seat cushion, asking, "Are you alone?" "Yes," he replied hastily. "The weather is too hot for long-distance travel, so I declined many offers that I plan to wait until the temperature drops a bit before heading elsewhere." Zhang Feiben quickly added his name. Noticing that Wenyin did not seem angry, he then inquired, "You?" Suddenly, Su Heng burst into the vehicle, having bound the zombies with ropes, and seized Zhang Feiben's arm, yanking him outside. The two exchanged no further words and began to fight under the blazing sun. Gao Wenwen rushed to the side of the vehicle, speaking rapidly. "He's gone mad. Sisterine, Brother Hung has lost control. It seems like there are worms in the zombies' brains." Brother Hung was afraid of causing a big problem by smashing them. But somehow, as he fought, his methods turned particularly ruthless. "He's completely changed." Upon hearing this, Wenyin sat up straight and observed. Realizing that Su Heng's condition was indeed problematic, the Zhang Feiben who could originally match him began to falter. Wenyin raised her hands, summoning Hua Hua to her palm, "Sleep flower." Hua Hua lifted her arms high, and a deep blue, 5-petaled flower materialized in the air. The petals trembled, and visible deep blue pollen wafted towards Su Heng and Zhang Feiben, enveloping them. Before long, their fierce movements began to slow. Zhang Feiben was the first to collapse, falling into a deep slumber on the ground, while Su Heng hunched over, standing still with his head bowed. seemingly battling waves of overwhelming drowsiness. A.S. Hua Hua, who had completed the sleep flower, prepared to return to her space. She remarked, "My power has weakened, which is why he didn't collapse immediately. Please don't be upset. Master, his physique is special that he has frequently been injected with serums, and his body has developed antibodies against external threats." Approaching him, she hooked her finger under his chin, compelling him to look at her. "Don't struggle, just sleep." The Su Hung's unfocused eyes appeared particularly hollow. Upon hearing her command, his eyelashes fluttered, and he soon ceased to resist, collapsing into her embrace. When Yin wrapped an arm around him, and as Hua Hua squealed in delight at her proximity, she squatted slightly and hoisted Su Hong onto her shoulder. Turning around, she found Gao Wenwen staring in astonishment, setting Su Hong down beside the vehicle. "What's wrong?" Wenyin asked. "No, nothing, really nothing," Gao Wenwen stammered. "I was just imagining a short romantic story between a loyal dog and an indifferent young lady in my mind." "Your eyes certainly don't reflect nothing." When Yin examined Su Heng's pulse and found no issues, just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Su Hong, still in a deep slumber, grasped her wrist. She leaned down and observed the unease etched across his face. Gao Wenwen, ever perceptive, discreetly distanced herself, occasionally glancing at Wen Yin and then at the bound zombies nearby. To her horror, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by the sight. What on earth was happening? Why were the zombies beginning to consume each other's brains? Could this world become any more bizarre? Chapter 48. Do I appear to have a bad temper? Gao Wenwen anxiously paced in place, subconsciously reluctant to trouble Wen Yin. Yet, as she hesitated, she witnessed a zombie whose brain had been bitten open, a writhing worm tumbling to the ground, exposing a multitude of tiny legs beneath it. The grotesque sight of the worm, still devoid of consciousness, sent chills down her spine. Grabbing the unconscious Jiang Fabin, she dragged him towards the vehicle, realizing that this was beyond her capacity to handle. "Injia, help me." Despite her reluctance to impose, she found herself compelled to do so, with Su Heng's hand still unconsciously gripping her own. Upon seeing the situation with Gao Wenwen, Wen Yin managed to extricate her hand from Su Heng's grasp, while simultaneously retrieving a silenced pistol from her space and dispatching the several zombies with swift precision. As for the wriggling worms on the ground, she switched to a flamethrower and advanced, igniting them in a brilliant blaze that crackled and consumed the nearby zombies as well. The temperature soared, leaving Gao Wenwen gasping for breath. Her skin flushed a light red, and she feared blisters would form if it became any hotter. Catching sight of Su Heng's swollen wrist from the corner of her eye sent a wave of alarm through her. Truly, Wen Yin was remarkable. To save time, she had demonstrated a no-nonsense method of freeing herself from Su Heng's grip. These entities, which could have caused significant trouble, were swiftly eradicated by Wen Yin's decisive actions. However, unbeknownst to her, one of the zombies was equipped with a sophisticated camera, transmitting this scene to secret laboratories across various provinces. In the laboratory of L City, a doctor, having just viewed the footage, pondered thoughtfully that if possible, he yearned to meet the pink-haired girl in person, ideally to bring her to the laboratory for blood samples. Preserving her brain, internal organs, spine, muscle tissue, and more for research purposes, he believed that her presence would catalyze a qualitative leap in the study of human potential. Unfortunately, the fire had incinerated everything too thoroughly. The chip hidden in the camera was destroyed, resulting in a failure to locate her. Aside from knowing of her existence, they were left with nothing more. This thought troubled the doctor, and in his irritation, he felt a compulsion for anatomical dissection. In the lab, he placed a test subject, whose self-healing abilities had been stimulated by their serum, onto the operating table. Clad in protective gear, he stood beside the table, gently caressing the test subject's terrified face, murmuring softly, "Do not worry. The more you endure, the stronger your self-healing will become." The subject's tongue, still healing from a prior severing, rendered their speech indistinct, yet the doctor understood. He made an incision in the subject's pallid skin, shielded from sunlight. Everyone has said as much. What more can they possibly say? Upon hearing this, Wen Yin expressed her keen interest, saying, "Then you must maintain a good relationship with me. I wish to experience the fortune of lucky." Wen Yin had always enjoyed exceptional luck. Even when her fortunes faltered, her prowess was sufficient to rectify any misfortune. Might such serious matters cause injury? "No worries. I have already broken 2 ribs. I fear not the prospect of breaking 2 more." She waved her hand dismissively and continued to savor her skewers. Your ribs are broken? Jiang Fabin exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to discern any signs of injury, though, it's nothing serious, Wen replied, offering half of her skewer to Su Hong. He looked at the skewer thrust into his hand. Should he eat it? It was her leftover. To refuse would mean wasting food before her eyes, and he might find himself hungry later, the person adept at long-term planning. He consumed Wen Yin's half-skewer amidst the hidden excitement in Gao Wenwen's gaze and Jiang Fabin's apparent understanding. Wen Yin observed this and remarked, I merely wanted you to clear the scallions off it, but can't you just blow on it a couple of times? Su Hong felt a slight embarrassment, while Wen Yin, noticing his desire to find an escape, teased, I was just kidding. It is indeed for you. Why would you give me your leftover food? Oh, is there a hint of irritation there? Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Yin replied, because I do not enjoy it. How familiar her unapologetic demeanor was. His fists itched. If a zombie were to appear now, he would surely dispatch 100 of them. Perhaps the thought of trouble summoned it. As a patch of white substance fell onto the grill, its slight corrosive properties causing the skewers to emit wisps of smoke and a foul stench, Gao Wenwen quickly stood up, retreating in shock, and stared at Jiang Fabin, exclaiming, could this be lucky? Jiang Fabin, somewhat taken aback, was surprised he did not see disgust in Gao Wenwen's eyes. Listening to the cacophony of shouts, he could only apologize to Gao Wenwen, saying, I'm sorry. It's not surprising to encounter so many zombies near the town. Wen Yin's calm tone soothed their anxious hearts, allowing them to focus on the task of dealing with the zombies. Su Hong looked up at the large white spider, light enough to rest steadily on the leaves, and commented, a mutated creature. It seems rather challenging to deal with. Wen Yin took a couple of sips from her bottle of cola and replied, not too bad. I suppose that Su Hong had intended to discuss strategies with her. The ground threats were manageable, yet the spider in the tree posed a dilemma that he tilted his head, mouth agape, only to be rendered speechless by her gesture of raising her middle finger at the spider. Could it understand? No. What was the purpose of that gesture? Wen Yin smirked and addressed the spider, fool. Come down here. Su Hong was at a loss for words. His inclination to critique stifled. He pressed his forehead, which throbbed painfully due to Wen Yin's antics. Inhaling deeply while considering simply jumping up to kick the spider down to his astonishment, the spider was indeed provoked into descending. It actually came down? Could it be any more absurd? Wen Yin turned to Su Hong, who was desperately trying to maintain his composure, and said, it has come down. He knew it had come down. How did she know it could understand human speech? With such a form, shouldn't it be somewhat intelligent? Su Hong fell silent. Despite his mind being filled with various bits of knowledge, he could not grasp Wen Yin's words. The spider spat venom at Wen Yin, its potency evidently stronger than the toxin that had previously dripped onto the table, albeit only marginally. If provoking it could enhance its venom, Wen Yin taunted the spider. Simpleton. The spider's back flushed red. If it could speak, it would surely curse Wen Yin's ancestors. Su Hong, it is truly amusing, she declared before charging forward, effortlessly dodging the spider's repeated venomous attacks. The ground was now littered with a foul-smelling white liquid, thick as paint. In close combat with the spider, Wen Yin had donned gloves at some point. Seizing the opportunity, while the spider's silk ensnared her left arm, she grasped one of its legs with her right hand and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Producing a resounding crash, the spider, with its hardened body, created a crater upon impact, startling Gao Wenwen and Jiang Fabin, who were busy dispatching zombies. They quickly glanced toward Wen Yin, suppressing their astonishment, and resumed their battle against the undead. If they couldn't even handle zombies, how could they face her as comrades? At that moment, Wen Yin grasped the spider's front legs, locking eyes with the mutated creature, her battle spirit intensifying. I am in need of a gardener. And you seem quite suitable. Chapter 50. What? Who established the rule that one cannot dodge? The spider responded with action, unleashing a potent web that expanded into a massive net in midair, the noxious odor spreading and causing human movements to slow. Gao Wenwen narrowly avoided being grabbed by a zombie. She covered her mouth and coughed a few times. The metallic taste of blood in her mouth startled her, and seeing the blood on her palm left her puzzled. How could a robust individual like her suddenly cough up blood? Jiang Fabin experienced a similar situation but attributed it to the effects of lucky swiftly decapitating a zombie. Their uncontrollable coughing echoed intermittently. Drawing Wen Yin's attention, still clutching the spider's leg, She glanced through the web at Jiang Fabin, noting the blood he had failed to wipe from his mouth and Gao Wenwen's abnormal complexion. Quickly piecing together the situation, she turned her gaze to the spider and remarked, "Quite clever, knowing to target those around me to distract me." The spider's mutated eyes glinted with a distinctly human-like mockery. And Wenyin chuckled softly before suddenly releasing her grip and delivering a headbutt. As the spider hit the ground, momentarily dazed, it was met with a flurry of stomps. Wenyin maintained a serious expression. Even in flip-flops, the power imbued by her spiritual energy was sufficient to press the spider down, causing its upper half to sink into the earth while its lower half remained exposed. She raised her hand to form a seal, binding it with slender vines that left only its eyes visible. "I had hoped to play with you a bit longer, but you lack appreciation." Crouching down, she pierced the spider's eyes with her fingers, stating, "Go to the dimension and reflect on your actions." The web left by the spider was excessively vast. Setting it alight would likely attract other creatures. So after dispatching the remaining zombies, Wenyin hoisted Gao Wenwen and dragged the utterly exhausted Jiang Fabin into the car, instructing Su Hong, who was still contemplating whether to feign injury, to drive them to a location free from toxic fumes. The new spot was particularly conspicuous, right by the roadside, ensuring that Fong Yi and the others would not struggle to find them upon their return. Just moments ago, the toxic gas had been suffocating. Now, the floral fragrance was overpowering, dizzying to the senses. Su Hung pinched his nose, standing across from the floral vehicle, exclaiming, "The spider's venom is surprisingly potent. Is it necessary to utilize so many detoxifying flowers? Even you are not fainting from the poison. What can be deemed potent?" Su Hong was at a loss for words. When had he become the benchmark for assessing potency? Wenyin, munching on dried fish, replied nonchalantly, "The flowers are simply bored. Having missed a fight earlier, they have now expended their energy on detoxification. They enjoy fighting? Indeed, are they servile to their master? The more delicate they appear, the fiercer they fight? They all seem to take pleasure in combat. Are they under your influence? One could say that." Wenyin had never denied this. Their world lacked the multitude of rules that governed humanity when humans were weak. There were always stronger beings to protect them. When they were weak, death was the only outcome, resulting in a high reproduction rate for them. Reproduction rate. Su Hong inhaled deeply, recognizing that conversing with her always unearthed some peculiar knowledge. Wenyin, reading the thoughts in his eyes, continued to enlighten him. "Some can breed a litter in 3 months. The fastest can do so in a month, but their numbers pale in comparison to those born in 3 months. What is the quantity of a litter? That depends on the species. From what I know, it could be in the thousands that I've never counted. Just heard it from others." Su Hong suspected she was fabricating tales. "Do I appear foolish?" "No, you are quite endearing." Wenyin patted his head, adding, "If you must insist on viewing yourself as foolish, then I shall refrain from further comment." Su Hong felt drained. She was undoubtedly doing this intentionally. What if Fong Yi and the others have encountered trouble? With Miao Miao accompanying them, they will not perish. Wenyin produced 2 rocking chairs and a small round table, setting out snacks and drinks before taking a seat in one of the rocking chairs. She gestured to the empty seat across the small table and said, "Let us wait." The corpses were still visible several hundred meters away, yet she appeared to be on vacation, exhibiting no signs of tension. "Are we truly safe?" Su Hong inquired. They encountered a mutated zombie over 2 meters tall with formidable defenses. They are currently sheltering in a school. After contacting Miao Miao, the message received indicated they are safe for now. So I've instructed Miao Miao to remain on Fong Yi's head. Should we go to rescue them? Upon hearing this inquiry, Wenyin pointed her index finger towards the opposite side, but Su Hong turned to look. Discovering Jiang Fabin, who had awakened but was evidently overwhelmed by the floral fragrance, puffing up his cheeks as he struggled to crawl away, that it was quite a feat for him to consider whether he might make others nauseous by vomiting in such a situation. Initially, while poisoned, Jiang Fabin found the floral scent pleasant and not overly strong during his slumber. However, once the toxins were expelled by the fragrance, he nearly fainted again upon awakening, after a strenuous effort to reach the roadside. Jiang Fabin finally relaxed his nerves and began to retch violently. Wenyin observed this and shook her head, pitying him. Just as she finished speaking, Gao Wenwen emerged from the flower cart, looking pallid and resembling a zombie, with a large red flower perched atop her head, a testament to Hua Hua's peculiar fondness for the girls. Even at a distance, The rich floral aroma clung to her. It was as if the two were in cahoots, retching back to back on either side of the cart. Once they ceased their vomiting, when Ian instructed Hua Hua to remove the flowers, allowing fresh air to return, and those who had been prostrate on the ground revived. Though slightly soiled, they were no longer in that ghastly condition. When Ian had Su Hung fetch 2 large buckets of clean water for them to wash up, when they reappeared with empty buckets. A faint blush adorned their faces as newcomers to the group. They had contributed nothing and yet had to trouble the captain for supplies, which was quite embarrassing. "Thank you, Captain." Jiang Fabin returned the bucket, followed by Gao Wenwen. When Ian effortlessly retrieved the buckets with her mind, noticing their inner turmoil, she remarked, "Remember to repay what you consume and use in the future." Of course, Jiang Fabin replied bashfully. Scratching the back of his head, Gao Wenwen, her face flushed, declared, "Sister Ian, I will strive to become stronger." When Ian nodded, indifferent to whether they would repay or grow stronger, for she was the wealthiest and strongest among them. At that moment, Gao Wenwen gazed at Su Hung with admiration and exclaimed, "Brother Hung, you woke up so early." Su Heng's brow twitched. Gao Wenwen and the others were unaware of his true situation and assumed he had also been poisoned. Just as he was about to nod, when Ian interjected, he avoided it. He wasn't poisoned. Avoided? Su Hung looked at Wen Ian, who had splattered him with black water. That hadn't he just knocked someone away with a single punch? Gao Wenwen looked at Wen Ian with total trust. Her gaze towards Su Hung shifted. "Brother Hung, you don't need to explain. Just seeing her disdainful expression is enough to make one itch to retaliate." Perhaps influenced by Wen Ian, Su Hung retorted boldly, "So what? Who said one can't evade?" Chapter 51. Stop right there? Wow, what a shameless act. Were it not for Wen Yin's presence, Gao Wenwen would have immediately given a thumbs up in praise. Seeing that time was not on their side, Wen Ian produced a cooling mat and a thin blanket, instructing them to rest while leaving the night watch to Hua Hua. When Hua Hua appeared before Jiang Fabin, he was taken aback. Had something from the two-dimensional world just sprung to life? Or was the spider's venom affecting his brain? Hua Hua snuggled up to Wen Ian, squatting down and whining, "Master, please give me a pat on the head." Wen Ian promptly delivered a playful flick to its head. "Need more?" Hua Hua covered its head and shook it, indicating it did not want any more. Throughout the night, Hua Hua remained obediently on watch, effortlessly dispatching any zombies that appeared with its toxic flowers. When boredom struck, it braided its own tendrils. As the first light of dawn broke, it joyfully spread its arms, standing against the wind, eyes closed, savoring its beloved sunshine. Gao Wenwen rubbed her eyes and remarked to Wen Ian, "Hua Hua is so beautiful." Such comments were best kept to a minimum. It was enough to acknowledge it internally. Wen Ian squeezed out toothpaste and, under Zhou Wenwen's curious gaze, said, "It tends to show off." "Show off? Is it really so bad to flaunt after receiving compliments?" Hua Hua had been boasting for 3 years over a single praise. Repeating it daily, realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Wenwen lined up next to Wen Ian, brushing her teeth and mumbling, "I understand now." The group leisurely sat by the roadside enjoying breakfast, the enormous flowers crafted by Hua Hua providing them shade. It had shrunk a bit, snuggling closer to Wen Ian, uninterested in human food, and quietly played with its own tendrils. During this time, Jiang Fabin had been covertly glancing at Hua Hua. Noticing this, Wen Ian asked, "Are you curious about Hua Hua?" "A little," he admitted, "very curious about what this creature truly is. The strangest thing I've seen was a mutated wild boar in a newspaper. I am a flower spirit. Merely a hybrid with humans." Hua Hua once felt ashamed of its mixed heritage, but no longer, finding pride in it after meeting Wen Ian at half-spirit. That is not quite right. A half-spirit is still a spirit, while a hybrid is a hybrid. Jiang Fabin looked perplexed. What was the difference? Seeing his confusion, Wen Ian kindly explained, "It's the distinction between flora and fauna." Enlightenment dawned. Was the boundary so clear-cut? Indeed. Hence, our territorial instincts are quite strong. Hua Hua placed its hands on its hips, eager to say more when it heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. It looked down at Wen Ian, who had already stored everything back into her space and was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It obediently returned to its space. The sudden removal of the stools caught the group off guard, causing them to plop down onto the ground. "Sister Ian, could you give us a heads up next time? You should practice your horse stance." She pointed to Su Hung, who seemed unaffected. Su Hung merely reacted quickly, but with Wen Yin's gesture, Gao Wenwen said, "Brother Hung, you're quite the expert at avoiding injury. Aren't you? Not really. Reputation mattered little. His image had already been distorted by Wenyin. This could also be seen as a form of protection for his background. He couldn't maintain a secret while also projecting a positive image. Such a scenario was unrealistic. You'll have to teach me how to escape danger in the future. After Gao Wenwen stood up and dusted off her clothes, she spotted a bus barreling toward them as if it had no brakes. Exclaiming, "What is that driver thinking?" The group hastily jumped over the guardrail to take cover behind a tree. Upon seeing them hide, the driver frantically honked several times, evidently trying to lure the zombies lurking in the woods. Watching the vehicle speed away, Gao Wenwen felt an urge to curse. Jiang Fabin, feeling dejected, remarked, "I'm sorry. It must be my luck affecting you all." Gao Wenwen immediately refuted, "Nonsense. To acquire supplies, we have to venture close to the city. Being this near the town, it's only natural we encounter a few issues, but don't overthink it. Bingo." She followed Wenyin over the guardrail. "Sister Yin, am I right?" "Yes." Wenyin nodded, and as Gao Wenwen's heart soared with her affirmation, she added, "I just saw that vehicle had a lot of supplies." Rubbing her fingers together, a smile deepened on her face. She urged, "Let us pursue it." "Sister Yin, are we going to steal something?" Gao Wenwen felt a bit disappointed upon receiving a negative answer. Thinking their sister was not the type to engage in robbery, we're merely going to engage in a friendly contest. The items in the vehicle are merely rewards for victory. Wenyin's words made Gao Wenwen raise her arms in celebration. "Hooray!" Su Heng pressed his forehead, realizing that the same action could be perceived differently with a change in wording. Was this the art of conversation? Jiang Fabin took the wheel, and once they were in the vehicle, he asked, "Aren't we going to wait here? What if they can't find us?" They wondered when Ian glanced at Jiang Fabin through the rearview mirror. It was still too early for their return. Likely trapped inside. Once they caught up with the bus and secured the supplies, they would go look for them. All right. Jiang Fabin had no objections, and the other two had nothing to add either. Lin Fugue and his group parked the bus by the roadside. Of the 10 or so people, only 2 remained to keep watch while the others went into the woods. One man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Lin Fugue before lighting one for himself. "Brother Fu, when do you think life will get better?" "What is there to get better? There's no law now. You can do whatever you want." "It's quite comfortable." Lin Fugue had no desire to return to his previous life, which had too many constraints. That Wu Cheng pondered and replied, "While it may be nice to do as one pleases, there are so many zombies outside. Getting hurt means death. And what about food and supplies? There are even more zombies in the city. We might starve one day. Don't worry, little brother. Just rob people when you see them. Simple as that. Who said we have to risk our lives in the city to find supplies? Look at our truck. Aren't we surviving by robbing?" Even as Lin Fugue's mind flashed with images of the despairing faces of those they had robbed, he felt no guilt. Wasn't everyone selfish? He was merely trying to survive. What was wrong with that? Absolutely nothing. Just as they were idly chatting in the shade, a van pulled up beside the bus. Su Heng, under Wenyin's command, leaped into the vehicle, noticing the keys were still in the ignition, and promptly started the engine. The roar of the bus startled the 2 men, who then witnessed both vehicles driving away in tandem. "Damn it! Who the hell is that? Stop right there." Lin Fugue never expected that such a desolate place could have someone driving around. Was it someone they had seen on the road earlier? Impossible. He hadn't noticed any vehicles before. Chapter 52. Have you fallen into a paint bucket? As Jiang Fabin, prepared for a confrontation, glanced at the rearview mirror, he inquired, "Didn't we just agree to engage in a friendly spar?" It was merely a statement, not meant to be taken seriously. Wenyin had an uncanny ability to leave others at a loss for words. Even the loquacious Jiang Fabin, who had encountered countless temporary workers, found his mind momentarily faltering. Ultimately, he could only muster an awkward smile, reminding himself to pay closer attention to Wenyin in the future, noting her preferences and habits to avoid potential pitfalls. Upon stopping at the town's entrance, they stowed their supplies in the spatial compartment before following Su Heng into the small town. The zombies at the town's mouth tilted their heads back, their hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the sky, their mouths torn from voracious feeding, exposing a large expanse of gums, with teeth having evolved into razor-sharp points capable of easily tearing flesh upon contact. Gao Wenwen gripped the iron rod tightly, while Jiang Fabin instinctively shielded the women in the group, firmly clutching a long knife he had picked up from the ground. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached. Entering the town without alerting the zombies was impossible. They could only advance slowly, aiming to eliminate the creatures before drawing their attention. Upon detecting prey, the zombies emitted low growls, the foul air expelled from their mouths, stinging the nostrils and bringing tears to one's eyes. Gao Wanwen sniffed, wiping her tears away with her arm, and with gritted teeth, swung the iron rod with all her might, successfully shattering a zombie-esque skull. Yet, it seemed as though a protective transparent membrane enveloped the zombie-esque head. Despite the iron rod sending its skull flying, its brain remained intact. Striking again, the rod surprisingly slid right over the exposed brain. The rod, having touched that membrane, became coated in a viscous, transparent slime that seemed to proliferate. Rather than diminish, the slime increased rapidly, spreading at an alarming rate. Had it not been for Su Hung's decisive strike to Gao Wanwen's hand, causing her to reflexively release her grip, the slime would have already ensnared her, leading to a fate worse than death. "Thank you," Gao Wanwen stuttered, chills running down her spine, her complexion paling, yet she remained composed as Su Hung nodded, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wenin, who, wearing flip-flops, executed a perfect spinning kick that landed squarely on a zombie-esque face, sending its head spinning twice around its neck, and its entire body flying. The sheer power of her flip-flops was astonishing. Had she opted for sturdier footwear instead of complaining about the heat, she could have easily obliterated the zombie with a single kick. As the group ventured deeper, the number of zombies on the road increased. With Wenin's presence, Su Hung and the others faced minimal pressure in dispatching the zombies, taking the opportunity to collect scattered supplies along the way, intending to hand them over to Wenin for storage in her spatial compartment when she had the chance. This unspoken understanding and trust made Wenin raise an eyebrow, pondering if it might not be so bad to know a few more people here. Why were there so few such understanding individuals in her original world? Upon entering the town, their first order of business was to seek refuge in a shop, shutting the door behind them to rest. Gao Wanwen, the least physically capable among them, collapsed onto the ground, panting from her efforts to slay zombies and gather supplies. Once her breathing steadied, she declared, "I will definitely work hard to improve my physical fitness from now on." Having apologized too many times already, she resolved to let her actions speak for themselves. Wenin handed her a quaint, vintage-looking vial, prompting a puzzled glance from Gao Wanwen. "What is this? Do you know about alchemy?" "I've heard of it. You know I'm quite wealthy, right?" "Indeed. You could effortlessly part with yellow diamonds. How could you not be wealthy?" Wenin began her playful deception, tousling Gao Wanwen's hair and adopting an air of a recluse sage as she stated, "In truth, I am an alchemist. Many affluent individuals come to me seeking potions." Su Hung's eyelids twitched, while Jiang Fabin listened intently. The bizarre expression on Wenin's face made him momentarily believe her, prompting him to lean closer and ask, "Can you tell fortunes?" Wenin shot him a glance and replied, "I can." Holding the vial, Gao Wanwen inquired, "What is this elixir for? It's quite expensive, isn't it?" Wenin calculated briefly. "For cleansing the meridians and refining the marrow, approximately 1 million per pill, with 10 pills inside. Initially, it may cause irregularities in your menstrual cycle, but after that, everything will be fine." Gao Wanwen gasped, "Is that true?" "If you doubt it, you can try it. Those who sought my elixirs were also skeptical at first." Wenin continued her ruse, finding amusement in the bewilderment of the charming Gao Wanwen. Gao Wanwen felt there was nothing particularly valuable about herself that would warrant the attention of someone as formidable as Wenin, and decisively uncorked the vial, pouring out a pill and consuming it. The cool sensation was reminiscent of mint candy. In fact, this potion is best taken near a water source for the first 3 doses. "Why?" No need for Wenin to answer. Jiang Fabin couldn't help but look at her with pity. Wasn't he the purpose of cleansing the meridians and refining the marrow to expel the body's waste? Gao Wanwen's realization dawned, her expression turning somewhat numb. "I think I understand." She would likely turn into a garbage bin, the kind that exudes the stench of rotten fish and shrimp. After sufficient rest, the group set off towards the school. Previously regarded as practice for slaying, Wenin instructed Hua Hua to create a floral barrier to deter the zombies along their route to the school. The flower wall reached a height of 2 meters, with zombies outside pounding against it, though it proved largely ineffective, as Hua Hua would promptly reinforce the defenses. It walked beside Wenin, happily laying down the floral path, having not utilized such flamboyant skills in quite some time. "Achoo!" Gao Wanwen sneezed, the mucus splattering onto her hand, a grimy gray-black color. With a woeful expression, She trailed 20 meters behind them and asked, Angia, will detoxing lead to dehydration? The viscous substances continuously oozed from her pores at a slow pace, their consistency beyond description. Zhang Feiben stifled the urge to look back. Gao Wenwen truly resembled a walking coal mine at that moment. No. Upon arriving at the school, Gao Wenwen had ceased oozing substances, yet her body remained coated in a sticky, gray-black slime. When they successfully located Fong Yi and others hiding in the classroom, it was unsurprising that they were met with 3 astonished gazes. Gao Wenwen's appearance drew attention away from any immediate curiosity about how Wen Yin had managed to find them in such a vast town. Fong Yi covered his nose and asked, Wenwen, did you fall into a paint bucket? The tone of pity in his voice prompted Gao Wenwen to roll her eyes. She had consumed the high-grade elixir bestowed upon her by Yin Jia, transforming her, and she was on the verge of becoming powerful. She Wuden Ti stooped to Fong Yi's level. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from above. The chandeliers swayed, and the cracks in the walls widened. Boom! A heavy object fell. Chapter 53. Who could be more troubling than me? A mutated zombie over 2 meters tall wielding a massive axe bent down to scrutinize the prey before it. Its 3 eyes rotating from various angles as if deliberating who to attack first. Its biceps were extraordinarily muscular, as if forcibly stuffed with iron blocks. Initially, Wen Yin thought this was due to mutation. But upon noticing the disrupted numbering from the stitched wounds on its arm, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Though broken in 2 places, the format resembled what she had observed on Su Hong's collarbone. She elbowed Su Hong, leaning closer to whisper, Your brother. The certainty in her tone caused Su Hong, who also recognized the numbering, to grimace. No, the experimental subjects were highly independent and resided far apart. Under normal circumstances, they would never meet. Only deducing the introduction of a new subject from the sounds of doors opening and instruments beeping, the reformed mutated zombie aimed the axe at Su Hong, its next artery pulsating under the strain of the electronic lock. Its eyes instantly bloodshot, and it lunged forward with a powerful punch. Su Hong pushed Wen Yin aside and decisively leaped from the window. Whoa, we're on the 5th floor, as the mutated zombie followed suit and jumped down. Fong Yi and the others rushed to the broken wall, glancing down to discover that Su Hong was unharmed. Even engaging in combat with the zombie, their hearts raced. They all knew Su Hong had some skills. Though he typically kept a low profile, exhibiting a cold demeanor and rarely participating in their conversations. Yet the more unassuming a person is, the more formidable they tend to be. Fong Yi patted his chest and remarked, I didn't expect Su Hong to be so deeply hidden. I thought he was heroically sacrificing himself for us just now. Zhang Feiben couldn't help but chime in. He is incredibly bold. Who are you? Fong Yi looked at Zhang Feiben, casting a curious glance at Wen Yin. Zhang Feiben would never let Wen Yin explain on his behalf. He quickly stepped forward to shake Fong Yi's hand, politely introducing himself and explaining his presence there. Seeing their conversation take off, Wen Yin moved to the fractured wall to peer down. Su Hong seemed unconcerned about others witnessing his abilities, engaging in close combat with the mutated zombie, which inexplicably discarded its highly lethal axe. The once smooth surface of the road became riddled with craters from the fierce skirmish, as the zombie's punches created deep holes, while Su Hong's missed kicks caused cracks to radiate outward upon impact. Showcasing his immense strength, Su Hong's expression darkened as he landed a punch on the zombie's tough abdomen. Hearing the electronic lock emit several beeps, indicating that his data was being recorded. Gritting his teeth, he leaped onto the zombie's thigh as it buckled, springing himself onto its back. With swift and agile movements, he knelt upon its shoulders, his hands cradling its massive head as it struggled to lift its arms. Hindered by the objects embedded within, the veins on the back of his hands surged, extending until they reached his shoulder blades. Through the alteration of his genetic makeup, Su Heng's nails had sharpened, effortlessly piercing into the zombie's jaw, his fingers curling around the mandible as he twisted with all his might. The decapitated head of the zombie met his gaze. Su Heng's eyes glinted with a sinister intensity as he stared into the third eye, as if he could see the one who was watching everything through that. The colossal body of the zombie collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Hong squatted amidst it and shattered that peculiar eye, subsequently crushing the electronic lock. The explosion of the lock injured his arm, leaving several streaks of blood on his face, yet all of this was swiftly mended. be why the time Fong Yi and the others descended from the upper floors. Having dealt with the mutated zombies and rushed to his side, Su Hong had returned to his usual demeanor, his expression as indifferent as ever. "I'm fine." Fong Yi examined him closely, and upon noticing that aside from his disheveled hair and clothes, he bore no injuries, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Your ability is akin to Brother Bin's. Physical defense type? Impressive. When did you start calling me brother?" Su Hong did not deny it, merely nodding in affirmation. Fong Yi gave him a thumbs up and turned to Su Ran, saying, "Su Ran, you need to step it up, but don't feel too pressured. We will protect you." Su Ran shot him an exasperated look. It seemed that the mutated zombies exerted a hierarchical dominance over the regular ones. Although they yearned to hunt, they were still filled with trepidation, daring only to linger 50 meters away, their agitated pacing betraying their impatience. When Een remained crouched at the edge of a fracture, peering down, before her keen eyes fixated on a point in the AIR.I in an instant, she activated Meow Meow's ability, using robust vines to transport herself to that object. For precaution, Een shielded her face with a flower to prevent the device from recording her. As the instrument was manipulated to retreat swiftly, Een, perched atop the vines, did not pursue, decisively retrieving a gun from her spatial storage, accurately firing off several shots. The sound of gunfire startled the group below, prompting them to look up and witness fragments raining down from above, while Een, escorted by the vines, descended gracefully before them. Een leaped down from the vines, withdrawing her powers, and stated, "Someone is watching us." "What?" She briefly recounted the recent events, and under their incredulous gazes, added, "Do not underestimate money and the power that lurks in the shadows. Our understanding is merely a glimpse of the larger picture. Do not be too naive." The hearts of the group tightened, and Su Hong realized that this matter was inextricably linked to him. Each individual left the school harboring their thoughts, and under the influence of Hua Hua and Meow Meow. They raided a supermarket. Su Hong sought Een privately, pulling her into a corner, and said, "I think I should withdraw from the team." Een raised an eyebrow. Upon noticing her reaction, Su Hong explained, "The people from the lab have already discovered me. I sneaked out, and they will not let me go." After a moment of silence, as Een remained quiet, Su Hong, glancing up, found her gripping his chin. At that moment, Een seemed transformed. Her eyes, usually filled with jest, now harbored a chill that sent shivers down his spine. "Su Hong, it appears that you have yet to find your place." "What? I saved you. Your life belongs to me, as does your future. You may only leave when I no longer wish for you, understand? Aren't you afraid of the trouble I might bring?" This was Su Heng's concern. As for what Een had said, he had nowhere else to go, and being by her side was not so bad. Trouble. Een leaned closer, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Her voice soft and measured. "Who could be more troublesome than me?" Chapter 54. I worry for your luck. In response to her statement, Su Hong was at a loss for words, unsure how to reply appropriately. He could deftly navigate the complexities of the individuals in the laboratory, but found it impossible to decipher Yin's character. She was far too unrestrained, though she appeared to disregard others. She meticulously kept each person in mind, seeming to act recklessly while actually holding everything in the palm of her hand. She would let those bothersome individuals flounder for a time before growing weary and dispatching them with a swift motion. Throughout, she resembled an observer, one who looked down upon others, engaging only when it piqued her interest, retreating to be a passive participant when it did not. Why so silent? Een pinched Su Heng's chin, finding the texture pleasing, and pinched it a few more times. Su Hong, annoyed by her treatment of him as a mere plaything, grasped her wrist. "What do you take me for? Haven't you asked this before?" Just as Een was about to provide an answer, a commotion nearby drew her attention, revealing a flustered Gao Wenwen, who inquired, "What is going on?" "Nothing. Sorry to interrupt." Clutching a box of tissues, Gao Wenwen hurriedly left the scene, excitedly relaying what she had witnessed to Fong Yi. The group had long since accepted the unspoken dynamic between Een and Su Hong, sensing that an outsider could not intrude upon their peculiar relationship. Fong Yi held several buckets of cooking oil and remarked, "Calm down. I assent that their normal behavior, but seeing it with my own eyes is different. I always thought Su Hong seemed weak in front of Een. Unworthy of her, yet unexpectedly, Een went and wall slammed him, and it oddly fits. Gao Wenwen couldn't help but emit a strange laugh. prompting Fong Yi to chuckle along, their voices hushed but still audible to Zhang Fabin as he passed by. Seriously, have I stumbled into a couple's den? Just moments ago, he had seen Su Ran and Chu Yamen sharing a kiss, and now he was witnessing Fong Yi and Gao Wenwen. Fong Yi straightened up, exasperatedly addressing Zhang Fabin. Wenwen is still underage. Don't say foolish things that sorry, I forgot. They were not animals, incapable of causing harm to minors. Zhang Fabin turned to Gao Wenwen and said, my apologies. Gao Wenwen waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, then slyly approached Zhang Fabin to discuss Wen Yin's situation that he expressed his surprise. Is it really okay for you to spread information about Wen Yin behind her back? The physical training will surely double, right? Gao Wenwen's excitement waned instantly, and she obediently continued moving supplies, stacking them together before calling for Wen Yin to wrap things up. Each time they witnessed items disappearing before their eyes. Fong Yi and the others still found it remarkable. Yin Bao, just how vast is your space? The supermarket had already been looted, yet the assortment they gathered could fill half a truck's cargo area. Not to mention what she had previously stored. When Yin held up a pack of cream-filled cookies, saying, I'll let you experience it one day. You can fit people inside? Not right now, it's restricted. After distributing water and food, they planned to raid other supermarkets in the town. As they passed various shops, Wen Yin did not overlook any opportunity, collecting everything usable in her path while crossing the street. Su Ran voiced that the way they were laying flowers was too ostentatious, suggesting it would be unwise if others noticed. Wen Yin found this reasonable and decided to tone down their approach, allowing them to tackle the zombies themselves while she remained protected at the center. Occasionally, Wen Yin would offer guidance to Chu Yamen on better controlling her flames. Chu Yamen's aptitude was impressive, leading to rapid progress. Having learned to amplify the fire using wind direction, Chu Yamen jokingly referred to Wen Yin as master, only to have Wen Yin solemnly shake her head, stating, I do not take apprentices. Her unprecedented seriousness piqued Chu Yamen's curiosity, prompting her to ask, why not? You're so talented. Don't you want to pass on your skills? What I know, anyone can learn. There's nothing worth passing down. Her knowledge was eclectic, and her extraordinary talent had led her previous instructors to bow out after a few lessons, feeling inadequate, resulting in an increasingly chaotic style that blurred any discernible school of thought. There were even those who warned that she would eventually be consumed by her own power. I think you're being a bit pretentious. Chu Yamen ignited a fire upon a zombie's head, dismissing the notion that everyone could achieve such feats. Wen Yin blinked, replying, in dreams, one can. The group eavesdropping on their conversation internally mused. Thank you, we feel enlightened. Help, help, a robust voice echoed from above, startling the zombies that had previously overlooked Wen Yin and her group, causing them to turn en masse, their unfocused eyes scanning for confirmation. What the hell? Is that person upstairs insane? Fong Yi, who had just severed a zombie's head, could not help but curse. Their movements had been extremely cautious. As long as they did not create too much noise, the distant zombies remained stationary, waiting for them to strike. Now, however, hundreds of zombies were turning in succession, drawing even more from farther away to face them. As the horde began advancing with low growls, Fong Yi felt his heart leap into his throat. I must give that fool a good thrashing. The veins on the back of Fong Yi's hands bulged, revealing his genuine ire. Upon witnessing the scene, the individuals above, instead of succumbing to anxiety alongside their companions, produced a megaphone and erupted into raucous laughter. They had been trapped here since the calamity struck, scavenging for sustenance and supplies at the peril of their lives every few days, while others, like now, resorted to causing death before seizing the opportunity to loot. Were they truly unafraid of death? Gao Wenwen was left speechless. Wen Yin glanced at the door obstructed by a vehicle. This antiquated building had only one stairway leading up. Su Hong, Fong Yi, and Su Ran proceeded inside to conduct an inspection, binding any living souls they encountered. Initially taken aback, the group quickly acted upon noticing her expressionless face and cold gaze. Zhang Fabin inquired, Do I not need to go? I worry for your luck, replied Wen Yin candidly, which caused Zhang Fabin to lower his head in response. The individuals above continued to shout through the megaphone, inciting an overwhelming wave of zombies to surge towards them. Sister Man, Wen Yin flexed her fingers and addressed Chu Yamen, allow me to demonstrate the power of the fire contract. Chu Yamen's eyelids flickered, while Zhang Fabin and Gao Wenwen turned to face the oncoming zombies. As the fire contract beast was not present to amplify her power, she formed hand seals instead, declaring, "Break." A magnificent magic circle of flames blossomed before her hand seals, resplendent and awe-inspiring. A vibrant red fire serpent erupted from the formation, splitting into multiple streams that filled the roadway, charging directly into the horde of the undead. Chapter 55. Have you no humanity left? Thick smoke engulfed the entire street, the acrid scent of charred flesh making one dizzy. When Ian manipulated a gust of wind to direct the smoke towards the individual who had deliberately lured the zombies, curling it around him with a mere flick of her finger. Chu Yaman, captivated by the crimson flames, exclaimed, "Will I be able to wield such power in the future? You possess remarkable talent," when Ian replied, as she obliterated the heads of the charred zombies one by one, ensuring they posed no further threat. The individuals above, terrified, wet themselves, while those cowering by the table felt an unusual heat, quickly becoming drenched in sweat. A child cried out, "Sister! I don't want to die, sister!" The girl holding him gazed with determination. Tightly embracing her brother, "We won't die. We will escape." With a resounding bang, the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Su Hong withdrew his foot and brushed off the wood shavings that clung to his shoulder from the wardrobe he had just cleared away in the corridor. Upon entering the room and seeing the occupants, he stepped aside, allowing Fong Yi and Su Ran to take charge. Which little brat was shouting through the megaphone? "Show yourself." Fong Yi's voice had risen significantly, his natural volume overpowering as he was used to shouting on the sports field. The girl huddled by the table pointed at the individual who had succumbed to the smoke, quickly retracting her hand. Fong Yi approached, delivering a kick to the slumped figure, then addressed another individual whose pants were wet. "Thank you for bringing us so many zombies." "What? Do you want them to slaughter us and then take our belongings?" As they ascended the stairs, Su Ran had deduced the situation based on the details of the roadway and surrounding streets. Upon seeing the other's face pale, Fong Yi delivered another kick. So many zombies meant certain death, especially after Su Ran mentioned that several child corpses littered the street, their skin not bearing the greenish-black hue of the undead, but rather the typical post-mortem discoloration of a human. They must have died only days prior. And his anger surged. How could anyone be outside without a backpack, let alone several adult corpses lying next to the children? "Have you no humanity left?" he exclaimed, striking the individual several times. The assaulted man winced in pain, his temper flaring. "What the hell did we do wrong? We're just trying to survive. Do you know how terrifying it is to be trapped here? Have you ever gone hungry? If we could escape outside, would we resort to this method? Do you still justify harming those who are also fleeing for their lives?" Fong Yi's blows intensified. Su Ran, unfazed by Fong Yi's emotional outburst, approached the girl, posing seemingly mundane questions that would yield valuable information. Su Hong stood behind Su Ran, grasping a knife, his expression cold as he watched the others, silently warning them against any sudden movements. Failure to comply would result in their heads being severed with precision. In terms of intimidation, Su Hong exuded the most palpable danger, while Fong Yi's aggression was equally fearsome. In comparison, Su Ran appeared the most gentle. However, how gentle could one be with such teammates? Zhou Ling clutched her brother tightly, answering Su Ran's inquiries while others tugged at her clothing. Yet she remained unfazed, believing obedience was paramount in such dire circumstances. Once Su Ran gleaned the information he sought, he stood and addressed Fong Yi. "We're leaving." Just like that? Fong Yi paused, astonished at Su Ran's abruptness. "The flames are diminishing. It's time for us to retreat." Fong Yi glanced towards the window, observing when Ian and her companions surrounded by a group of individuals. "We need to hurry." When Ian and the others are encircled, Su Heng's eyelids twitched, and just as he was about to leap from the window, Fong Yi interjected, "It seems the military has arrived. We must act quickly." Upon hearing the mention of the military, Su Hong halted his movements, pivoting to follow Su Ran. He had initially feared that personnel from the laboratory were in pursuit. The others, upon hearing the military was present, scrambled to the window to peer outside, indeed spotting a group of individuals in camouflage uniforms wielding firearms, rushing towards them. At that moment, when Ian was engaged in conversation with the leader, Huo Rue, regarding the fire on this street. Huo Rue, upon hearing her account, found it hard to believe, questioning, a gas line explosion. Which household's gas exploded so uniformly? The ground bears no signs of an explosion. The buildings are merely singed, and the only thing that has burst is the zombies' heads. Just as he was about to inquire further, cries of help. Help. Are you here to rescue us on orders from above? Interrupted him. Horue furrowed his brow. What orders from above? Why did you only bring 2 vans? Where are the armored vehicles? With so many zombies here, what if you get overwhelmed and flip the van? A middle-aged man began to kick the vehicle door in frustration. Horue signaled to his teammates, who swiftly subdued the man. What are you doing? Do you want me to report you? Horue regarded the man with a look of disbelief before turning back to Wanine. El City is not our primary choice. We just passed through there the other day, and it didn't feel right. I suggest you choose another direction. Where do you plan to go? Not decided yet. We'll just wander. Clearly, they were unwilling to disclose their knowledge of a safe location. Wanine smiled and beckoned Su Hong and the others closer, explaining, this is a team passing through El City. Just asking for directions. Are they not soldiers? Fong Yi remarked, somewhat surprised, having assumed they were military personnel based on their attire. Upon hearing Fong Yi's comment, Horue understood the meaning behind the earlier outburst and clarified. No, we dress like this after raiding a clothing store in the mall that specializes in camouflage. Fong Yi pointed to the items held by the others, and what about those? Those. We had some connections during the disaster. Horue's smile carried a hint of caution. Su Ran observed this and nudged Fong Yi. If you like something, go find your own. There's no need to covet others' possessions. I agree. Winggu, even if you like it, you shouldn't be fixating on someone else's stuff, Gao Wenwen interjected, linking her arm with Fong Yi to draw him back, preventing him from saying anything that might provoke hostility. After exchanging glances with Su Ran, Horue shifted his attention to him, recognizing him as the one with whom to engage in dialogue, thus treating him with increased courtesy. Noticing this shift, Wanine took a couple of steps back, reinforcing Horue's determination to focus on Su and As the two groups conversed amidst the street littered with corpses and reeking of burnt flesh, the zombies were seemingly disregarded. Chapter 56. Making a Deal? This woman stays Wanine squatted on the ground, propping her chin on her hand, instructing Su Hong to style her hair. The team members had grown accustomed to her unconventional behavior, and Su Hong, frequently summoned, took it in stride as he clumsily combed her hair with the beige hair tie and brush she had handed him. Gao Wenwen watched with a mix of urgency and envy. While Horue chatted with Su Ran, he occasionally stole glances at the oddly behaving Wanine in this environment. Noticing this, Su Ran subtly shifted to block his view. Horue, realizing the shift, chuckled. Is she your girlfriend? Not at all. Su Ran would not lie about such matters, aware that a delayed response might arouse suspicion. Given the current situation, he replied naturally, she is my superior. Superior? Horue raised an eyebrow, noting her pink hair and youthful appearance, seemingly not yet 20, and found it hard to believe she was Su Ran's superior, a rich second generation, running a studio, somewhat known in the industry. A house would cost at least $1 million. Su Ran spoke carelessly, while Wanine usually administered defensive injections to them. Inside, he was astounded, yet his face revealed not a hint of his thoughts. However, Horue was not so easily deceived and inquired. $1 million is merely somewhat renowned. What is it called? Perhaps I have heard of it. Lion, Su Ran replied with certainty, his gaze unwavering. This prompted Horue to nod, remarking, indeed, it is just somewhat known. Achoo! Chu Yaman could no longer contain a sneeze. And uncontrolled sparks erupted from her body. Not only she, but even the others gazed in astonishment at the person spontaneously igniting, hastily retreating for fear of being burned. Wanine glanced at her. Sensing the moment of advancement, Chu Yaman was equally bewildered, casting an anxious look at Su Ran before turning to Wanine, asking, what should we do? Just as Wanine was about to gesture, Horue interjected, does your team also contain an ability user? With a wave of his hand, for earthen walls rose to completely encircle Chu Yaman, effectively severing the threat posed by the flames. Su Ran's eyelashes fluttered momentarily as Horue conjured thick mounds of earth to seal the sole vent of the earthen walls tightly, by cutting off the oxygen supply. The flames would naturally extinguish. Yet, this meant that Man Jie would be in jeopardy. Gao Wenwen was about to rush towards the earthen walls when Horue's associates trained their guns on her, signaling her to return to her position. Horue smiled amiably, stating, let us make a deal. I shall allow you to leave. But this woman must remain 0.1 life in exchange for so many. Quite a bargain. Seeing Su Ran with a stern expression and silent, he continued, Under such a significant disparity in force, my willingness to negotiate is already quite generous that I hope you, as the team leader, do not fail to recognize the favor. Su Ran tilted his neck. The sound of cracking bones signaling his rising anger. Fang Yi, witnessing Su Ran's action, stepped forward to prevent him, only to be tripped by Wen Yin and fall flat on the ground. Horui's gaze shifted downwards. And in that fleeting moment, Su Ran moved, seizing Horui's neck with precision, denying him any chance of retaliation, and unleashed a series of powerful strikes to his temple. After rendering him dazed, he snapped Horui's arm, causing the earthen manipulation to collapse. Chu Yamen, trapped inside and deprived of oxygen, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Even though I have a younger brother who is 8 years old and still unable to do anything. Merely hiding behind his sister and feigning weakness while shedding tears, he does not require anyone to teach him anything. I will personally show him the harshness of the world and the vicissitudes of human life. If you can keep up, join the team. If not, leave now and do not bother me. Do you think you are the only one capable of leading such a team in this entire world? Zhou Ling, feeling wronged, burst into tears, her voice rising. You have no sympathy. When you encounter difficulties in the future, you will face retribution. Oh, is that so? I shall await it. Wen Yin's imperturbable demeanor only served to exacerbate Zhou Ling's distress. Don't bully my sister, Zhou Tong shouted, in a dark corner of the supermarket. Something that had been slumbering awakened. Su Ran, his hand resting on a bag of rice, glanced toward the shadows, where multiple pairs of glistening green eyes were fixated upon him. If he made even the slightest movement, they would pounce and tear him apart. These creatures could not speak, yet the oppressive force bearing down on him made it abundantly clear that he must remain still. Su Ran moderated his breathing, contemplating whether he should attempt to unleash a burst of strength to escape. But if he managed to flee, what would be the consequences? His man was not far away, and Fang Yi and the others would inevitably be affected. How could he signal to them that there was danger? Suddenly, a sound, a metal piece being stepped on, caused Su Ran's heart to skip a beat. Cold sweat trickling down his temple as the lurking creature emerged from the shadows. As it revealed itself, Su Ran nearly forgot how to breathe. Its excessive height compelled it to stoop, its head pressed against the ceiling. A chest filled with severed zombie heads, resembling a collector with a morbid obsession, even sporting a string of heads hanging from its waist. The unnaturally bent and protruding knees bore cracked barcodes. Su Ran inhaled deeply. An overwhelming sense of impending doom left his mind blank. He quickly retreated a few steps and shouted toward Chu Yamen, Man, run! With items still in hand, Chu Yamen felt a pang of anxiety as she dashed out from behind the shelves, only to witness Su Ran being seized by a colossal, mutated zombie. Su Ran, she cried out, activating her fire abilities, a fiery whip ensnaring the zombie's arm, forcing it to release him. Unfortunately, the zombie felt no pain and curiously observed the flames on its arm, tightening its grip on Su Ran. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Ran's mouth as Fang Yi charged in from the opposite side, wielding 2 knives, relentlessly striking at the zombie's arm. Thick blood splattered onto him, but he paid it no heed, focused solely on severing the arm that threatened Su Ran's life. The zombie roared in fury, its other hand lunging toward Fang Yi. As Wen Yin's voice rang out, Chu Yamen's tears suddenly flowed. Let the vines catch Su Ran, who was coughing up blood, from the zombie's grasp. Observing the grotesque zombie, she illuminated its knee with her flashlight, recognizing the barcode number, and scoffed disdainfully. Truly relentless, Su Hong, who arrived shortly after, also caught sight of the number, and his expression instantly turned cold. This zombie had not sustained such injuries since being discarded from the laboratory. Although it could not feel pain, its limited intellect was sufficient to comprehend humiliation. It let out a furious roar at the humans disturbing its slumber and advancement. Chapter 58. Proving oneself to Wen Yin. A foul wind rushed forth as the heads stuffed within the zombie's chest opened their mouths, emitting chilling roars. The dimly lit supermarket was soon filled with spine-chilling howls, reverberating with ominous gusts, terrifying everyone into silence. Shelves were toppled one after another, and several zombies wielding massive axes appeared simultaneously. Each bore flickering green electronic devices around their necks, with barcodes emblazoned on their arms, signifying their distinction from the ordinary zombies outside. Fang Yi swallowed nervously, cautiously approaching Jiang Fabin and the others. Standing back to back, Are we doomed? Don't jump to conclusions. Perhaps they are simple-minded. Zhang Feiben reasoned that their continuous encounters with such creatures were a stroke of luck, courtesy of his lucky. And he was nearly embarrassed to remain within the team. Gao Wenwen's heart raced. She had not anticipated that after striving to adapt to their current environment and efficiently handling zombies, she would soon face a new challenge. How could she contend with a nearly 2-meter-tall axe-wielding zombie? Even if she struck with her knife, she could only slice off a chunk of flesh, and with such developed muscles, would her blade even penetrate? When Yin surveyed the zombies, then turned her gaze to the higher-ranking one, that the repeated encounters with the numbered zombies could not merely be coincidental. Yet, if one were to suggest that it was a deliberate arrangement, how could they have crossed paths so fortuitously? Or was it that the laboratory personnel had captured some zombies for research, but due to an excess in numbers, they carelessly discarded the inferior and unqualified experimental subjects? However, these creatures were not entirely expendable. Thus, they were fitted with tracking collars to monitor their movements and gather relevant data, which would then be reclaimed after their demise to extract the most valuable information for implantation in the next experimental subject. As the zombie noticed when Yin lost in thought, it unleashed another furious howl at her, snapping back to reality. When Yin cleared her ears and remarked to the stern-faced Su Hong, "Listen closely to how the incompetent cry. Do not emulate them." In response to this statement, Su Hong felt justified in suspecting that when Yin had lumped him in with those creatures, he deemed it necessary to clarify to her that, while he bore a code and was an experimental subject, he was in no way a member of the same species as the zombies. Even if there was some connection due to the laboratory, he was the highest tier among them. He would never stoop to such undignified howling. The zombie did not fully comprehend this statement, but it did not hinder its intent to attack when Yin. As it swung a punch, the two heads on its chest lunged toward her, baring their teeth and contorting their expressions, aiming to bite her face and neck. When Yin had not anticipated that the entities on its body could detach and even attack autonomously. Intrigued, she utilized vines to leap out of harm's way, landing gracefully on a nearby shelf in a crouched position. She gestured to Su Hong, "Go assist Fong Yi and the others," seeing her playful demeanor. Su Hong could only admonish her, "Be careful. Don't get hurt." She waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting at flies, prompting Su Hong to contemplate kicking the shelf to disrupt her nonchalance. The zombie's interest had shifted to Wen Yin. Fixated on acquiring that pink head to place in its chest cavity, it would surely be a splendid adornment. The device around its neck beeped excitedly, the high frequency resonating like a drill in one's head. Fong Yi and the others momentarily faltered in their movements, narrowly avoiding being struck by the axe. Although Wen Yin remained unaffected, the cacophony was bothersome, and she decisively used her abilities to temporarily mute the noise. With her palm facing upward, she summoned the spider that had shrunk after being reprimanded by Hua Hua, now obediently resting upon her hand, devoid of its previous arrogance. When Yin's smile lacked warmth as she said, "Let us have a fair competition. If you lose, my garden will require a new guardian." Startled, the spider quivered. It had experienced the benefits of spiritual energy in the space and knew it was a place for advancing its power. Unwilling to relinquish its position easily, it leaped from Wen Yin's hand, spinning silk toward the ceiling, suspending itself while reverting to its former large size, challenging the zombie, sensing the presence of a fellow creature. The zombie recalled its past encounters in the laboratory, where they were often confined to a room for battles, never permitting coexisting beings of the same rank. Wen Yin leaped onto another shelf, observing the ensuing clash with amusement. Meanwhile, in the space, Hua Hua curiously inquired, "Are you really going to keep this spider? It's so weak to be by our standards here. It's not bad." Wen Yin remarked, watching as it ensnared the zombie's exposed chest cavity with its venomous silk, rendering the heads powerless to escape, significantly diminishing the zombie's lethality. Quick-witted, the spider realized that it could observe the garden without loss. "I can also keep an eye on the garden," Hua Hua retorted. "Focus on the flower bed. The lotus fruit is about to ripen. Be vigilant." Wen Yin touched her still-healing rib, saying, "It can heal my wounds. That old man's techniques are hard to break, and the lotus fruit's unique chilling properties can alleviate them slightly." Understood. Hua Hua recognized the importance of the lotus fruit and inquired, "Is your injury still painful?" "Not particularly, but given that I nearly split in two, it will take some time to fully heal." Wen Yin instinctively touched her collarbone, adding, "I won't mind tossing any agreeable creatures into the space to serve as my aides in the future." Hua Hua felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly dismissed it as Wen Yin continued. Using abilities here comes with too many restrictions. One never knows when the heavenly path will detect the source of power is different. To be safe, it is more prudent to utilize the local powers for combat. On the body of Hua Hua, pink petals symbolizing joy began to emerge, although its mouth still bore a hint of defiance. Without the need for explanation, Hua Hua understood that its master would not forget the old loves for the sake of a new affection. When Yin observed as the spider was sent flying by a zombie, crashing into the wall, she contemplated the spider's worth. It had already surged forth from the debris, even locking eyes with her, which conveyed a tinge of disappointment and boredom. Instantly, the spider was enveloped by fear. It had momentarily relaxed, believing victory was assured, thus giving the zombie the opportunity to strike it down. However, that did not imply it was incapable of defeating the clumsy zombie. The spider was in a state of profound panic. It simply could not allow Wen Yin to feel disappointed in it. This peculiar breed, engineered and abandoned, was acutely aware of the world's cruelty. Its kind could not accept them, nor could they accept their own kind. Wen Yin was its sanctuary, and it was determined to slay this zombie to prove its worth to her. Chapter 59. Oh, you re not dead? The murderous intent radiating from the spider manifested as a palpable pressure, forcing the self-satisfied zombie to retreat 2 steps. It tilted its already dented head, seemingly perplexed as to why one of its kind exhibited such fierce determination. Wasn't this an attribute reserved for higher-tier beings? This abandoned low-tier creature, no matter how many modifications it underwent, could never possess such a trait. The spider no longer squandered time. It aimed to demonstrate its prowess before Wen Yin lost interest in it. The venomous silk had turned an ominous shade of dark blue, binding the zombie firmly within mere seconds, corroding its skin and muscles with a hissing sound. As its life was threatened, the zombie began to struggle desperately. But the more it fought, the tighter the silk became. In less than 2 minutes, the towering zombie was reduced to nothing more than a heap of bones. The spider, with utmost reverence, presented the crystal that had fallen from the zombie's head, delicately wrapped in translucent, non-toxic silk, while trembling beside the shelf. Wen Yin examined the crystal, satisfied, and tossed it back into her space, saying to the spider, "Do not indulge in such playfulness in the future." The spider shrank slightly, its form diminishing considerably. After storing the spider back into her space to continue guarding the veg tab, come on, how could someone truly capable end up in such a predicament? Luo Qi disdainfully held a cigarette that wasn't lit, mumbling somewhat indistinctly, "A few days ago, I received news that things are quite tumultuous in L City. If you go there, it would be akin to courting death. Perhaps you should consider another location. How can one ascertain the truth of the situation without venturing there?" Wen Yin was not inclined to abandon L City. She simply replied to Luo Qi, "Thank you for your concern. We must go to L City, but where do you intend to head?" Luo Qi toyed with his lighter, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding with a lackluster tone. "Why bother asking so many questions if you're not joining my team? All right, you all may leave. I must continue my journey." When Yin prepared to depart, she reached out to check his pulse, advising, "The destructive force of lightning abilities is potent. When you feel that energy colliding within you, do not hold it back. Simply release it into the open." Luo Qi's eyelids twitched. "You can tell just by touching?" The concepts of pulse diagnosis and mere touch were worlds apart. When he nodded, "I possess an extraordinary intuition. Are you truly not joining? I can ensure you won't go hungry. No, perhaps we can collaborate another time." Wen Yin waved him off as she exited the vehicle. At that moment, Luo Qi finally lit his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, then sighed. "What a pity. If I didn't feel I couldn't overpower her, I would have tied her up right away." Extraordinary intuition indeed sounds impressive. Just like their initial encounter, Luo Qi arrived abruptly and departed just as suddenly. Without even a farewell, Fang Yi scratched his head in confusion, marveling at his efficiency. Zhou Ling, abandoned by Luo Qi, was now in a panic. She knelt before Fang Yi with her brother in tow, pleading, "Please, let me join. I cannot survive alone with my brother. I am willing to do anything." "I beg you." Fang Yi hurriedly stepped aside, refusing to accept such supplication, while Su Ran clearly wished to remain uninvolved. Chu Yamen frowned slightly, glancing at Wen Yin, who was shaking a bottle of soda. "We need to find a place to rest," Su Heng suggested, leading the way. "Are we not leaving the town? I plan to stay here for a few days, allowing Fong Yi and the others to train properly. The sound of Wen shaking the soda bottle fell like a hammer upon the hearts of those who had not performed well in the supermarket, each falling into a silence filled with trepidation over what Wen might arrange. Seeing this, Zhou Ling hastily followed with her brother, wondering if she could still tag along since Wen had not directly sent her away. That it truly was unfortunate. She had hoped that fleeing with her brother would lead them to good people, only to find that this individual had eyes solely for Wen, engaging in some undisclosed, unseemly activities in the vehicle, and then departing with his team. Wen must have said something to him, she thought, which is why Luoqi altered his previous stance and rejected my request to join. The more Zhou Ling contemplated, the angrier she became. If it weren't for Wen, she would have surely secured a safe spot in an RV by now. Rather than following these individuals who lacked even a vehicle, groveling without an ounce of dignity, the group selected a hotel for their stay. Merely clearing out the zombies from the hotel consumed a significant amount of time. After barricading the main entrance with a wardrobe, when they finally had the chance to rest, Fong Yi collapsed onto the floor covered with a layer of mats, gazing out the window, exclaiming at last, "Some respite? Keep your voice down. Although this place is cleared, there are still dangers outside." Chu Yaman shot him an exasperated look before retreating to another room with Su Ran. Zhang Feiben remained in his temporarily assigned room. And just as Gao Wenwen exited Wen Yin's room, she spotted Zhou Ling standing in the hallway. Offering a polite smile, she intended to return to her room but was halted by Zhou Ling. "Could you tell me how you managed to join Wen Yin's team?" Zhou Ling asked, her demeanor anxious. Gao Wenwen was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind her words. "Aren't you a student? You seem quite young. Surely you cannot be killing zombies. Why can you join while I cannot?" Zhou Ling was baffled. By age, she should hold the advantage, shouldn't she? Realizing the implications of Zhou Ling's inquiry, Gao Wenwen regarded her with exasperation, stating, "How do you know I can't kill zombies?" "You can." Zhou Ling's astonishment irked Gao Wenwen, who frowned and retorted, "Why wouldn't I be able to? How else would I survive? But your age means you shouldn't be able to kill zombies, right?" Gao Wenwen rolled her eyes. "Don't always assume that Wen is targeting you by not allowing you into the team. Consider this. In the current situation, lacking some strength genuinely makes it difficult to find a suitable team. If you truly wish to join, just adhere to Wen Yin's requirements. If she relents, the others won't object. She possesses such authority within the team, indeed." After Gao Wenwen relaxed, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Not wishing to engage Zhou Ling further, she provided an unequivocal answer before departing. Zhou Tong tugged at his sister's hand, inquiring, "Sister, am I causing you trouble?" "Not at all," Zhou Ling replied, ruffling her brother's hair. "It's that Wen who lacks compassion, refusing to let us join her team. However, I will strive to gain her approval. Do not fear, sister has promised to protect you." Chapter 61. The 01 experiment subject has been found after his sister fell asleep. Zhou Tong sought out Wen. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of Wen pinning Su Hong down. This scene was reminiscent of something he had witnessed between his parents, prompting him to quickly cover his eyes and exclaim, "I'm sorry." After concluding her spar with Su Hong, Wen released her grip, sauntering over to the nearby sofa. "What is it, little one?" she inquired, somewhat wounded in his pride. Su Hong rose from the floor, rubbing his sore throat as he rasped, "Is this what you call a friendly spar?" The overwhelming intent to kill had nearly overwhelmed him, threatening to unleash the violent tendencies wrought by the serum. This propensity for indiscriminate aggression had long been suppressed within him, akin to a self-imposed seal, denying its emergence. Wen reclined on the sofa, lazily resting her chin on her hand, her cheeks forming a small tuft of flesh. "Isn't this friendly enough?" she countered. Realizing that arguing with her was futile, Su Hong stood up, massaging his neck as he approached, saying, "Perhaps next time, you could lighten the force a bit. My constitution is special enough that I won't be truly harmed. But others are not so fortunate." Wen noted Su Hong's compliance, appreciating his ability to understand without her needing to elaborate further. "Understood," she replied, her mood brightening, her tone softer than usual. The young boy, perceptive in reading the atmosphere, hastily stepped forward, asking, "Could you allow my sister and me to join? My sister has promised to fulfill the tasks you assign, and I assure you I will be very obedient." "May I? Let us see if your sister can manage that first," Wen replied, her attitude towards individuals based solely on her perception of them. irrespective of age or gender. Now leave. Zhou Tong felt a pang of injustice. They had been taught that humanity must help one another to survive, so why wouldn't she assist them? You are a bad person. When Yin, indifferent, flicked her fingers, summoning vines to ensnare the child and unceremoniously tossing him out. The thud upon landing was quite loud. Was the force a bit too much for a child? Su Heng inquired. When Yin scoffed coldly, do you expect to walk around without shedding any skin? I don't, Su Heng replied after a moment of silence, then asked, if you refuse their entry, why allow them to follow? Someone once taught me, she said, tossing a morsel of food onto the bed, unwrapping a pack of cotton candy. As Su Heng regarded her with a questioning gaze, she explained, demonstrating a modicum of humanity can earn one's trust, in an instant. Su Heng understood. She was leveraging the brother and sister duo to bolster her standing with Fong, Yi, and the others. If she were perceived as lacking compassion, her teammates might begin to wonder if she could treat them similarly in the future. Should such doubts arise, it would pose a significant issue, by validating her current allies. She was effectively mitigating potential problems through a slight manipulation of sentiment that it was undeniable that she was a remarkable leader, powerful, rational, adept at managing the situation, neither indulgent nor biased, effortlessly evoking her teammates' emotions and ensuring their willing compliance with her directives. It seemed that as long as she desired it, even the somewhat eccentric Luo Qi could be swayed to her side. Yet, it was evident that she was rather lethargic. Who was that individual? Upon mentioning this, when Yin rolled her eyes, just a defeated opponent, Su Heng, in a bid to spare her feelings, opted not to press further, noting her disgruntled demeanor as she crossed her arms and murmured, I lost to her several times back when I was still a novice sorceress. I may have lost, but I refuse to accept it. She is older and more experienced, yet she revels in her victories as if they were something to boast about, utterly shameless. Su Heng listened quietly to her recounting of the past. Though her tone was laced with disdain, it was not hard to discern her underlying amusement. When she fell silent, he asked, is she your friend? Not quite a friend, really. She belongs to the dragon clan. As long as their strengths are comparable, even cross-species friendships can be formed, can't they? He nearly struggled to keep pace with her otherworldly thought process. When Yin's expression turned indifferent, I used to think the same way. However, after I became the strongest, she died that it was puzzling. Su Heng almost blurted out, I am your friend. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly added, Fong Yi and the others are too. When Yin regarded him, narrowing her eyes, and remarked, are you trying to take advantage of me? Being friends with the strongest sorcerer is not an easy feat. Su Heng was speechless. What advantage was there to take? Indeed, I am taking advantage of you. Is that acceptable? Friends? Meow meow. Perched atop when Yin's head, laughed heartily, finding this drug-suppressed individual quite amusing. Her thoughts were so transparent. Yet she dared to meet her master's gaze. When Yin huffed, soon you will realize how advantageous it is to be my friend. Yes. Mississippi, shouldn't you take a nap? Your ribs aren't healed yet, are they? Su Heng bent down, extending his arm. After you, Mississippi. When Yin cooperatively lay down on the bed, while Su Heng took her previous spot, lost in contemplation. The activities in the laboratory grew increasingly audacious. The modifications to the zombies were no longer concealed, their frequency forcing him to suspect that perhaps some recorded data had already revealed his location. Clearly, remaining within the team was inappropriate, yet leaving without permission would certainly result in Yin breaking his legs. The mere thought of this possibility made Su Heng's eyelids twitched. Him. A broken leg was trivial given his self-healing ability, but with her temperament, he might lose his head instead. The more he pondered, the more likely that scenario appeared, thus extinguishing any thoughts of sneaking away. A tremendous bang from outside startled the resting group awake. They scrambled out of bed and cautiously peered out the window. A stray bullet had pierced the glass and lodged into the wall. Su Heng's gaze turned icy. Before he could act, a tear gas grenade was thrown in, quickly filling the room with smoke. Coughing, he covered his mouth, adapting to the dense fog, but it obscured his view of Yin's condition. Metal clasps shot in from outside, followed by the sound of ropes tightening. Fully armed individuals leaped through the window. Guns aimed at Su Heng. One of them activated a walkie-talkie, relaying, Subject 01 has been located. Awaiting instructions, Su Heng would not grant them. The timid, chilling voice struck his eardrum, instantly restoring his senses. Su Heng's crimson eyes were stained with droplets of blood. Tilting his head, He gazed vacantly at Wenyin, his scarlet tongue brushing against the corner of his mouth as he chuckled. It's you. My dear Een. Chapter 63. If you provoke me further, Sister Een, I shall retaliate. The rising intonation lingered, imbued with a peculiar allure. When Een raised an eyebrow, her heart unmoved as she seized his foot. Yanking him from the roof of the vehicle, Su Hong did not resist. As his body descended, he relinquished his head, and upon landing, he enveloped Wen Een in his arms, his blood smearing onto her clothing. Een bow. When Een grasped his hair, yanking his head back, her fingers prying open his eyelids to inspect his altered pupils. How intriguing it was to witness a human's eyes glimmer with the hue of rubies. Driven by curiosity, she produced a small flashlight, illuminating his eyes without a care for the discomfort it might cause him in his current state. Een bow. The acidity in his eyes brought Su Hong discomfort. Yet he obediently wrapped his arms around her waist, permitting her scrutiny, dual personalities, or perhaps some latent potential unleashed by the potion. She pinched his face, tugging it side to side, and upon seeing his displeased frown, she pondered for a moment before retrieving a camera from her spatial pocket, thrusting it into his face for a photograph. I told you, you would take advantage of me, yet you refused to admit it. Su Hong, upon hearing this, was displeased. He straightened his posture and looked down at her. I did not take advantage of you. When Een lowered the camera, aiming it at his face once more, when you regain your senses, I shall let you see this. She was indeed quite mischievous. When she felt she had captured enough footage, she retracted the camera and swiftly knocked him unconscious, slinging him over her shoulder as she passed by the number 10, whom she had previously dispatched with a single blow. She contemplated briefly before using vines to retrieve the device from around her neck, tossing it into her spatial pocket. Master, did you not find Su Hang's earlier demeanor rather amusing? Why then incapacitate him? His bloodshot eyes were alarming. Maintaining that state, I fear his eyeballs might burst, resulting in his cerebral matter spilling forth. Ugh. Meow meow, envisioning such a scene, gagged slightly. When Een clicked her tongue in disdain, saying, after traversing the world with me for so long, have you not yet acclimated? The reality is often starkly different from one's imagination. Meow Meow languidly reclined, declaring, Master, I feel so weak. When Een paid it no mind. Master, in my weakness, I yearn to cultivate vegetables. Still, she ignored it, and as Meow Meow prepared to continue its lament, she interjected, there are flowers in the spatial pocket. I fear that when next we meet, you may very well become a father. I am robust and resilient, capable of enduring out there for 100 years. Robust and resilient? That certainly suits the role of a father. No, Master. Meow Meow began a rollabout, nearly tumbling off. Upon reaching her destination, when Een unceremoniously deposited Su Hong onto a dust-laden bed and, hands on her hips, addressed Meow Meow, my head is not the expansive bed of a CEO. Cease your tumbling, lest you fall to the ground and become filthy. Do not blame me for discarding you. Woo woo woo. Meow Meow joyfully shook the leaves atop its head. I wouldn't tea. I shall cling to your hair and not fall. Humans tend to experience hair loss at a certain age. Perhaps by then, what you cling to will be a fallen strand. When Een encountered Zhou Ling in a corridor strewn with debris, she bore injuries, her face marred by a gash 3 fingers wide, appearing quite severe. Typically devoid of sympathy, when Een merely intended to seek out Fong Yi and the others to ascertain their survival. However, as she passed Zhou Ling, she was unexpectedly stabbed. Gazing down at the dagger lodged in the vines, she remarked to Zhou Ling, I generally do not strike women with that. She swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap to Zhou Ling's face. Compounding her injuries, to deal with such a person, she could not be bothered to chase after her for another blow. If she could not even handle zombies, what made her think she could kill a person? The contempt in Wen Yin's eyes prompted Zhou Ling to weep. If it were not for you, they would not have abandoned me. It is all your fault. Recalling her brother's injury from the falling cement block and his ongoing unconsciousness, Zhou Ling pounded the ground in frustration. I merely sought your assistance. I wish to join your team. Why would you not help? They listen to you. If you agree, they would care for my brother and me. Would they not? It is all your fault. Her sharp accusations failed to sway Wen Een in the slightest. Instead, they only served to deepen Zhou Ling's own sorrow. Zhou Ling cried out, I have no family left. I only have my brother. I only wish for him to live. Why must you treat me this way? At this point, Should not humanity assist one another? Wenyin found herself perplexed by the workings of such a mind, feeling only a slight hunger. Thus, in Zhou Ling's presence, she retrieved snacks such as drinks and egg yolk pastries from her spatial pocket, tearing them open to consume. But I was not born to be your mother. Why must I care for you? Should I ascend to the heavens like Nuwa and repair the cracks? Discarding the wrappers, she continued. Did I not already inform you of the criteria for joining the team? Slay 10 zombies. You have not met that condition, so why would I agree to accept you? What about Gao Wenwen? Is she not merely a high school student? Does she possess the capability to slay 10 zombies? Do not allow me and my brother to join. Just say so. Why concoct such excuses? Zhou Ling's animosity toward Wenyin was so intense it felt as though her heart might shatter. In the face of Zhou Ling's accusations, Wenyin took a couple of sips of her drink to wash away the cloying sweetness and replied, Gao Wenwen has contributed half a warehouse of supplies. Moreover, at merely 16 years of age, she has managed to guard a gas station without any external assistance, exhibiting remarkable planning skills and knowing who can help and who cannot. She successfully protected herself. Such qualifications alone suffice for her to join my team. Oh, I am not even the captain. Leaning against the wall, Wenyin languidly stated, You have portrayed yourself from the outset as a victim in need of protection and assistance. To be blunt, I simply do not wish to help someone of your ilk. However, considering the sentiments of others, even if my acting skills are lacking, I must perform somewhat, do I not? Zhou Ling's hands trembled as she cried. Am I not strong enough to bring my brother along? I have asserted that once I join the team, I can contribute significantly. I do not require anyone to do anything for me. Wenyin noticed Gao Wenwen approaching from a distance and continued addressing Zhou Ling. Furthermore, I have never trusted verbal promises. If you wish to join us, then, after a moment's contemplation, she added, with the same force you used to stab me. Stab yourself, and then slay 20 zombies, counting your brother as share, no discounts. The light filtering through the breached wall rendered Wenyin's smile particularly sinister. Otherwise, be gone. With that, she strolled over to Gao Wenwen, offering her some food. Injured? No. Upon hearing Wenyin praise her, Gao Wenwen bashfully tugged at her clothing. Sisterine, do you think I am excellent? Wenyin patted her head, noticing the dust emerging from her hair, and smiled. Indeed, exceedingly excellent. I shall go check on the others. You keep an eye on this one, okay? After Wenyin departed, Gao Wenwen moved closer to Zhou Ling, declaring, If you provoke our sisterine again, I shall stab you. Chapter 64. You cannot possibly harbor feelings for me, can you? For the first time in her life, Gao Wenwen spoke fiercely, fully convinced she could follow through. Wenyin was their team's talisman. How could she be treated so by an outsider? She was someone they wished to protect, not subject to harm. This thought seemed slightly awry, yet Wenyin's prowess was indeed beyond their needs. Gao Wenwen displayed no outward signs, yet internally, she felt a sharp pang from her own thoughts. Zhou Ling, seated on the ground with her injured side covered, gazed up at Gao Wenwen, whose presence had transformed after slaying numerous zombies. Now exuding a formidable aura, the words she had been about to utter were swallowed back down, stifled by an overwhelming sense of fear. Wenyin entered Fang Yi's room through the breached wall, discovering several walls had been shattered from fierce combat. After resolving the troubles, Su Ran and the others sat within, tending to their wounds. Casting a glance at the fallen corpse on the ground, she could not be bothered to detour, stepping directly over it towards Fang Yi, who lay unattended. The first order of business was to tear away his bloodied t-shirt. This unannounced act of thievery drew the attention of others. Wenyin instinctively whistled at Fang Yi's athletic physique. Upon hearing the whistle, Fang Yi tensed, raising his uninjured arm to cover his chest, nervously stammering, Yin Bao, what are you doing? While I appreciate your help, I had no intention of offering myself. He was a man of strong principles. His body was reserved solely for his future wife. Ignoring Fang Yi's antics, Wenyin directly proceeded to prod his abdominal muscles, her palm pressing flat against them. Impressive. The muscles were firm, the sensation delightful. Fang Yi, initially jesting, now felt genuine panic. Could Wenyin truly harbor an interest in him? No, that was not the issue. It was a matter of mental readiness. To him, Wenyin was both a friend and a younger sister. Satisfied with Fang Yi's expression of anguish, a mixture of tears and unspoken explanations, Wenyin activated her spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Fang Yi bore several knife wounds, and his arm had sustained a gunshot injury. If treated solely by the methods of this world, it would take him a significant time to recover, which would not bode well for him or the team. Fang Yi felt a sensation coursing through his body, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "Healing. You nearly frightened me. I thought you were truly lusting after my body. Originally, it was to treat my injuries." Dr. Song let out a sigh of relief. "I must admit, I am quite tempted by your physique, but only in a visual sense. Who doesn't appreciate beauty in this world? The allure of the human form is incredibly diverse, and one can never tire of it." "Can they?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yi felt a jolt in his heart. Unable to restrain himself, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Yin Bao, you don't actually have feelings for me, do you?" After ensuring his wound had ceased bleeding, when Yin withdrew her hands and gazed thoughtfully at his upper body for a moment before replying, "From a personal aesthetic perspective, I must say I do find it quite appealing." Fang Yi felt a chill wash over him. How was he to decline? When Yin was wonderful, but he did not feel that spark, however. "Rest assured, I am only fond of your physique." Fang Yi felt particularly distressed, unable to keep pace with Wen Yin's advanced thoughts. "So, which kind of affection are we talking about here?" Chu Yaman, who had been eavesdropping on their entire conversation, was struggling to contain herself, often distracted, resulting in Su Ran's hand, merely grazed by a dagger. Being bandaged as if it had been severed, Su Ran, feeling helpless, tapped his girlfriend's face with his heavily bandaged hand. Meeting her eyes, filled with mirth, he couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his hand in front of her. "Is it really all right to wrap it up so thickly on such a hot day?" Upon seeing her handiwork, Chu Yaman quickly grasped his arm, apologizing profusely, cupping Su Ran's face and planting several kisses on his lips. I'm so sorry. We are just too amusing." With swift motions, she redid the bandaging. Just as she finished tying a satisfactory bow, they heard Jiang Fabin's anguished scream, thinking another enemy had arrived. Chu Yaman prepared to take action, only to see him sprawled against a precarious doorframe, covered in dust, painfully clutching half of his face. Why must a single dog witness this? I've already seen this couple kiss several times. Chu Yaman sighed. "Jiang Fabin, stop associating with Fang Yi. Your brain is almost being assimilated by him." After taking care of business, their theatrical inclinations kicked in, luring several enemies downstairs and efficiently dealing with them. Jiang Fabin shrugged, stepped forward, and seated himself on the ground, stating, "You all are fine, right?" Those individuals were professionally trained. "Quite difficult to handle," Su Ran scoffed disdainfully. "They may be trained in combat, but not in intellect. They underestimated us mere civilians and ended up being outmaneuvered." Jiang Fabin chuckled. "Well, that's good. Overconfident enemies serve as practice for us." He then turned to Wen Yin, saying, "Captain, I confiscated some items that were too heavy to carry, so I left them downstairs. Could you please collect them later?" Wen Yin stood up, positioned herself by the crumbling wall, and gave him an okay gesture before jumping down to retrieve the items. The few individuals aware of her capabilities watched her leap without concern. Continuing their conversation, "What did you confiscate?" "A few guns and several boxes of ammunition. I assume. I didn't open them to check, but I suspect they were well equipped." Jiang Fabin, preferring vehicles over firearms, remarked, "I noticed their cars were rather nice. But unfortunately, a few were damaged during the brawl that I wonder if any are still operational." "There should be," came the reply that I caught a glimpse when I almost fell. There appeared to be quite a few. Chu Yaman asked curiously, "Did you hear them mention anything about a laboratory during the fight?" It sounded quite mysterious. Indeed, they even believed I was a test subject. "Quite amusing." He chuckled that yes, they chatted. They failed to notice Su Hung appearing. Supporting his lower back, Fang Yi, surprised, exclaimed, "Su Hung, you're so young, yet you've injured your back? That's not good." After being struck by Wen Yin's vine, Su Hung had crashed through several walls without time to adjust and had immediately engaged in a fight with the similarly launched 11. The details of what transpired afterward were hazy. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the bed in an awkward position, and upon getting up, he had strained his back, while the body possesses self-healing abilities. When Yin's attack seemed to defy explanation, he simply couldn't recover. The metallic taste of rust lingered in his mouth, akin to having been forcibly fed a handful of bloody earth, bitter and sanguine. Upon returning with the items, Wen Yin encountered Su Hung hunched over like an old man, supporting his back. Approaching him, she disregarded the norms, turning her back to Fang Yi and revealing the footage she had recorded. "Look, what has your face been pressed against? It's quite distorted." Chapter 65. Truly, she is my goddess. Su Hang's face flushed with embarrassment, just as he was about to snatch the device to erase his embarrassing history. Wenyin grasped his wrist, and the camera vanished in the blink of an eye. Wenyin patted her chest and said, "You still haven't answered my previous question. What do you want me to do?" "I enjoy conversing with straightforward, quick-witted individuals like you." With a benevolent expression, Wenyin produced an instrument she had removed from Number 10's neck, stating, "I believe there cannot be just one laboratory of that kind in this world. And since you emerged from one, you should know how to use this to find them, right?" The organization of those individuals suggested that there is indeed a laboratory nearby. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought a test subject along with such military supplies. If they had been out for a while, there would inevitably be wear and tear on the equipment, let alone the supply crates. Yet, the crates I collected were all brand new. Su Hung frowned. "The laboratory is not that simple. It would be wise to avoid it if possible." Wenyin smiled silently, and the two held their ground for a moment until the surrounding atmosphere became almost suffocating. Finally, Su Hung relented. "I will take you there." The eavesdropping individuals quietly exhaled. They had thought a confrontation was imminent, except for Fang Yi, who bore more serious injuries. The others were only lightly wounded. Upon hearing the call to regroup, Gao Wenwen immediately abandoned Zhou Ling and hurried back. Zhou Ling, filled with fear, completely forgot her previous actions and prejudices against Wenyin. She scooped up her brother and chased after them, managing to get into the car before Gao Wenwen. "Just get me out of town, I promise. Once we leave, you can drop me off, and I will immediately take my brother away." Zhou Ling's hands trembled, her eyes red as she pleaded, "I swear, I will absolutely leave." During your absence, she tried to stab Sister Yin with a knife, but Miao Miao intercepted it with vines, which is why Sister Yin was unhurt. Otherwise, that stab could have been fatal, Gao Wenwen scoffed. "Knowing this, do you still want to take her with you? It's up to you to decide." She stood outside the car, arms crossed, visibly displeased that I didn't mean to. I was just angry," Zhou Ling stammered in her defense. But Fang Yi and the others couldn't overlook her assault on Wenyin. Chu Yamen rolled her eyes. "You actually tried to stab someone. Can you please drop the act of being a victim? It's truly revolting. Could you just leave already? Yin Bao doesn't hold it against you, simply because she doesn't regard you as a person. You genuinely think too highly of yourself?" Su Ran did not intervene this time. Merely observing Zhou Ling, who still clutched her brother, with a cold expression, seemingly pondering why such individuals existed in the world. Zhou Ling was nearly breathless from crying, yet she still managed to say, "I know I did wrong, but who can remain rational in a desperate situation? I was just enough." Fang Yi grasped her shoulders and pushed her out of the car. Yin Bao clearly stated the conditions for joining. "You were the one who fled in fear and now returned to blame her, even trying to kill her, and no matter how pitiful you appear, we cannot feel sorry for you." Once Zhou Ling was forcibly removed from the vehicle, Gao Wenwen pushed her aside and slammed the door shut as she got in. Zhang Feiben stepped on the gas, speeding away and leaving behind a cloud of choking exhaust for Zhou Ling to contemplate her actions. Was she in the wrong? She was merely a girl struggling to survive with her brother, so why was no one willing to help her, with the apocalypse upon them? Had humanity's compassion been extinguished? Zhou Ling failed to reflect on her own issues, attributing all blame to others. With resentment boiling within her, she hoisted her brother onto her back and ran towards the outskirts of town, vowing she would not die. Absolutely not. Once she grew stronger, she would ensure those who had bullied her would know her might, especially Wenyin. She would make Wenyin beg for mercy on her knees, tears streaming down her face. Achoo! Suddenly, Wenyin, sleeping in the back seat, sneezed. Chu Yamen hurriedly adjusted the blanket covering her and said to Zhang Feiben, "Could you raise the temperature a bit?" With Wenyin around, they no longer needed to worry about fuel consumption. Zhang Feiben obediently raised the temperature and asked, "Are we really going to find that laboratory? What if there are mutated monsters inside, like dogs with wings or cats with lizard tails?" At this moment, Chu Yamen turned to Fang Yi and Gao Wenwen. "What have you two been telling Zhang Feiben lately?" She genuinely worried that this fortunate Yi, who seemed to lose his intellect upon making friends, had been led astray by the two. "No, nothing at all," Gao Wenwen replied, but Fang Yi shot her a knowing glance. Chu Yamen noticed this and exclaimed, "Fang Yi, I swear, Wenwen and I haven't said anything. Just normal conversation, friends casually chatting." Just as they were about to engage in a dispute, A voice, cool and composed, came from the individual whose lower back was affixed with a specially crafted plaster emanating a medicinal scent. If you wake her, every soul in this vehicle shall pay with their life. Instantly, the car fell silent. 20 minutes later, they found themselves within a mountainous forest, where the path ahead vanished, leaving them no choice but to disembark. Are we really venturing into the mountains? Gao Wenwen fanned Wen with a hand fan, gazing at the lush greenery in the distance, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Honestly, I think staying in town for a few days would be quite pleasant. I could practice how to slice necks. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Wen altered their plans, leading them all into the mountains. Just as Gao Wenwen finished her statement, her hands grew heavy. Looking down, she discovered an axe. Gasping in surprise, she inquired, "Injia, what is this for?" If it were for self-defense, she would personally prefer a dagger. Isn't this for practicing neck slicing? There are plenty of trees in the mountains. I'll mark a target for you to aim at. Gao Wenwen took a deep breath, struggling to respond. All right. Fortunately, she hadn't been contemplating anything absurd. What if Wen could truly conjure something from her space? That would be quite alarming. Oh no, what was she thinking? How could she believe that her Injia possesses such abilities? Injia, I am guilty. Gao Wenwen bowed her head in admiration towards her idol, vowing to fell a few trees in penance. No need. Just as Gao Wenwen was about to feel moved, ready to praise her goddess for her kindness, she heard Wen Yin's emotionless remark, "With your strength, it would be a feat to fell even a single tree with that axe." Ah, truly her goddess. Even a casual comment left her without a retort. Chapter 66. It's you? Useless one. After the group received provisions sufficient for 3 days from Wen, they followed Su Hong up a mountain path cloaked in wild grass. Having barely escaped the laboratory, the thought of returning there, with its sophisticated instruments, made Su Hong somewhat irritable. His mood was exceedingly complex, starkly contrasting with the ease exhibited by those behind him, under the influence of Wen. Fong Yi and the others were blissfully unaware of tension. At most, they felt a twinge of anxiety upon disembarking the vehicle, but once they settled in, their attention inevitably gravitated towards Jiang Fabin. To be honest, since Jiang Fabin joined their ranks, they hadn't perceived him as particularly unfortunate, hence they found it hard to believe in his so-called fortunate physique. However, now they were convinced. Once they entered the mountains, it seemed as if Jiang Fabin had lost a protective layer. The mountain path was narrow, and they walked in a single file, while they managed to navigate without incident. Jiang Fabin stumbled over a twisted vine, falling spectacularly. They ducked under crooked branches without issue, but Jiang Fabin was bitten by a poisonous snake that fell from a tree, leaving his face discolored. Wen handed him a homemade antidote pill, and Jiang Fabin, lying on the ground in tears, cried out for his savior. Within mere minutes of entering the mountains, his once handsome face now bore dark circles under his eyes. His companions believed it must be his misfortune for walking at the rear, so they suggested he take the lead. However, this only exacerbated his plight, as both Su Hong and Wen remained unscathed while Jiang Fabin found himself in yet another predicament. Fong Yi squatted by the edge of a pit, clapping in admiration. "Bro, I believe you now, truly." Jiang Fabin slumped his shoulders. "Can someone pull me up?" Just as he shifted slightly forward, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing him to slide down a tube, his terrified screams echoing from within. Su Hong had initially intended to scout the area for an entrance, but was caught off guard. Wen crouched down to peer into the dark pit, remarking, "Is this the entrance? It should be a concealed entry to prevent tracking." Su Hong crushed a device. "Shall we go down? It sounds like the tunnel is quite lengthy." Wen leaped into the abyss, shining her flashlight into the tunnel before vanishing inside. As the others prepared to follow, the entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud, reinforced with an additional layer. Fong Yi stepped forward. Jiang Fabin was just here. Why is it suddenly silent? They had been discovered. Su Hong scanned the dark surroundings, suspecting there might be cameras installed within. Gao Wenwen's anguished cry drew their attention. Su Hong glanced up to find the person who had been crouching at the edge had disappeared, replaced by the sounds of a fierce struggle. "What the hell? Are the lab personnel here to eliminate us? What do we do now? We can't climb up without a rope." Fong Yi stomped anxiously, while Su Hong twisted his ankle, grasping Fong Yi's wrist. "What are you doing? It's quite awkward for a man to hold hands. Get ready. If you sprain your ankle, don't blame me." Su Hong bent his knees and leaped, propelling the nearly 6-foot-tall Fong Yi into the air. The astonishing leap had Fong Yi shouting midair, "What the hell? Do you play basketball? Let us play together." Su Hong calculated the angle, launching Fong Yi forward while he utilized the downward momentum to kick a man attacking Gao Wenwen. Bang! The helmet shattered. The armed assailant fell, removing his damaged helmet, blood trickling from his forehead. 0-1. The experimental subject was nameless. Among the many, Su Hong boasted the most outstanding results in ranking. Thus, the most authoritative figures in the laboratory permitted him to choose a name for himself. However, this meant little. In the eyes of those individuals, experimental subjects were merely that, disposable entities, easily discarded without a second thought. Hence, Su Hong remained known as 0-1, an existence always at risk of being surpassed or replaced by other experimental subjects. "It's you, useless one." Su Hong wore an impassive expression, dispatched here after a failed escort mission. If memory served, he had once been a captain, hadn't he? Teske. Looking at your insignia, you've been demoted, haven't you? Lu Fei ground his teeth in frustration. The failure of that mission was due to someone tampering with the directives, preventing him from delivering the experimental subject on time, resulting in the nutrient solution's efficacy waning. And the subject perishing alongside it. He could not comprehend how this had occurred. The laboratory was equipped with world-class apparatus, never having faltered before. Thus, when he failed the mission, the laboratory dismissed his explanations outright, zeroing his account and relegating him to this insignificant place. That moment, he felt incredibly unlucky, having signed a contract with the laboratory that bound him for life, as long as he had food to eat. But what was the outcome? After Su Hong's escape, he uncovered the truth. It was Su Heng's doing. He recalled seeing Su Hong shackled, standing beside a technician during the retrieval. Lu Fei glanced at the blood on his hands. "I never wronged you, did I? What was the need to go so far? I apologize. I simply needed to practice at that moment." Relying solely on cerebral simulation, achieving a 100% success rate was impossible. Su Hong, listening to the sounds of combat behind him, approached Lu Fei. "My teammates seem to remain oblivious to my connection with the laboratory. To preserve the secret for now, would you kindly perish?" Lu Fei hastily drew his gun, aiming it at Su Hong. "Even if you are an experimental subject, being shot will still lead to death. Feel free to give it AT or Y.AS. Su Hong continued to advance. He pointed to his head. "Aim here. The probability of death is even higher." Lu Fei instinctively raised his gun, his gaze inadvertently shifting upwards, and just as he realized the danger, pain pierced his chest. Su Hong's modified hand effortlessly punctured Lu Fei's lung, then grasped his heart. Lu Fei trembled in fear, especially since he wasn't dead yet. He could distinctly feel Su Hong making small, precise movements within his chest cavity. "Let go, spare me." "Very well." Su Hong smiled slightly, withdrawing his hand, blood gushing from Lu Fei's chest, splattering all over Su Hong. After pushing Lu Fei down, Su Hong used his index finger to wipe the blood splattered on his face. Casting a disdainful glance, his tongue brushing against his teeth, suppressing the urge to lick it, instead smearing it on the unblemished part of his lower back. Feeling the plaster beneath his fingers, he felt somewhat displeased. Wenyin hadn't even offered to rub it for him. Hong Go, are you all right?" Gao Wenwen witnessed him stab someone in the chest, feeling utterly terrified. Her gaze fell to Su Hong's bloodied hands. Nervously swallowing, "Injia, hurry back. Henggu has gone berserk again." Su Hong shot a sidelong glance at Gao Wenwen, his tone colder than usual. "What could possibly be wrong with me? As long as you're fine. Let us go find Injia." Chapter 67. I have a short temper. With the presence of Chu Yamen, an ability user, dealing with the remaining attackers became considerably easier. Fong Yi procured sturdy vines to bind the assailants, intending to extract information about the laboratory's entrance from them. However, these individuals were all professionally trained and bound by contracts with the laboratory, under circumstances that allowed them to preserve their lives and were not excessively perilous. They would categorically refrain from divulging any information regarding the laboratory. They had even discerned that Fong Yi and his companions were reluctant to kill, further solidifying their resolve to remain tight-lipped. As long as they could return safely to the laboratory, they would consider their mission accomplished, having at least recorded the appearances and data of these individuals, with the most significant gain being the data on the ability users. They were certain this time they would be promoted. "You truly want to speak?" Fong Yi was puzzled. He had even drawn his knife, yet these individuals remained obstinate. Words seem to have escaped you entirely. Haven't they? Just when he believed he was on the brink of failure, left to rely solely on their own wits to find an entrance, his wrist was unexpectedly seized by Su Hong. The peculiar viscosity of the blood sent a shiver down Fang Yi's spine. Before he could comprehend Su Heng's intentions, he was yanked forward. The strange sensation caused his pupils to constrict as his gaze fixated on the knife that was embedded deep within the enemy's abdomen. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged as Su Hong, gripping Fang Yi's hand, twisted the knife in the stubborn man's belly, relishing the anguished wails that ensued. He turned his head towards the stunned Fang Yi and remarked, "Now, this is what I call interrogation." Chu Yamen and the others could only watch in horror, their stomachs churning at the shocking display of Su Heng's ruthlessness. Releasing his grip, Su Hong crouched beside Fang Yi. His face, marred by dried blood, lit up with a sickly grin. His voice, though soft, resonated with authority as he demanded, "Now, ask him once more. Where is the entrance to the laboratory?" Fang Yi complied, but the man, consumed by pain, could hardly process the question. Su Hong then glanced at the pale-faced individual beside him, asking, "Are you not going to speak either?" I will. I'll take you there. Please, don't kill me." The man understood all too well that if he remained silent, he would endure a far more agonizing interrogation than his companions. Su Hong, seemingly pleased, clapped his hands together and said, "Excellent." With that, he rose and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the skull of the still howling man, wiping the brain matter onto the head of the one who agreed to lead them to the entrance. "Let us go." This decisive blow extinguished any rebellious thoughts in the man's mind. Once freed from his bonds, he trudged forward like a beaten dog, leading them towards the laboratory entrance. Gao Wanwen, terrified, desperately wanted to cling to Chu Yamen, who was equally shaken, currently clutching Su Rant's arm. Sparks occasionally leapt from her body, scorching numerous small holes into Su Rant's clothing. Meanwhile, Wen, having traversed the slide for a few minutes, landed with a bounce on a rather unforgiving mat before finally coming to a stop. She approached Jiang Fabin, giving his arm a playful kick, signaling him to get to work. Jiang Fabin sprang to his feet, standing behind her, apologizing, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "Not at all. It's quite entertaining." After leading him around what appeared to be a sealed-off indoor area, she instructed, "You go find the door." Jiang Fabin obediently began tapping on the walls. Is it possible that the doors can only be opened from the outside? It is a possibility. Wen hadn't considered this, so she chose a wall and, in front of Jiang Fabin, twisted her ankle. "What are you doing?" Adding a bit of excitement to this mundane life. With that, she executed 2 spins before delivering a forceful kick to the wall. Crack. "Oh my. Wen, won't you break a bone doing that? It sounds painful." Jiang Fabin panicked, but what made him even more anxious was the scene that followed. From the point where her heel struck, cracks spiderwebbed outward, extending all the way to the ceiling. What sort of surreal reality is this? That wall looks incredibly solid. It can't possibly be just ordinary concrete. Wen kicked the wall twice more, causing the already fractured surface to collapse in a cloud of dust. Once the haze began to clear, she inquired, "Do you think the laboratory might collapse because of this wall?" Jiang Fabin had no way of knowing whether the laboratory would indeed cave in. But he was certain of one thing. It would undoubtedly be Wen who brought about its downfall. Absolutely. 100%. Wen produced several flour cakes and offered them to Jiang Fabin, who hesitated to eat them, feeling as though he should revere her as a divine being after that last kick. How could one consume treats given by a deity? As she savored the flour cakes, Wen led the dazed Jiang Fabin down 2 corridors, discovering 2 teams of individuals clad in protective gear, armed and marching in unison towards them. "Their equipment seems quite impressive," she noted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fabin felt a sense of foreboding. True to his instincts, the moment he thought this, Wen signaled her companion, Meow Meow, to take action. The vines, varying in thickness, moved with remarkable agility, stripping the well-equipped yet utterly useless individuals of their protective gear, leaving even their walkie-talkies behind. Stopping in front of a bare-chested man, Wen gazed at his well-defined abs, disappointment evident in her voice as she remarked, "Fang Yi's are still more appealing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fabin glanced at the man and instinctively touched his own stomach, relieved to find his muscles still intact, hoping not to be found lacking in Wen Yin's eyes. Wait, why was he concerned about this? Such thoughts were perilous. Could it be that he was truly being influenced by Fong Yi? Where is your leader? Give it up. I won't tell you. With a swift punch, Wen Yi knocked the man unconscious and proceeded to the next. Still unwilling to speak. After 4 consecutive interrogations ended with her knocking them out, she approached the 5th man, who also seemed eager to pledge loyalty, and altered her approach. Before the onlookers, Wen Yi unsheathed a fish knife. Casually slicing a piece of flesh from the man's arm and embedding the blade into his forearm. With a warm smile, she asked, "Now, where is your leader?" "He's over at T1. Just go straight and take a turn. You'll see the sign. The laboratory can be quite disorienting, so there are signs everywhere." Wen Yi, satisfied, patted the man on the shoulder. "I knew you would talk. After all, who wouldn't divulge information when faced with the prospect of being filleted?" Turning the corner, Jiang Feibin, holding the remaining flour cakes, bent slightly and asked, "Captain, would you like some more?" In response to Jiang Feibin's anxiety, Wen Yi assured him, "I have always been kind to those who listen to me. Rest assured, I do not deceive." "Deceive? Slice? Which slice?" Jiang Feibin's arm throbbed. "Captain, how do you manage to be so ruthless and still smile while carving flesh?" Wen Yi, listening to the distant sound of alarms, calmly focused on the signs leading to T1. Multitasking as she replied, "I have a rather short temper, especially when fools waste my time." Gulp. Chapter 68. The information is quite abundant. Once again, Jiang Feibin found himself startled into hiccups by Wen Yin's demeanor. Awkwardly smiling as their eyes met, Wen Yi, attuned to the footsteps mingling with the alarms, instructed Jiang Feibin, "You handle these individuals. I will head to T1." Jiang Feibin nodded without objection. "Be careful that they parted ways." Jiang Feibin remained oblivious to the small, invisible orb floating above his head, Meow Meow, who was boredly flicking the leaves atop its head. The master truly treats her own well. She merely hoped to avoid any ungrateful wretches in the future. The laboratory was primarily divided into 2 major areas, T1 and T2. Accessing T1 required various certifications, while T2 was primarily for resource storage, with less stringent management. The area was vast, and the commotion Wen Yi had just caused only affected a portion of it. As she entered another section, even the alarm sounds faded away. Her striking pink hair caught the eye, so Wen Yi evaded the surveillance and made her way to a changing room, donning the facility's uniform and a black wig. When she emerged, she adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, the click of her high heels echoing as she walked. Greeting an approaching individual, she amiably swiped a badge from them, pinning it to her left breast. "Do you know her?" "No, I don't. She must be a newcomer." Wen Yi, overhearing the conversation from behind, turned the corner with a smile and soon encountered another person, accompanied by robots hauling 2 large boxes of supplies. "Hello." In the briefest time, she assessed the individual's position, blocking his path. After a swift glance at his badge to confirm his identity, she said, "I'm the new assistant warehouse manager. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Peng Guang, somewhat skeptical, replied, "I did hear we were getting newcomers, but the record said they were supposed to be 1.72 meters tall. Even with high heels, you fall short. Height-enhancing insoles, any issues?" Wen Yin's confidence and authority dispelled Peng Guang's doubts instantly, leading him to believe her background with the laboratory's inspectors must be quite extraordinary. His demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Well then, no problem. Here's the office key. Please register all the supplies delivered today. I am busy delivering supplies to the doctor, so I can't escort you. The computer password is under the small potted plant on my desk. If you have trouble, you can click on the newcomer guide on the desktop. I've annotated everything. Additionally, others from different areas will come to collect supplies soon, so just take them to the warehouse and have them hand over the supply list for the robots to scan." The information is rather substantial. When Yi received the key, and with Peng Guang burdened by his tasks, he dared not delay any longer. After exchanging a few polite words, he departed with a robot laden with 2 large crates of supplies. When Yi raised an eyebrow, approached the fork in the road, and glanced at the sign affixed to the wall, successfully locating the office. Once inside, she seated herself behind the desk, uncovering the password input beneath a small potted plant. She swiftly skimmed through several documents, realizing that new supplies would not arrive for another 2 days. The remaining stock in the warehouse could only sustain the laboratory's basic operations for a week, rendering the statistical figures precariously in the orange-red zone. However, this data was quite favorable for Wen Yi, who only needed to sustain a few individuals days. She was about to rise and procure supplies. A suddenly appearing video dialogue box halted her. The individual on the other end had disheveled black hair. Despite appearing youthful, his temples were grayed, gold-rimmed glasses obscured the sharpness of his phoenix eyes. Yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth revealed his struggle to suppress his temper, preventing his anger from being recorded on video. Wenyin glanced at the note identifying him as Dr. K. Was he another researcher from the laboratory? Where was Peng Guang? Dr. K's voice was frigid, akin to the waters flowing beneath a glacier. He has gone to T1 to deliver supplies. How could a bunch of useless individuals, who only consume without contributing, expect him to handle deliveries? Dr. K snorted contemptuously, fixing his gaze on Wenyin, finding her somewhat familiar yet unable to recall why. Are you the new recruit, L? Yes. Wenyin adjusted her glasses. A single question made her realize the laboratory referred to itself by its location. Convey to Peng Guang to send over the collected data. Should he fail again, he need not return to K. Understood. Dr. K abruptly severed the connection. Leaning back, Wenyin tapped her index finger on the armrest. Competition existed between laboratories, and Peng Guang was likely placed here by Dr. K to siphon data. This Dr. K seemed rather arrogant, perhaps believing she was a newcomer without sufficient audacity, and he had not specified what data he desired, merely instructing her to relay a message which posed no threat. After contemplating, Wenyin extracted a pen from the holder and hastily scribbled a note for Peng Guang before rising to procure supplies from the warehouse, armed with her employee badge and key. The robotic systems with designated protocols did not impede Wenyin. They merely exhibited a look of electronic dismay as the warehouse emptied. Wenyin patted the robot's head, efficiently clearing out the supplies from several storage areas. To express her gratitude, she instructed Hua to create an illusionary flower in every corner of the warehouse, ensuring the surveillance captured the scene as abundantly stocked. Such kindness nearly moved her to tears. Carrying a stack of documents while feigning the demeanor of a laboratory staff member, she infiltrated several locations, skillfully obtaining the necessary passwords to access the T1 area. Upon entering T1, Wenyin immediately sensed a stark contrast in atmosphere compared to T2. The oppressive ambience and significantly advanced equipment were palpable, intriguing. After cautiously acquiring an employee badge, she wandered about nonchalantly. Entering an incorrect password would trigger alarms, and exposure would lead to confrontation, yet the personnel outside were unlikely to be aware of the secrets. Sheer brute force was not an option. Her target was the doctor. Hey, I've been observing you for quite some time. What are you aimlessly wandering about for? The security personnel approached, glancing at Wenyin's badge. Her straight black hair and glasses matched, yet the disparity in her chest was evident. Why do you look so different from your work photo? One AC, the other an F. The difference was staggering. Wenyin was somewhat taken aback by the individual's keen perception but remained composed, replying, I was nursing at the time. You experienced such a drastic change during your nursing period? The unmarried individual was shocked. He had only heard that women's busts increased during pregnancy, but had never heard of such a transformation. His astonishment was overt, yet Wenyin maintained her calm demeanor. The world is full of wonders. Your scrutiny makes me feel like an outlier. Being a mother is exhausting enough. Must I also endure discrimination? Are you discriminating against me? How did this even turn into a discussion about discrimination? The security personnel hastily apologized to Wenyin and stepped aside. Observing this, Wenyin furrowed her brow, feigning sadness as she remarked, They say one becomes foolish for 3 years after pregnancy, now that I have returned to work. I've forgotten many passwords and no longer dare to go to the restroom alone. Indeed, entering the restroom here required 2 passwords. Quite rigorous. The path she had entered through required only 1 password. But accessing the vast work area was another matter. The signs on the walls indicated that nearly every 2 intersections demanded a password, or there would be personnel guarding them, akin to the most secure of prisons. You can find the employee regulations on your computer. Typically, the last page contains the password, but once memorized, you'll be required to delete it. I'm not sure if you've done so. Thank you. Wenyin expressed her gratitude with a glance before occupying the sole vacant workstation, only to discover that even starting the computer required a password. Her brow twitched. How impressive, clenching her fist. Hua sensed her agitation and promptly exclaimed, Master, please don't be angry. I'm not angry. Wenyin formed a hand seal, and a pale green grassy magic array swiftly unfolded beneath her feet. with vines emerging from the array to ferociously ensnare those who were slow to react, slamming them against the walls. In the blink of an eye, what was once an orderly environment devolved into chaos. With a mere thought, numerous thick vines materialized, forcefully penetrating the walls. Indeed, she was better suited for games involving resource cultivation than for puzzles, which merely exposed her personality flaws. She had no intention of continuing. As she moved, the thick vines continued to break through walls, clearing a path for Wen until she reached the office of the doctor, just in time to witness him performing an autopsy on a test subject. Holding the subject's liver in his hands, a superhuman, Dr. L concealed his astonishment, placing the liver upon the operating table. The current level of superhumans was quite low, with such a grand display of power. Your stored energy must be nearly depleted, correct? When you are utterly exhausted, I will dismantle you piece by piece. Upon discovering the existence of superhumans, they were captured for research. Studies indicated that superhumans required time to accumulate energy and could not use their abilities continuously. The amount of energy stored was linked to their physical fitness. The individual before him appeared frail, suggesting a rather mediocre physique. This was also why Dr. L remained unperturbed. He believed his opponent was merely bluffing and posed no real threat. When Ian approached the individual who deemed her physically inept and neglected to take precautions, delivering a sudden punch that sent him flying, she deftly stuffed the test subject's liver back into her and handed her a needle. Instructing, "Sew it up yourself." Lacking pain perception, the extraordinarily lucid test subject blinked at Wen Yin's retreating figure, then, surprisingly, began suturing her own wound. Dr. L spat out a tooth, clicking his tongue. "Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." He doubted she possessed any further stamina. When Ian advanced, seizing his collar, and inquired, "Where are the data files for the test subjects? Do you think a low-level superhuman like you can ascertain this? You believe you can cause such destruction and still walk out alive?" Clueless to their impending doom, he continued to shout. Such foolish behavior prompted Wen to click her tongue against her cheek in annoyance. She dispatched her vines to destroy the surveillance cameras and summoned Hua, instructing it to create illusionary flowers to compel Dr. L to surrender all the data he possessed. How could such an individual even hold a doctoral title? Upon acquiring the data, Wen scrolled through it on her tablet, absorbing thousands of pages detailing just one laboratory. The organization's scale was rather vast. Having already controlled Hua's weight, it perched on Wen Yin's shoulder. Shaking its head, "Is it larger than the temple?" "No way. That would be rather dull." Hua nibbled on its fingers. Blowing up temples is far more entertaining. Wen stored the data in her space, intending to review it later. Turning around, she happened upon the test subject, now stitched up, descending from the operating table, naked and bloodied, gazing at her. The identification number near her navel read 99. "Go put on some clothes." 99 remained motionless. Wen retrieved clothing from her space and tossed it to her, yet she merely clutched it, staring blankly at Wen. The effect of the illusionary flower was short-lived. Dr. L had regained his sanity. He was acutely aware of his inability to control his actions, directly handing over the laboratory's confidential files to Wen, his frustration boiling over as he shouted, "Which laboratory's test subject are you? Disguising yourself as a superhuman to attack is quite a skill." Wen dug into her ear, delivering a spinning kick that sent him crashing into a work table, his head colliding with a tray of instruments, one of which pierced his eye, causing him to wail in agony while clutching his face. Wen, exasperated, withdrew her gaze, muttering, "Fool." Unable to distinguish between test subjects and superhumans, and underestimating her capabilities, such foolishness only diminished her gaming experience, amplifying her boredom as she realized she wouldn't encounter a worthy opponent. Displeasure was evident in Wen Yin's eyes, causing test subject 99 to become anxious. She swiftly donned the clothing and approached, kneeling before her and cautiously embracing her legs. "Master." Hua, taken aback, immediately grew jealous, exclaiming, "She is my master. You rag doll have no right to call her that." 99 indeed resembled a rag doll, aside from her face. Her body bore numerous centipede-like sutured scars, clearly indicating her frequent use as a subject for dissection and experimentation by this doctor. "Why do you call me master?" Wen lowered her gaze at the figure of 99, who was clinging to her legs and refrained from kicking her away. "You care for me," 99 said, a stiff smile gracing her face. "I like you. This flower forbids you from liking the master." Hua pouted, exclaiming, "Wah, master, you cannot have any other little cuties. You already have so many. It's exhausting competing for your affection every day. What's worse is sometimes I can't even win. That's the most frustrating part." "Lower your voice," Wen Yin interjected, prompting Huahua's once boisterous tone to drop to a near whisper. "Master, we don't want her." Wen Yin, feigning disinterest, inquired, "What can you do?" "I won't associate with the useless .99," tilted her head in contemplation. Then replied, "She said that when necessary, I can become a weapon, and my body will be desired by many." Upon hearing this, Wen Yin frowned that a woman's body can attract many. What is there to desire? Her thoughts drifted to a certain matter as she turned towards the still-breathing Dr. L. Under his terrified gaze, she stomped a foot onto the object protruding from his eye, driving it into his brain. Once he had ceased to breathe, she approached the wall with a gaping hole. "What you possess, I also possess. I have no need to admire you." After hearing this, 99 hurriedly followed, declaring, "I excel in combat, and my self-healing abilities are remarkable. That I have not participated in the laboratory's rankings due to continuous dissection, but I believe I am already within the top 50. Moreover, I lack the sensation of pain, making me particularly fierce in battle. Master, allow me to accompany you and protect you. I can go 3 days without food. Even leaves and grass can fuel my body." AS-99 quickened her pace. The wound at her side split open, and her kidney accidentally fell out. She swiftly picked it up, brushing off the dust, just as Zhang Fabin arrived and witnessed her calmly stuffing the kidney back into her abdomen. His eyelids twitched. "Captain, what kind of deity is she?" Chapter 70. Is this not basic skill? Zhang Fabin bore some injuries, though none severe, the worst being a bruise on his face from an accidental fall onto a rock. The most dangerous peril, in fact, was oneself. Upon approaching, he cast a surprised glance at the interlaced, grotesque sutures on 99's belly, causing him to wince. 99 first glanced at Wen Yin, then politely addressed Zhang Fabin. "Hello, I am experiment subject 99 from Laboratory L, currently striving for the master's approval." Zhang Fabin, curious, asked, "Experiment subject? Does that count as human?" Aside from her bare-handed kidney insertion, she appeared quite human. 99 maintained a mechanical smile, stating, "I used to be, but after undergoing various experiments, my body has been enhanced, and the side effects of this enhancement prevent us from being fully classified as human." Side effects. Indeed, the side effects manifest differently in each subject. Some experience accelerated hair growth, while others may become intersexed. "I see." Zhang Fabin elongated his tone, inquiring further, "And you?" "I lack the sensation of pain." 99 glanced at Wen Yin, pondering if her tone was gentle enough, or if it might be off-putting. Hearing this, Zhang Fabin expressed a hint of envy. Not feeling pain must be wonderful. 99 shook her head, correcting him. The absence of pain is not advantageous. One may not realize when injured, leading to excessive blood loss and potential death if applied to humans. At this moment, Wen Yin, without turning around, asked, "Can side effects also cause the body to shrink?" 99's eyes brightened, and she unconsciously stepped forward, drawing slightly closer. "Yes, though shrinking is rare. Most typically age, leading to rapid decline in bodily functions and eventual death." Wen Yin noticed someone retreating around the corner and casually remarked, "I have accepted your application to join our team. I will serve the master diligently." 99 exclaimed, her happiness palpable, yet her years of torment in the laboratory rendered her unable to properly control her facial expressions, resulting in a disconcerting rigidity, akin to a specter from a horror film. Zhang Fabin rubbed his startled heart and couldn't help but comment, "Isn't it a bit embarrassing to call her master? Why not just call the captain or Yinbao together?" "No," 99 firmly rejected. "I am unworthy. We are all teammates. There's no such thing as unworthy." 99 shook her head, resolutely refusing to address her thus. Under the relentless indoctrination of the doctor and researchers, 99 had developed a sense of servitude towards those she admired and wished to serve. She could never directly address them by name, as that would signify a lack of respect and disloyalty. She approached Wen Yin, cautiously and submissively asking, "Can I call you master?" Her eyes resembled those of a forsaken puppy, evoking deep sympathy. "No." Before Wen Yin could respond, Huahua sprang forth, irate, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "You can only call Zhang Fabin and the others. No calling master." 99 gazed at the pink glow on Wen Yin's shoulder. "You are truly beautiful." The soft, lavender-hued orb seemed to possess a gentle power that soothed emotions. Taken aback by this sudden compliment, Hua huffed and retreated into Wen Yin's hair. When in a foul mood, Hua had no sense of delicacy, causing Wen Yin discomfort, ultimately leading to her being thrown back into space and commanded to plant flowers in the stone forest she detested. Wah! If Yin Yin returns and finds out I am planting flowers in her territory, she will tear me apart. Wen Yin ignored it, pressing her finger on the spot that had been tugged painfully. Her irritation mounting as she observed the armed personnel blocking their path. 99. Without requiring additional commands, 99 charged like a cannonball towards the armed personnel, clutching her abdomen to prevent her innards from spilling out. Dispatching one with a single kick, her swift onslaught left Zhang Feiben astounded as he swallowed hard, remarking, "The girls in our team are incredible." "What? Did I hurt your pride?" As Wen Yin raised her foot, 99 began clearing the path for her, kicking stones aside with precision. "Hurt my pride? Not at all. If I had any pride, would I have survived to this day?" Upon realizing that excessive pride would not fill his stomach, Zhang Feiben no longer fixated on the notion of starving himself. The prowess of the girls in the team was not a disadvantage. Why should one feel insulted? If one believed that women must be weak compared to men, that would be utterly laughable. "Yin Bao, you don't think I'm the kind of man with a maggot-infested mind, do you?" Zhang Feiben's address shifted, prompting Wen Yin to raise an eyebrow. Not quite maggot-infested, merely lacking some understanding as a teammate. "Now that we've gained insight, is that not true?" Zhang Feiben chuckled softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "When I called you captain, I intended for that title to carry more respect. Then calling me Yin Bao means you no longer need to show respect?" "No." Zhang Feiben suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, mimicking Wen Yin's gestures when employing her techniques, stating, "I merely wish to bridge the gap with the divine, striving to ascend to the celestial ranks." This was perhaps what they referred to as being infected by those around you. He bore a striking resemblance to Feng Yi Master. "I have handled everything. Even trained armed personnel were no match for an experiment subject enhanced by countless trials." When Wen Yin rewarded her contracted beast, she would gently pat their heads and smooth their fur, and 99, who had taken her words to heart and regarded her as a master, enjoyed the same treatment, stunned by the head pat. 99 blinked, then narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping onto her lips, reminiscent of a Shiba, and if 99 had a tail, Zhang Feiben believed it would be wagging like a propeller by now. After the patting, 99 followed behind, her rigid smile betraying a haunting foolishness. Zhang Feiben leaned close to Wen Yin, whispering, "Have you considered letting 99 practice her expressions? No need. In time, she will grasp it herself. What if she doesn't? That is her concern." Zhang Feiben pondered this, finding no fault in her reasoning, yet queried, "Aren't you her master?" Wen Yin shot him a surprised glance. A master enjoys life while allowing others to serve them. If a master must manage such trivial matters, they are more akin to a steward or a mother, not a master. Understand? That does seem reasonable. Zhang Feiben mused, contemplating becoming a master himself. However, with his luck-based constitution, not only would he fail to assume the role of a master, but he might also end up as a slave, forced to bark like a dog and express gratitude. Curiosity spurred Zhang Feiben to ask again, "Yin Bao, have you ever stepped on someone's head, made them bark like a dog, and told them to thank you? Isn't that just basic skill?" "What? What did you just say?" Chapter 71. Yin Bao, you are truly strong due to their lack of intellect. Even though they hold the trump card in their hands, they are unable to unleash its true power. Yet, with even the most inferior iron sword, I can cleave them in two. The confidence and assertiveness radiating from Wen Yin left Zhang Feiben with no room for doubt, prompting him to humbly request, "Please guide me, esteemed one. Are we not currently in the midst of that?" With a sudden grip on Zhang Feiben's collar, she tossed him backward, where 99 swiftly caught him. At that moment, Wen Yin had already engaged in combat with the experimental subject that had descended through the ventilation shaft. Subject 47, Wen Yin sidestepped a punch, noticing the number on the back of his hand. As she raised her hand to grasp him, the chilling temperature of the ice forced her to release her grip, quickly creating distance. She observed the shards of ice in her palm and remarked, "Abilities? The outsiders must perish." Subject 47's eyes were unfocused, his speech monotonous. He was a thoughtless execution machine. With a quick push off of his toes, he lunged toward Wen Yin, his fists enveloped in a thick layer of ice. When Ian activated her technique, meeting his attack head-on with a fiery punch, boom, the force resulting from the collision of ice and fire instantly obliterated everything in the vicinity. The flames, which completely suppressed the ice, caused the temperature here to surge rapidly, with even sparks flickering among the cracks in the walls and debris, resembling unmined orange-red gemstones. Subject 47's arm was shattered, leaving only the steel bones hanging uselessly at his side. Jiang Fabin and 99 were engulfed by a colossal flower as they were hit by the shockwave, and when the petals unfurled, they stood in astonishment amidst the ruins. Jiang Fabin glanced up at the cracks above and exclaimed, "Yin Bao, this place is about to collapse," with a swift kick to Subject 47's chin. When Yin gestured for them to stay put before pursuing him with the intent to extract his brain and return it to her space for further examination. Just then, a pair of violet hands emerged from a fissure in the ground, and as the ground split open, those hands dragged Subject 47 away before sealing shut instantly. Earth abilities? The thought crossed Wen Yin's mind just as several spikes erupted from the ground, launching a relentless assault against her, successfully forcing her back to Jiang Fabin's side. The cracks above widened, causing chunks of earth to plummet. Wen Yin formed a seal with one hand, and as the vines enveloped them, they also stabilized the falling debris. Jiang Fabin found the sudden turn of events exhilarating, exclaiming, "Yin Bao, you are truly formidable. Some situations are incredibly demanding in terms of reflexes." He was utterly baffled by how Wen Yin managed it. Just average. With Miao Miao by her side, her grass-type techniques were executed more swiftly and powerfully. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, "Brace yourselves." Huh? Jiang Fabin and 99 were momentarily caught off guard by her meaning. Instinctively tensing their muscles, suddenly, a violent tremor shook them, and no matter how they braced themselves, they found it difficult to maintain their footing and soon collapsed to the ground. Rolling uncontrollably, .99's kidney was dislodged once again, the intense shaking causing it to strike Jiang Fabin on the head. Unable to retrieve it, 99 could only clutch his abdomen to prevent any further internal organs from being expelled. Once the chaos subsided, Jiang Fabin stared pale-faced at the kidney not far from him, then watched as 99 picked it up and skillfully tucked it back into his body. She even extended her hand, asking, "Need a hand?" "No, don't use the hand that just went back inside him to pull him up." Even if his arm were broken, he could still rely on his shoulder for support. Dispel the technique, and the sunlight flooded in. "Don't move yet." Seeing Jiang Fabin unsteady, Wen Yin remarked, "You accidentally soared too high." "What?" It was only then that Jiang Fabin noticed the scenery around him seemed off, standing up to survey the area. He nearly wobbled. How many meters off the ground is this? He'd never been this high even when visiting the observation tower. Just then, a gust of wind blew, causing him to sway uncontrollably. As he leaned forward, fearing he might fall, he felt a tightness around his waist. A vine had ensnared him. "Master, Jiang Fabin is quite the novice." Miao Miao swayed its leaves, glancing at 99. Unlike Hua Hua, it didn't seem resistant, even thinking that having more people to care for the master was a particularly good thing. "Hello there." .99 responded to the faintly glowing orb. The sturdy vines began to descend, but due to their conspicuousness, just as they reached the entrance, a few individuals attempting to force their way through due to an incorrect password took notice. Chu Yaman raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight, squinting as she said, "That must be Yin Bao's vines, right?" Feng Yi took a couple of swigs of water and remarked, "With this setup, they must have blown up the laboratory and couldn't find a way out, so they devised this plan to break free." Accustomed to Wen Yin's intimidation, the group abandoned the armed personnel who had been frightened to tears by Su Heng and began to calmly walk toward the direction where the vine appeared. Su Heng frowned, pondering whether the laboratory's destruction was a blessing or a curse. Would she be recorded by the instruments? If her information were disseminated everywhere, recalling her own capture for those experiments. A few strands of crimson appeared in the whites of Su Heng's eyes, but they were quickly suppressed. If she were to be seen in such a state, she would be knocked unconscious and carried away, which would be unwise. The group soon regrouped, with Jiang Fabin feeling dizzy, currently kneeling on the roadside to catch his breath. Feng Yi and the others, spotting a new face, inquired, "Who is this?" "New team member. Experimental Subject 99, nice to meet you." Wen Yin casually introduced, beckoning Su Heng for a private conversation. "Dr. L is dead. Here are the documents. A stack of files was thrust into his arms. Su Hung glanced down, then asked in confusion, "What do you want me to do with these?" Leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, Wanine replied, "I'm curious about what exactly the laboratory intended to accomplish and what they produced. I skimmed through the files, but there are far too many, and I'm too lazy to organize them." The implication was crystal clear. You are Subject 01 among the experimental subjects, an exceptional existence. Which means your brain must also have been developed exceptionally well. You will organize the information and inform her when she needs or desires to know. A mobile hard drive, if you will. Su Heng's mind translated her words directly, licking his lips as he asked, "Why not let that experimental subject handle this matter? I do not enslave women." Huh. What is this? Chapter 72. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll feed you to the pigs. Are you sexists? No. I simply have double standards. Su Hong was rendered speechless. Only she would take pride in her double standards. Wanine tapped the stack of documents, saying, "I'll await your good news." With that, she went to find Jiang Fabin, who had yet to fully recover and was already sprawled on the ground. She took out some prime pork belly and various barbecue tools and seasonings. Before she could even suggest he start cooking, upon seeing the meat, he instantly sprang to his feet, assuring her he would complete the task. Now the designated chef of the team, Jiang Fabin cheerfully set up his stall. 99 went over to assist, and while waiting for the meal to be prepared, Wanine pulled out some food based on the team's preferences and placed it on the table for them to replenish their energy. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to such miraculous appearances of food. Chu Yaman dashed over, cradling a 6-inch durian millefeuille, delightedly spinning in circles. "Yin Bao, my little treasure, how do you still have millefeuille in your space? I thought the taste of this shop was quite good, so I bought some in bulk. Bulk? But the packaging looks like a private kitchen? The output must not be large, right?" Chu Yaman had already opened the box and started eating, blissfully cupping her face with one hand and stomping her feet in delight. So I went for a monthly subscription." Wanine met Chu Yaman's astonished and curious gaze, explaining, "At first, she disagreed, but I spent 200,000 on the subscription." 200,000. Chu Yaman suddenly found this millefeuille to be quite extraordinary. Bargaining was too troublesome. Just as Wanine was about to sit down, Gao Wenwen excitedly ran back, exclaiming, Sisterine, there are so many wild boars over there." "Wild boars?" Fong Yi jumped up suddenly. "We have meat stocked." Wanine swiftly pressed him back down, uncertain if it was due to being too close to Jiang Fabin, but Fong Yi stumbled and twisted his ankle on the way back. "Wait." Saying this, she stood up and walked over to Gao Wenwen, instructing, "Lead the way." Gao Wenwen joyfully flailed her arms, previously terrified of wild boars, now solely focused on how to bring one back. "Sisterine. This way." "Although I dug a pit to bury it over there, it would still be inappropriate." Gao Wenwen blushed slightly, seizing the opportunity to hold her idol's hand as they walked aside. Upon reaching the spot, she crouched behind a tree, whispering, "Look, right there, so many. Daddy pig, mommy pig, and piglets. I think I can catch a piglet, but I'm afraid of being charged by Daddy pig." After speaking, Gao Wenwen bumped her head against the tree, apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Sisterine. I'm just too novice." Wanine patted her head, reassuring, "There's no rush. Becoming stronger takes time. Blindly trying to prove oneself and then striking a rock with an egg is foolish, not only weak, but also silly." She appreciated Gao Wenwen's self-awareness. Her progress may be slow, but her character is improving, and that was sufficient. When Wanine instructed Meow Meow to catch the pig, as Meow Meow summoned its power, it couldn't help but grumble about how it had fallen to the point of catching wild boars. It was no longer that lofty grass-type sprite. As the vine reached out, a sudden noise startled the wild boars, and their immediate reaction was to flee. Meow Meow, however, would not allow them to escape. The vine instantly expanded, encircling them tightly. "Everyone be cautious. There's an ability user here." The panicked cries successfully revealed their location, and Meow Meow wasted no time in binding the group and presenting them before its master. These disheveled individuals were still clad in laboratory uniforms, and one of them, upon seeing Wen Yin's pink hair, shouted in terror, "It's her. She's the one who destroyed the laboratory." He was responsible for monitoring the surveillance. Yet the fleeting glimpse of that pink hue made him believe he was hallucinating, as she seemed to know exactly where the cameras were positioned, always managing to evade detection. Consequently, he thought little of it. However, during his escape, he chanced upon her battling against 47. the overwhelming display of power leaving him no choice but to flee, committing that striking pink to memory, a color that was impossible to disregard amidst the ruins. Indeed, it is when Ian mused, listening to the sounds of wild boars crashing against the vine wall. How did you manage to escape? We won't tell you anything, one retorted defiantly. There were at least 1,000 people in the laboratory, and because of your rampage, it collapsed, resulting in countless deaths. How dare you ask? Surely more died at your hands. When Yin's counter-question rendered him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. You hardly seem capable of fighting. Grabbing one individual, when Ian dragged him toward the vine wall, feeling rather bored and deciding to use them for entertainment. What are you doing? Let go. The captured man struggled violently, but Meow Meow swiftly bound him like a dumpling, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. The others, who were tied up on the ground, watched helplessly as their companion was flung into the boar enclosure, followed by horrified screams. They shivered uncontrollably, even though the day was scorching hot, a chill sweeping over them. Turning around, when Ian leaned against the vine wall, arms crossed, and asked, "Will you speak?" "No, we can't. If we do, we'll die." One man, unable to bear the pressure when Ian exerted, cried out, "Please, let us go. We're just workers. With the laboratory gone, we have no idea where to go." His voice was abruptly silenced when Ian raised a finger to her lips, as if someone had suddenly grasped his throat, leaving him trembling and mute. "The reason I am wasting my time on you is that I captured a few pigs. They can produce offspring to provide me with meat, which brings me joy. Furthermore, one of our little girls needs to learn." When Yin's gaze turned icy as she regarded them, "Speak another word, and I will feed you to the pigs." Yes, it was the experimental subjects who let us out. The youngest among them, unable to withstand the pressure, said blankly, "It was the experimental subjects. Because of you, the power system was damaged. Although it was restored in time, the locks were already open, and they all escaped. Even the most unique among them have emerged. They are far too unstable. They will kill humans. Humanity is doomed. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, those experimental subjects would not have escaped. They would still be like meat on a chopping board, ready for us to slaughter. They despise humanity and will surely seek revenge. Just wait. You will definitely die at their hands." The frantic shouts and tear-streaked faces combined to create a truly grotesque sight. With the answers obtained, when Ian recalled the pigs into her space, and the vines binding them loosened, upon witnessing their bewilderment, Su Hong gritted his teeth and glanced at Wen. The latter raised an eyebrow at him, shrugging her shoulders in a manner that seemed particularly infuriating. He felt that one day he would inevitably have to confront Wen. The head of the laboratory was rather unimpressive, which resulted in Wen wreaking havoc in a remarkably short time. Leaving her unsatisfied, she decided instead to lead her team on a leisurely wander through the mountains, foraging for edible fruits and wild vegetables, and they managed to gather quite a substantial amount of meat as well. As night fell, Wen swayed gently in her hammock, surrounded by a protective ring of mosquito-repelling herbs placed by Meow Meow, which kept the insects at bay. Once everyone was sound asleep, Su Hong approached Wen, who was still gazing at the stars, and inquired, "What else did you see in the laboratory? Can you no longer contain yourself?" When Yin's eyes sparkled, seemingly reflecting the starlit sky. "Just out of curiosity," she replied with a smile. "Honestly, I didn't see much. You know how I lack patience. The matter of the password frustrated me, so I simply destroyed it. Was the doctor in your laboratory skilled?" "This place is truly subpar and utterly dull." Su Hong thought to himself that it wasn't that the doctor lacked skill. Rather, it was that she was extraordinarily competent. Setting aside her prowess, her appearance alone was deceptively innocent. Who would suspect a petite girl standing at 1.60 meters with a sweet demeanor? It was a classic case of the more delicate the appearance, the fiercer the person. Wen playfully pinched his cheek, questioning, "Why so quiet?" Su Hong, with a complex expression, looked at her and retorted, "Is this how you were born? Are you being polite?" Chapter 74. "They are so well-behaved, why do you ask such things?" She pondered, wondering if she had inadvertently exposed herself. Those who recklessly wielded space and abilities seemed utterly oblivious, even believing they were progressing in sync with the world around them. Su Hong continued to scrutinize her face for quite a while before stating, "It's merely curiosity." "Well, your curiosity is quite pronounced." Wen observed, "In fact, I have undergone cosmetic surgery." Having become adept at discerning whether she was fabricating stories, Su Hong expressionlessly extended his hand, cupping her face and rubbing it a few times. Before finally pinching her nose and saying before her clearly bewildered expression, "This cosmetic clinic must be quite impressive. The surgical fees must be exorbitant." "Not really," Wen replied, sensing that this fellow had grown bolder. Miao Miao shared the same sentiment. Almost bursting forth to give him a flower petal, Su Hong chuckled softly and returned to his own hammock to lie down. Wen poked at her face. Still not accustomed to someone treating her like that, it felt rather odd. Upon waking from her slumber, Fong Yi, who intended to exercise in the morning, discovered that they were enveloped by a network of vines. Resembling a birdcage, Miao Miao drifted over, appearing as a luminous orb, revealing to Fong Yi that hordes of zombies were wandering nearby. "The master wanted you to rest a bit longer, so I set up a barrier to keep them at bay until you wake up to practice." "Zombies for practice?" Fong Yi inquired. "Indeed, the master is concerned that your intake and expenditure are not balanced, leading to an increase in fat, which would affect aesthetics." Fong Yi touched his abs, pondering if Wen had agreed to form a team with him because of his physique. He felt that he had made a significant contribution and intended to demand a share of the team fee from Su Ran, without questioning why, simply because Su Ran was easy to bully. As the sunlight gradually grew more intense, the coolness of the mountain began to dissipate under the rising heat. One by one, the slumbering companions awoke, their senses sharpening upon hearing the low growls of zombies. They swiftly tumbled from their hammocks, eyes devoid of sleepiness, alertly surveying their surroundings. Upon realizing that the zombies were blocked outside, only able to claw and gnash at them through the vines, they collectively exhaled in relief. Fong Yi glanced at Miao Miao, who had transformed their birdcage, causing the zombies to discover their presence, wondering if this was a new method of waking people up. Zhou Wei yawned and noticed Wen still asleep. Lowering her voice, she remarked, "These zombies might disturb Jia. I must handle them quickly." She went to retrieve the knife she had leaned against a tree the previous night, resolute in her decision to stop relying on others and stand firm. Chu Yamen, observing this, also fetched a knife, determined not to allow a younger girl to handle everything alone. The group, in perfect harmony, chose different directions to deal with the zombies. By the time Wen awoke, there was already a circle of fallen corpses surrounding them, blood splattered across the ground, and the metallic scent of blood hanging in the air evoked images of a cult's altar, with her positioned almost centrally as the offering. Having experienced something similar in her original world, Wen found herself at a loss for words. Miao Miao, noticing her distressed expression, recalled the time when its master was captured to be an offering before she became so powerful. It hurriedly cleared a gap in the corpse circle with vines and whispered, "Master, don't be angry. I've made a way out." Wen sat up on her hammock, swinging it like a swing, and casually pulled out some food, asking, "What are your plans?" Su Ran, just opening a carton of milk, pondered briefly before responding, "I think we should first circle around L City and see if there are any survivors. Two groups previously warned us against entering L City. I believe it's best to exercise caution. With a population of several million, assuming L City had fallen, recklessly entering would be detrimental. That I apologize. I tend to prepare for the worst outcomes." Upon noticing Wen listening attentively, Su Ran added, "Perhaps you have a way to deal with those threats we find difficult, but if we always rely on you and are perpetually protected by you, that would be quite unreasonable. Human interactions are reciprocal. They currently benefit from Wen's abilities, and if they were to place all burdens upon her, it would be excessively unfair. She managed the team's daily expenses, consistently faced crises, and even provided them with practice opportunities after assessing dangers, fulfilling the role of a leader to the fullest extent. Despite being just in her early 20s, she offered them, who were a few years her senior, an immense sense of security. The more she took on, the heavier Su Ran felt the pressure. Didn't he believe his relationship with Wen warranted such sacrifices on her part? The others shared this sentiment. Yet constrained by the reality of their situation, they found themselves unable to repay her adequately, having to center their actions around her and protect her within their means. Everything they did felt so insignificant. Wen pondered Su Ran's words seriously, sensing the underlying message he conveyed. This was likely something they had secretly discussed without her knowledge. "Then let us circle L City.as." She swung her feet. It was evident that her mood was quite pleasant. "Master, they are so well behaved, much better than those over there." Miao Miao couldn't help but exclaim that in truth, her master had always been indifferent to material possessions. If she encountered someone she liked, she would give without hesitation, just like when she saw Zhou Wei and directly gifted her a yellow diamond. What others would deem priceless could be freely given by Wenyin. She consistently prioritized people over material things. Hence, Miao Miao particularly cherished its master, yearning for more and more people to dote on her, in its excitement. Miao Miao rolled around on Wenyin's head until she grew annoyed and tossed it into her space to tend to her garden. Upon discovering that a ring of flowers, which would compete with the vegetables for nutrients, had been planted around her garden, Miao Miao let out a wail. Hua Hua, still being punished in the stone forest, emerged and exclaimed, "I didn't touch the garden. I only planted on the edges." Miao Miao, infuriated, swatted a leaf at the spider tasked with guarding the garden, exclaiming, "If you can plant, why can't you uproot?" The spider, feeling wronged, was a newly recruited subordinate. It dared not offend. Eagerly, the spider hoped its master would bring in another recruit so it could upgrade its status and have a subordinate to vent its frustrations on. While descending the mountain, Wenyin and her group encountered another team foraging for wild game. Wenyin merely cast a glance and chose to ignore them, while the others nodded politely, just as they were about to pass each other. A heavily pregnant woman stumbled and fell directly onto Jiang Fabin. "Ouch, my belly!" The woman cried out dramatically, then exaggeratedly shouted, "Help! This man touched my breast!" Jiang Fabin instinctively reached out to assist the falling pregnant woman. Only to find himself accused of impropriety, he looked to his teammates for validation, hoping to clear his name, but was met with overwhelming AWE. No wonder you're so lucky. Incredible. Chapter 75, 200,000. Buying half of your supplies. Jiang Fabin was speechless that it was precisely the calm demeanor of his teammates that allowed him to regain his composure. He first ensured the pregnant woman was steady, and seeing her being accosted by someone approaching with ill intent, he quickly withdrew his hand, stating, "I didn't touch you. You say you didn't touch her? Our Zhou Jie is so beautiful and gentle. If you hadn't done something inappropriate, she wouldn't be like this." Beautiful? Jiang Fabin glanced in surprise at the pregnant woman, then turned to look at Wenyin and Chu Yamen, before glancing back at the woman. Lost in thought, their essay saying that he wasn't sure if he should voice. Zhou Wei and the others followed Jiang Fabin's gaze, equally pondering. Under the striking contrast of Wenyin and Chu Yamen's different but high levels of attractiveness, the atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Zhou Wei, indignant, stated, "I only became ugly because I'm pregnant. Let them try being pregnant and see if they don't become ugly too. Nobody said you were ugly." Jiang Fabin replied, his tone filled with hesitation. "You seem quite energetic while speaking, so there shouldn't be any issues. I shall take my leave." Ouch! Zhou Wei's expression shifted dramatically, her face contorted in pain as she clutched her abdomen. "It was you who tripped me, causing a disturbance in my pregnancy. Do you intend to walk away so irresponsibly? The child is not mine. Why should I bear any responsibility?" Jiang Fabin hastily covered his mouth to stifle his instinctive retort. Serving alongside Wenyin, he had inadvertently caught her attitude, feeling slightly embarrassed. "What I mean is, I am quite impoverished. Your threats hold no weight over me. Are you not burdened with 2 bags? Am I a mere porters in this group?" His words left the crowd speechless, while Zhou Wei, incensed, placed her hand on her waist. "That I won't tolerate this. Not only did you trip me, but you also dared to touch me. How can a grown man not spare a pregnant woman? Are you a pervert? With us here, he would never entertain such thoughts towards you," Wenyin remarked, folding her arms as she scrutinized Zhou Wei with a discerning gaze. "Self-awareness is a valuable trait." "What did you just say?" Chu Yamen, noticing someone approaching to assist Zhou Wei, quickly stepped in front of Wenyin, exclaiming, "Is it problematic to say that ugly people cause trouble? Do you think that just because we are silent, you can bully our teammates at will?" "Exactly. Regardless of gender, anyone would be captivated by our Sister Een and Sister Man. Okay? Who could remain indifferent when faced with such unparalleled beauty? I lack the vocabulary to adequately describe you." Gao Wenwen scoffed, rolling her eyes at Zhou Wei. That moment, 99, clad in a long-sleeved white shirt and black trousers, stepped forward respectfully toward Wenyin. "Mistress, would you like me to remove the heads of these individuals for use as wall lamps?" Having conversed with Gao Wenwen extensively before bed, 99 had learned much. "That won't be necessary," Wenyin chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Wenwen, who appeared somewhat guilty. 99 regarded Zhou Wei with a hint of regret, rolling up his sleeves as he approached. "Let us proceed differently then. Sensing danger, Zhou Wei took a half-step back, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Firstly, I do not wish for anyone to disturb my mistress or affect her mood. Secondly, since you claim Zhang Feibin caused a disturbance in your pregnancy, to ensure the safety of the fetus, since we lack medical professionals and equipment, I suggest we extract the fetus and check if it has been frightened." Upon finishing, he made a motion as if to dissect, assuring her, "Rest assured, when it comes to dissection, no one is more adept than I, aside from my mistress." At this moment, 99 prioritized Wenyin, turning her into a figure of a peculiar master-servant dynamic in the eyes of the onlookers, while also portraying a rather morbid obsession with dismemberment. In this apocalyptic world, one could encounter any sort of person. The crowd instinctively retreated a few steps, fearing that the pink-haired individual might charge at them and rupture their bellies. Accustomed to such a pandemic-like fear, Wenyin paid no heed to their opinions of her. Pulling Su Hong close and leaning against him, Yu Heng's brow twitched as he felt the tree beside him. "Why not lean against someone else?" Wenyin mused aloud. "Fong Yi and the others are too tall. It diminishes my image. Isn't Gao Wenwen tall enough? How could I, a delicate creature, impose upon another fragile girl? What thickness of skin could she possess to utter such words?" When they wielded knives against zombies, they displayed no weakness, especially Wenyin, who, when too lazy to use a knife, resorted to her fists, exploding zombie heads into a spectacular display. Visually captivating, yet nauseating for most observers. "Stay away from me." Zhou Wei's face drained of color as she grasped her teammate Hu Yi, shielding herself while clutching her belly. She shouted, "Murder is illegal. It leads to hell." Despite the fact that laws no longer held sway in their world, she instinctively shouted such things to bolster her courage. "Don't push me," Hu Yi protested. Having merely stood nearby, oblivious to Zhou Wei's choice to grab him instead of her husband, Hui, block her, or better yet, give her a good beating to teach her a lesson. "Once my husband gets the money, I'll ensure you get half." The mention of money instantly soured Zhou Wei's husband. "Zhu Jian, you have no right to touch my money." Zhu Jian had recklessly purchased a lottery ticket while intoxicated, winning a staggering jackpot, which catapulted him into wealth. Once affluent, he swiftly discarded his ex-wife, ensuring she left with nothing, marrying the beautiful and youthful Zhou Wei, driven more by appearances than affection in their daily lives. He was miserly. Even as Zhou Wei needed funds for her pregnancy, it felt akin to begging. She had consulted a doctor, learning she was carrying a boy, which bolstered her defiance as she retorted, "Why don't I have the right? Zhu Jian, do you wish for our lineage to end?" Zhu Jian, glancing at Zhou Wei's protruding belly, found her appearance grotesque since her pregnancy, once weighing around 90 pounds. She now tipped the scales at 120 or more, resembling a pig. Were it not for her bearing his family's child, he would have cast her aside during the zombie outbreak. Hui rolled his eyes at the squabbling couple. "Come on, you two. I have no interest in your money disputes. Please, spare me." He retreated toward the back of the group, who still cared about money in such times. Only this bizarre couple seemed fixated on returning to L City to withdraw their funds. Meanwhile, Su Hong noticed when Yin's gaze fixated on a certain spot and followed her line of sight, sensing she was about to instigate something. Just as that thought formed, when Yin, unnoticed by the others, retrieved 2 large bags of money from her space and tossed them to the ground, addressing Zhu Jian, who had turned to investigate the noise. "Here are 2 million. Consider it payment for half of your supplies." Chapter 76. "Sister, we have received the payment. Deal." Zhu Jian, lusting for wealth, immediately agreed upon seeing the bags. Heedless of his teammates' dismay, he rushed to the bags, exuberantly checking the money's authenticity, flipping through the bills, and discovering they were all real. Laughing heartily as Zhu Jian reveled in his newfound fortune, his teammates looked on in shock, utterly bewildered by his insatiable greed, believing money could resolve everything. "Zhu Jian, the supplies were gathered by all of us. You have no authority to make decisions." Fu Chunlan rushed forward to block Su Ran, who was about to claim their supplies, urgently explaining, "I apologize. This is Zhu Jian's decision alone, and he lacks the authority to distribute supplies. This transaction is null and void." Su Ran, recognizing the futility of confronting a woman, opted not to complicate matters, understanding that Captain Wen's choice to resolve things this way likely aimed to render the peculiar couple unwelcome within the group. Whether they remained or departed, it would be a source of discomfort for them both. Predicting Wen Yin's next move, Su Ran glanced back to see her raise an eyebrow, silently returning his gaze. He then turned to the visibly anxious woman, speaking with polite detachment. Regardless of whether he has the authority, he is part of your team, which carries joint responsibility. Noticing her discomfort, he added, although money has lost much of its value, the principle of transactions still holds significance, does it not? Fu Chunlan, her mind in turmoil, wished her opponent would adopt a more aggressive stance, allowing her to respond with indignation. However, faced with the opponent's calm reasoning, she felt that even a slightly louder rebuttal would seem ungracious. Nervously swallowing, she implored, please wait a moment. I shall have Zhu Jin return the money. If the money is returned, we need not provide the supplies, correct? Su Ran glanced at Wen, who nodded, before confirming to Fu Chunlan. Indeed. Fu Chunlan's shock escalated as she realized that the pink-haired girl, dressed in flip-flops amid the mountains, was the captain of this team. While she processed this revelation, Zhu Jin grew furious at the suggestion of returning the money. Return it? Absolutely not. We have plenty of supplies. What is wrong with taking half? 2 million. Do you believe it equates to a couple of hundred? Instant noodles and hot dogs are available in every supermarket. We can always find more. Crouching on the ground, he clutched the 2 hefty bags of money, berating Fu Chunlan. You wretched woman. How can you be so oblivious? You deserve to perish along with your family. For Fu Chunlan, the loss of her family during the disaster was an enduring pain. Being publicly reminded of it ignited her fury. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed the anguish of her deceased relatives and firmly declared, Zhu Jin, we fought hard to gather these supplies. What gives you the right to sell them at will? Sure, every supermarket has them, but would you dare venture out? Every time supplies were gathered, you hid behind your wife. Claiming to protect her, when we lost supplies, you berated us for being useless. Are you even human? How am I not human? You don't want me to ensure the Zhu family's survival? Zhu Jin sneered, looking down on Fu Chunlan, dismissing her as just another woman whose opinions held no weight. As their argument escalated, Wen raised her hand, pressing her finger against her upturned lips. Su Hong noticed her gesture and turned his head, whispering, be careful not to push it too far. They might band together against you. I'm not worried. Aren't you here? Su Hong's heart skipped a beat as a wave of trust washed over him. Tingling through his spine, he then heard her, filled with anticipation, say, your self-healing abilities are so remarkable that a few cuts won't faze you. It has been quite some time since I last witnessed the miraculous spectacle of wounds healing. I find myself somewhat nostalgic for it. You mischievous spirit. Su Hong felt a pang of frustration as he listened to the escalating quarrel among the group, growing increasingly irritable, observing their imminent escalation into violence over money. When Yin raised her hand to signal, Su ran to gather supplies, simultaneously nudging Su Hong in that direction, her intent unmistakable. Su Hong pressed his lips together tightly, adjusting his t-shirt as he proceeded towards them. Muttering to himself about being bossed around, Sister Lan. Zhang Ping grasped the straps of his backpack tightly, calling out to Fu Chunlan, and then directed his words towards Su Hong. Why can't you all go after Zhu Jin instead? He is the one who collected the money. It has nothing to do with us. Su Hong rolled his eyes, his patience thinner than Wen Yin's. With a swift chop of his hand, he struck Zhang Ping's wrist, effortlessly snatching the backpack and tossing it towards Wen Yin. To avoid being struck, Wen Yin instinctively stepped forward, planting her foot on the bag without a care for its contents. At that moment, Su Ran approached with several more items. Considering that Fong Yi was still limping, he selected lighter gear for him to carry. At this point, Fu Chunlan's mind was far from quarreling with Zhu Jian. She rushed over, tears brimming, pleading, could you not spare us just this once? You don't seem like you lack supplies. Why, this lady, Wen Yin interjected, kicking the backpack towards Su Hong. We have already paid for these. The mention of money ignited Fu Chunlan's resentment towards Zhu Jian. Just then, another young woman from the group approached quietly and whispered, Sister Lan, I mentioned earlier that Zhu Jian, blinded by greed, would eventually cause trouble. Why not take this opportunity to expel the couple from the team? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it caught the keen ears of Zhou Wei, who, supporting her lower back, came over and berated. You shameless wretch, Wu Qi! Didn't I share my food with you before? Ungrateful wolf! Wu Qi immediately felt aggrieved, retorting, but I shared food with you too. Sister Lan always advocates for survivors to help each other in times of disaster. And I did just that. Yet you and your husband are going too far. Now you say we are going too far. How about that night when you spoke to me? Zhou was infuriated, her stomach churning with rage. Just as she was about to expose Wu Qi's duplicitous nature, she suddenly froze, her eyes wide as she screamed, "A zombie!" Everyone turned to see a mutated zombie, towering over 3 meters, brandishing a massive axe, accompanied by a horde of lesser zombies approaching them. Upon noticing its prey, the creature stomped with increased force, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. "We are doomed. We are going to die here." Did they not say the mountains were deserted and absolutely safe? Why are there zombies, and mutated ones at that? Wu Qi, terrified, burst into tears, her legs giving way as she clung to a tree, wailing, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Chapter 77. Sisterine, save me. Could you lower your voice? If you don't want to die, do we want to? If it weren't for the fact that Wu Qi was a woman, Hu Yi would have slapped her to silence her. Such a loud outcry only intensified the zombies' aggression. Upon spotting the creatures, Zhang Feibin immediately took charge of Fang Yi's backpack, saying, "Good brother, when the fighting starts, remember to hide behind me." Fang Yi felt a surge of gratitude but insisted, "I'd rather hide behind Gao Wanwen. You are more dangerous than the zombies." Zhang Feibin found himself at a loss for words. Unable to refute Fang Yi's stark honesty, Gao Wanwen chimed in, "Does it even suit you to hide behind me at 1.90 meters? I'm limping." Fang Yi hopped over on one leg, exclaiming, "Jime, protect me." Gao Wanwen rolled her eyes, resigned, and picked up her knife. "Just make sure to watch where you hide." The stark contrast between Fang Yi's group, who were relaxed, and Fu Chunlan's team, bracing for the impending chaos, was evident. Yet in this moment, Fu Chunlan couldn't help but express concern for others, calling out to the pink-haired girl, "You all need to be careful." Zhou Wei, displeased, retorted, "We are struggling to survive here. Why not think of ways to escape instead of worrying about those robbers?" Fu Chunlan, as was her nature, swallowed her frustration and replied, "You all are the ones who unilaterally sold the supplies after accepting money. How have they become robbers in your eyes? And how are they not? Just because I say they are, they are." Zhou Wei marched towards her husband, throwing one last insult over her shoulder at Fu Chunlan. "May your whole family perish." Fu Chunlan's eyes reddened, and she turned away, wiping her tears, utterly bewildered as to what she had done to provoke such anger from the couple. "Sister Lan, shall we hurry and run with the supplies? Zhou Wei is too heavy to keep up. She's merely a burden." Wu Qi, having dried her tears, no longer bothered with pretense and harshly proclaimed to the stunned Fu Chunlan, "Sister Lan, I see you as a valuable asset worth following. Just the 3 of us, me, you, and Hu Yi, are enough. The others are useless." "Shaoqi?" Fu Chunlan felt an unfamiliar distance from Wu Qi, who was once such an adorable girl. Realizing her efforts were in vain, Wu Qi dashed over to another teammate, snatched the supplies, slung them onto her back, and sprinted down the mountain. If it were merely a horde of lesser zombies, she might have maintained her disguise. But the presence of that towering mutated zombie was a different matter. They were all too few to withstand a single blow from it. Wu Qi, Hu Yi, already engaged in combat with the zombies, caught sight of her fleeing figure, his frustration fueling his attacks as he struck down the zombies with increased ferocity. Zhou Wei sought refuge with her husband, but was burdened by the heavy money bag. Unable to escape swiftly, moving awkwardly like a crab. Suddenly, she collided with Zhou Wei, who, enraged, elbowed her aside. "Get lost." Zhou Wei stumbled to the ground, and despite her quick reflexes to brace herself, her belly collided with a sharp rock, causing her to cry out in pain as her stomach began to cramp. Su Hong, clutching the 9-ring knife Wen Yin had handed him, looked up at the person rapidly scaling the tree in flip-flops and asked, "Aren't you going to fight?" The person, lacking any semblance of dignity, nodded from their sloth-like position on the tree. Su Hang scoffed, "Aren't you feeling the urgency now?" Wen Yin responded with a middle finger. As they began to engage in fierce combat, Meow Meow constructed a makeshift chair for its master atop the tree, allowing her to recline comfortably and observe the ensuing battle between humans and zombies. Suspended in midair, Meow Meow turned to her owner, asking, "Master, do they stand a chance against that 3-meter giant?" Goodness, it can even name the zombies now. It would still be a good practice. Even Fang Yi, despite his limited mobility, managed to evade the mutant during the fight. The others fared even better. Even Gao Wanwen, with slightly less stamina and combat awareness, performed commendably. They genuinely yearned to grow stronger, Wen Yin smiled. Glancing at Fu Chunlan's group, noting that several had succumbed to fear and were bitten directly by the zombies. Fu Chunlan seemed intent on saving everyone, yet none could be saved, a person with great cohesion. But alas, a kind-hearted soul. Meow meow, upon hearing this assessment, swayed its head. Are you referring to that blonde woman? Indeed. Wen Yin shifted her position on the vine chair to lie on her side, resting her head in her hand. Her gaze thoughtful as she remarked, initially, I noticed her cohesive nature and thought to offer some guidance, but it seems she is unlikely to make a significant impact. Master, you too have moments where you wish to guide others? Meow Meow was astonished. Well, how should I put it? When Yin retrieved a pack of spicy chicken feet, asking Meow Meow to use the vines to open it for her. After consuming one, she tossed the bones away, hoping they wouldn't land on her teammates engaged in battle below. Yet, to her dismay, they did. Zhang Fabin felt something repeatedly strike his head, momentarily dazed, nearly overcome by a zombie. After kicking the creature away and rushing to investigate, he discovered chicken bones on the ground. Why are there chicken bones falling from the sky? Has the world mutated to the point of raining chicken bones? Zhang Fabin gasped, glancing up only to see more bones tumbling down, striking him on the forehead, and he caught sight of Wen Yin reclining regally above, accompanied by the bag of spicy chicken feet held by the vines. Zhang Fabin fell into contemplation, feeling embarrassed about his earlier thoughts of a chicken bone ring. He was relieved he hadn't voiced it aloud, thus avoiding a social disaster. Half an hour later, Gao Wenwen, utterly exhausted, cried out, Sister Yin, save me. Today's training has exceeded all limits. My arms are so sore. Gao Wenwen's shout startled the 3-meter zombie, which raised its axe in response, unleashing a gust of wind. Gao Wenwen felt a shadow looming over her and, without a moment's thought, propelled herself forward, curling up to shield her head as she rolled several times on the ground. Quickly rising to see a deep pit where she had just stood, goodness. Gao Wenwen's expletive was cut short as she quickly covered her mouth, thinking, no, I can't let my idol hear me. Sammy seemed to have fixated on Gao Wenwen. It chose not to strike those nearby, but instead advanced toward her, brandishing its axe. With a resounding thud, a figure descended from above. Wen Yin landed squarely atop the creature's head, startled by the sound. It raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked to Meow Meow, why do I feel as if I've stepped on a ripe yet remarkably firm watermelon? Chapter 78. Are you feeling a pang of jealousy? Fu Chunlan and her companions were thoroughly startled by Wen Yin's sudden descent. How did she manage to ascend so high? As they stood at a distance, puzzled, Wen Yin stepped upon the zombie's head, finding it considerably more resilient than the one she had previously dispatched. As she pondered this, a tendril of grass appeared to sprout from her ankle, spiraling around her calf in a clockwise manner, stopping just below her knee. Wen Yin glanced at the battle boots Meow Meow had fashioned and raised her foot, asking, what about the sole? Meow Meow quickly responded, Master, please lift the other foot as well. Have you ever seen a normal human defying gravity? Standing with both feet off the ground? Such a rebellious notion crossed Meow Meow's mind, causing the leaves atop her head to stand erect in shock. Observing this, Wen Yin was about to inquire whether Meow Meow was silently cursing her when the battle boots expectedly sprouted several delicate pinkish-purple daisies, resembling the blossoms of Hua Hua. Hua Hua, shyly peeking out from the stone forest, cupped her face in her hands, eventually circling around a stone pillar, finally seizing the opportunity to merge with Meow Meow. Meow Meow was astounded. She wanted to retract the vines. The previously motionless zombie suddenly raised its hand. Its size did not hinder its speed. Rather, it surged forth with alarming swiftness. Had Wen Yin underestimated it, she might have been captured and squashed into a pulp. Launching from its head, she landed upon a tree trunk, her body tilting at a 90-degree angle toward the ground. After a brief pause to gather strength, her legs propelled her forward, almost vanishing in place. As she darted behind the zombie, wielding 2 curved blades that had seemingly materialized from thin air, with a forceful slash, sparks erupted alongside a grating sound akin to scraping rusted metal, sending chills down one's spine. The zombie pivoted violently, its grip precise as it seized the curved blade in Wen Yin's hand, its thick, dark lips curling into a sinister grin, revealing 2 rows of triangular, sharp teeth. The grotesque remnants of flesh and human skin hanging between its teeth were particularly unsettling. It attempted to wrest the blade away, but found it stubbornly lodged. Release your grip. Though the words were not articulated clearly, the mere fact that the zombie could speak sent a shiver through Fu Chunlan and her companions. Did this imply a potential evolution of zombies into beings indistinguishable from humans, rendering them utterly unrecognizable? Such a possibility was disconcerting, yet there was little they could do. Let go, with a mere thought. When Een retracted the blade into her spatial storage, leaving the zombie empty-handed, enraged, it raised its axe to strike at her. With a light chuckle, when Een retrieved her blades, evading the attack and employing a dazzling array of techniques to relentlessly strike at the zombie's chest, abdomen, and legs, the height difference, initially amusing, became a spectacle as her rapid assaults began to splatter bits of meat and blood from the zombie, rendering those who had once deemed her foolish in her endeavors utterly speechless. This pink-haired girl was formidable indeed. However, from where had those blades emerged? As when Een thrust one blade into the zombie's abdomen, piercing its liver, she was aware that anything short of a decapitation would be ineffective, yet she yearned for the thrill of the fight. The zombie tightened its muscles, refusing to allow her to withdraw the blade, then raised its hand to strike her arm, determined to break the grip that held the curved dagger. If it could shatter her arm, she would be unable to harm it further. When Een released her hold and distanced herself, just as the sound of a helicopter echoed above them, a red, fixated on the zombie's head, followed by a barrage of gunfire that erupted, obliterating its skull. The massive body crumpled to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. When Een tugged at her collar, now stained with blood, her gaze darkening. Fu Chunlan and her companions looked up at the helicopter, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They were saved. They waved their arms exuberantly, only to discover that the occupants of the helicopter were not the military as they had presumed, but rather mercenaries, a force established by certain influential individuals seizing the opportunity to raid armories amidst the chaos. The helicopter descended into a relatively open area, and two individuals leaped down the rope, while those remaining aboard waved reassuringly before ascending to a height and departing. Fu Chunlan, accompanied by her surviving comrades and supplies, rushed over, unable to contain her excitement. "Are you the military sent to rescue us?" "Military?" The two exchanged glances, realizing that with communication severed, no one would be aware that survivors awaited rescue in the wilderness. However, considering the circumstances, they chose neither to confirm nor deny but instead inquired, "Where are you planning to go?" "Our initial plan was to stockpile food in the mountains before heading to another city to assess the situation. But now that we've encountered you, may I ask where you are located in El City? We've traversed several regions, all of which have fallen, and we couldn't find a safe place to go but the mountains." Yi Ding understood. This woman sought to bring her companions along. Given that their camp lacked women, it was quite fitting. He glanced at Fu Chunlan's companions, and, upon noticing Chu Yaman, a flicker of admiration shone in his eyes. Su Ran, sensing this, stepped closer, blocking Yi Ding's view and possessively draping an arm around Chu Yaman's waist, a silent declaration of ownership. While conversing with Wen Een, Chu Yaman was taken aback by the embrace. Leaning into Su Ran's hold as she looked up, she inadvertently caught sight of the burn left from their last kiss, feeling a bit bashful as she planted a kiss on his cheek. Why the long face? In truth, she had become quite adept at controlling her flames, though moments of emotional turmoil occasionally caused slight lapses in control, while the current situation did not permit them to indulge in romance. It was unreasonable to expect a lifetime devoid of love. She genuinely fretted that one day, her passion might ignite uncontrollably, leading to Su Ran's demise. Tenderly, she caressed her man, feeling sympathy for herself. They were two individuals in love yet enduring a life marked by unattainable desires. "Nothing's wrong." Su Ran pressed a kiss to her damp forehead, playfully squeezing her waist, causing the ticklish girl to inadvertently scorch a hole in his t-shirt. Su Ran, accustomed to such antics, gently brushed the hair of his guilt-ridden girlfriend, his gaze brimming with tender warmth that could drown anyone in affection. Witnessing this scene, when Een averted her gaze, squinting slightly as she instructed 99 to continue wiping the blood from her face and neck with a towel. Her laziness in not tending to herself had become a familiar sight for everyone. Gao Wenwen watched 99 with envy, yearning for the chance to assist her idol in cleansing her face. "Please give me an opportunity," she thought to herself. With skin as flawless as hers, it must feel heavenly to touch. Gao Wenwen's fervent desire to sneak a touch of Wen Yin's face was misinterpreted as jealousy. With the crisis averted and her stomach no longer pained, Zhou Wei approached, a triumphant grin on her face, feeling jealous. Are we? Gao Wenwen looked utterly bewildered, glancing left and right before pointing at herself. Me? Jealous? Jealous of whom? Who could I possibly envy? The only time Gao Wenwen had felt jealousy in her life was when her mother gifted her cousin a doll she had long desired. Their birthdays were just days apart, and that doll was quite expensive, a luxury for an ordinary family, and no matter how much she cried, her family would never buy her another one. That experience had taught her that if she wanted something, she could not simply wait for others to give it to her. She had to fight for it. Since then, she had shed her jealousy, recognizing it as the most futile of emotions that could only tarnish one's beauty. Whatever she desired, she would strive to attain. If she could not have it, she would double her efforts. Thus, when Zhou Wei approached her with accusations of jealousy, Gao Wenwen was left perplexed. She had carefully hidden herself in the ventilation shaft for so long, only to encounter such wonderful individuals willing to support her. What could she possibly envy? Her only desire was to grow stronger and switch roles, to become the protector of those she cared for. She dreamed of it tirelessly. Indeed, it is you. Zhou Wei edged a bit closer, saying, "Why do you keep staring at that pink-haired girl? That pink-haired girl is your mother, taking care of your entire family. Please address her properly as Sister Yin, if you would." Gao Wenwen, confident that Yin could not hear her from a distance, retorted to Zhou Wei with a rhyme. Zhou Wei's expression stiffened. Such a young girl was utterly oblivious. We are to follow the military shortly, so you would do well to be wise. Otherwise, be prepared for us not to take you along. As Zhou Wei spoke, her voice softened, clearly lacking conviction. Gao Wenwen sensed this but felt no need to engage further with someone like her. Additionally, considering she was pregnant, she worried about provoking any undue stress. Adults could be insufferable, but children were innocent. Then go ahead and leave. After Gao Wenwen spoke, she retreated to join Fang Yi and the others. With the presence of two towering men, Fang Yi and Zhang Feibin, Zhou Wei dared not approach. What is she up to? Zhang Feibin offered Gao Wenwen a bottle of water and glanced at Zhou Wei, asking, could it be that she has taken a liking to you and intends to poach you? Impossible. My heart belongs to Sister Yin. No one can take that away. Wow, the lilies of the homeland have bloomed. Fang Yi, nursing a sore foot, leaned against a tree, exclaiming, it smells divine. Gao Wenwen delivered a swift kick to him. Yi Ding, who had already conferred with Fu Chunlan and the others about their departure, approached and cast a glance at Gao Wenwen, showing no interest in the elegant figure before him, but he walked past, ignoring Chu Yamen, who was being embraced by someone, and finally arrived before 99. But his interest lay solely with women of the domineering type. Fu Chunlan and the others had decided to accompany us to the survivor camp in L City for a while. Do you wish to join? 99 turned to Yin, awaiting her decision. Following her gaze, Yiding looked at the petite figure who barely reached 1.60 meters, wrinkling his nose in disdain, and asked, are you coming? His tone clearly conveyed his impatience with Yin. 99's eyes turned icy, and she was about to take action when Yin interjected, is there food? Yiding frowned. While there were provisions in the camp, one had to complete tasks to obtain them. After all, one cannot live off charity, right? Is your camp large? Are there ample supplies? Yin feigned innocence, a guise that only served to further irritate Yiding, but the tension among Fang Yi and others, who had cautiously approached, tightened involuntarily. Having known Yin for so long, they had never heard her speak in such a naive tone. Go be fair, her face, paired with that childlike innocence, was truly striking. Almost dangerously so, large, abundant. Are you coming or not? Okay. With a seemingly innocent smile, Yin addressed her teammates. Then let us go together. Fang Yi shivered, and Su Heng pinched the bridge of his nose, aware that she was about to seize the moment with her cunning. Zhou Wei, displeased with Yiding's decision, nudged Zhu Jian, urging him to speak up. Initially, Zhu Jian had fled with a sack of money but hadn't gotten far due to the weight. Upon hearing the helicopter and gunfire, he returned, realizing there was hope, yet he now faced the disdain of his teammates. Nevertheless, he stood there, thick-skinned. The group set off towards the camp, and along the way, Yin asked numerous questions, with Yiding suppressing his impatience as he answered each one. Su Heng, walking beside Yin, listened with a blank expression, thinking how many dim-witted individuals there were. What seemed like ordinary questions had already informed Yin of most of the camp's details. The cat perched atop Wen Yin's head, bored, twirled a leaf, and when she ceased conversing with Yiding, it remarked, "The pregnant woman's belly has no heartbeat." Raising an eyebrow, Wen Yin glanced at Zhou Wei. Upon retracting her gaze, she chided the cat, "Mind your own business." "Humph, I'm just bored." As they walked, Zhou Wei soon exclaimed her fatigue, asking if they could take a break. The main road was devoid of zombies. Could they rest for a few minutes? Yiding glanced at Zhou Wei and nodded. Su Hong held an umbrella over Wen Yin while also offering her a drink, the straw poised for her. 99 wished to do the same, but was intimidated by Su Hong. Just a single glance could render her legs weak, making her too afraid to meet his gaze under the scorching sun. Zhou Wei observed how Wen Yin was treated like a little princess, someone holding an umbrella and offering her a drink, while another fanned her with a makeshift cardboard fan. Absurd. They were all out in the sun. Yet Wen Yin was relishing it. Gao Wenwen, who was happily fanning Wen Yin, seemed unconcerned about the sun, persisting despite beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. However, was Su Hong's possessiveness a bit excessive? Since when had she been unable to find a moment alone with her sister Yin? Zhou Wei's envious glare appeared, as if it could pierce through when Yi and Yiding found the scene equally distasteful. He knew that such a pretty face often came with a spoiled nature. Nevertheless, she was undeniably attractive, with a figure to match, making her a valuable asset for the camp at this moment. Jiang Fabin squatted by the railing, holding an umbrella, believing this would effectively shield him from misfortune. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, who had been told to sunbathe, stealthily hopped on one foot to Wen Yin's side, shielding her with his hand while whispering secrets in her ear. Upon hearing, Wen Yin's eyes widened in surprise, but she smiled and began to speak when Zhou Wei bluntly interrupted. These shameless women nowadays are truly relentless, flitting from one man to another as if they cannot live without them. It's disgusting. At this moment, the only woman surrounded by men was Wen Yin, and even without naming names, it was clear who she was targeting. Su Hong tightened his grip on the umbrella, while Feng Yi's face darkened with anger. The usually sunny and cheerful person had become genuinely intimidating. He merely wished to share joy with the person who had guided him on how to unlock his powers more swiftly. How had it come to this? Insulting him was one thing, but insulting Wen Yin was entirely unacceptable. Wen Yin patted Feng Yi's arm, pulling out a stethoscope from her bag and cheerfully placing one end on Zhou Wei's ear. Under Zhou Wei's startled expression, she pressed the other end against her belly, sweetly murmuring, "Come, let us listen to the sound of the waste flowing from your brain to your belly." Chapter 80. If you have the guts. Hit me. The sounds transmitted by the stethoscope left Zhou Wei too distracted to continue cursing Wen Yin. She involuntarily focused on listening, but aside from the normal bowel sounds and the occasional aortic pulse, she heard nothing that filled her with happiness. Considering a certain possibility, Zhou Wei trembled as she pressed her hands against her belly, glaring at Wen Yin with hatred. "Oh, you think a mere ordinary stethoscope can intimidate me? My baby is perfectly healthy. Her belly didn't hurt, and there had been no bleeding. After walking such a long distance down the mountain, everything was fine. So how could anything be wrong with the baby? Your baby's well-being has nothing to do with me. What I desire is your misfortune." Wen Yin clicked her tongue regretfully. "If it weren't for this baby." "What? You still want to hit me?" Zhou Wei rudely interrupted Wen Yin, thrusting her belly toward her. "If you have the guts, go ahead. I want to see if you truly dare to strike a pregnant woman. Come on." The commotion attracted the attention of others, and under the gazes of the onlookers, Wen Yin seized Zhou Wei by the collar and delivered a forceful slap across her face. The clear sound of the slap startled a few timid individuals, prompting a flurry of whispers condemning Wen Yin's brutality, claiming she had gone mad by hitting a pregnant woman. Zhou Wei's face turned as she was struck, her neck awkwardly twisting as if she had a crick in it. The area that had been slapped quickly swelled and reddened, with clear fingerprints and a hint of purple, revealing the strength behind Wen Yin's blow. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Zhu Jian approached with 2 large bags of money, setting them down before forcibly pulling Zhou Wei away from Wen Yin. After checking her belly, he turned to Wen Yin and exclaimed, "Are you even human? You hit a pregnant woman? Are you out of your mind?" Zhou Wei was suffering from severe tinnitus, her head buzzing, and she could almost hear the sound of flowing water. Zhu Jian's angry shouts only added to her headache, and though she wished to respond, she found herself powerless. "Your name is Wen Yin, right? You hit my wife. Now you owe me." At this point, Zhu Jian's primary concern was still money. He believed Wen could easily toss him 200,000. Surely there was more where that came from. Yi Ding and his teammate Xiao Kun, who were approaching, exchanged glances upon hearing Zhu Jian's demand for compensation, thinking this man must be out of his mind. If it were them, they would certainly demand a significant portion of Wen Yin's supplies. Beyond preserving their lives, nothing was more crucial than stockpiling resources at this moment, with autumn giving way to winter. The camp had many mouths to feed, and their daily consumption was considerable. They were already strategizing on how to survive the first winter of the apocalypse. To endure in such an environment, one must plan ahead. Waiting until the time comes would be far too late. Wen smiled at Zhu Jian, and just as he frowned, thinking she would refuse to pay, she delivered a kick that sent him flying, crashing into the roadside railing. Retrieving her foot, she turned to her bag, pulled out several gold bars weighing at least a dozen pounds, and tossed them at the delighted Zhu Jian, saying, "Was that kick not worth it?" "Not at all. If you want to vent your anger, just come find me. I'm quite resilient." Zhu Jian's earlier fury dissipated as he grinned, clambering back to his feet. The pain from the kick made his expression twist for a moment, but he soon smiled broadly as he dashed toward the gold bars. Yi Ding and Xiao Kun, witnessing this, contemplated killing him. Such a worthless person, who sought only money and disregarded supplies, would be a waste of resources in the camp. Yi Ding regarded Wen with a hostile glare, surprised that he had been deceived by her seemingly innocent demeanor. Initially, he had thought her to be a mere decorative vase, lacking any real utility. Yet he had not anticipated her underlying strength. With this in mind, his brothers would be deprived of their share. He intended to assign her to the front lines as a fighter. Upon arriving at the camp, she would be expected to comply with orders without question. This was non-negotiable, right? Wen, having seen her fair share of miscreants, willingly stepped into the trap, stating, "Rest assured, as long as you can provide us with a place to sleep soundly, I will absolutely comply with orders." Yi Ding nodded in satisfaction, assuring her, "Once in the camp, I guarantee you will sleep soundly, especially the women." Returning to her team, Wen summoned Chu Yamen, instructing, "Once we reach the camp, do not separate from Su Ran. If they attempt to assign us to different quarters, refuse regardless of what they say." "Understood. That fellow named Yi Ding truly makes me want to gouge out his eyes and use them as projectiles." Chu Yamen is particularly sensitive to the furtive glances of men with ulterior motives. Even though Yi Ding conceals his intentions well, there are always moments when he steals a glance. After advising Chu Yamen, Wen called over Gao Wenwen. The young girl's eyes sparkled with innocence, resembling a pup eagerly responding to its owner's call, as she cheerfully flapped a piece of cardboard. "What task are you assigning me?" "Sisterine, although it may not necessarily happen, I wish for you to remain with Zhang Fabin and Fang Yi, no matter what occurs, and should the camp be crowded, grasp their clothing." Gao Wenwen had yet to witness Wen Yin's serious demeanor while conveying a matter, and since Yi Ding's interest lay elsewhere, he naturally remained oblivious to any malevolence. The other individual appeared quite normal, consistently staying close to Yi Ding, speaking little. Curiously, Gao Wenwen inquired, "Sisterine, have you discovered something? Can you tell me now?" Facing several inquisitive gazes, Wen replied, "In the wake of disaster, resources are scarce. Even if they exist, one must undertake tremendous risks to procure them. The camp is termed as such for a reason, indicating a significant number of people. Moreover, he just warned me that upon entering the camp, one must adhere to the arrangements, suggesting they have established their own system." Gao Wenwen tilted her head. "Isn't that quite normal?" Wen patted her head and continued, "Yi Ding's interest lies with Sister Man. Once inside the camp, he will undoubtedly devise a way to divert Su Ran." "What?" "Although they may not be interested in you, Yi Ding's behavior sufficiently demonstrates that the camp requires certain provisions." Zhang Fabin, crouched on the ground, looked up and said, "I find Xiao Kun quite normal. I just had a chat with him." Wen Yin's expression shifted subtly, and as Zhang Fabin began to feel anxious, she remarked, "From my observations, you are his second choice, Fang Yi is third, and Su Ran, who is in a relationship, does not factor into his considerations." This statement sounded rather peculiar to Zhang Fabin, who failed to grasp its meaning initially. Gao Wenwen, however, understood and cautiously glanced at the individual not mentioned by Wen, covering her mouth with her hand and rapidly asking, "Does that mean our brother Su Chang is not in the running?" How eloquent she is, skillfully avoiding the direct revelation of the known truth. Su Chang's eyelids twitched. How did this involve him? The gazes of others instantly turned towards Su Cheng, sending chills down his spine. Wen Yin's lips curled into a wicked smile as she declared, "He is the first choice." Chapter 81. Is that her amniotic fluid breaking or just urine? Under the astonished, admiring, and even congratulatory gazes of his teammates, Su Cheng suppressed his urge to lash out and, maintaining a neutral expression, said to Wen Yin, "That's merely your conjecture." Indeed, her words relieved all the males in the team except Su Ran, yet her subsequent comments instantly heightened their tension. "But can you help me clarify something?" A glint of mischief danced in Wen Yin's eyes. What kind of person would remain still while observing another's lower half, especially from behind? Gao Wenwen could not help but exclaim, "Wow!" but quickly lowered her head under several disapproving stares, apologizing meekly. She reasoned that any heterosexual man would dislike being scrutinized by another man, especially one who seemed rather indiscriminate. "Hey, you over there, move!" the subject of their discussion suddenly shouted, startling Zhang Feiben, who fell onto the scorching ground. He quickly rose, rubbing the burned spot, and glanced up at Xiao Kun, noticing his gaze directed slightly downward. Reflecting on his fortunate e-constitution, Zhang Feiben earnestly believed that if he were not careful, he would. The others in the team shared his thoughts as each passed by him. They patted his arm, and just as he was about to express his annoyance at the last person who had tapped his shoulder, he turned to find no one there, only to spot a hint of pink below. His irritation dissipated. "Captain, Yin Bao, do you also think I am the most likely candidate?" Wen Yin pondered briefly and replied, "Rest assured, if my suspicions are correct, he will first devise a way to deal with Su Cheng." Like her, Su Cheng appeared to be the easiest to bully. If not him, then who? The individual holding the umbrella for her felt a twitch in his eyelids. Wanting to say something, yet the looming sense of crisis compelled him to remain silent. Should he counter her assertions on such a topic, given the physical appearances of the team members, he would undoubtedly be cast as the weaker party. Without any room for rebuttal or appeal, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, arrived at a village. "Is this the camp?" Fu Chunlan asked tentatively. "No, we cannot return empty-handed. We must find supplies to bring back." Xiao Kuan explained as he stepped forward, "Let us begin dividing into groups. Moving together is too slow." Several individuals who had assumed they could go directly to the camp voiced their dissatisfaction, prompting Yi Ding to bellow, silencing them, "Are you already defying orders before even entering the camp? If that's the case, you may leave." After all, he sought a mature woman like Chu Yamen, whose body was perfectly proportioned. As for the others, only that 99 was somewhat appealing. Once again, 99 was cast a glance by Yi Ding, standing not far from Wen Yin. She touched her still-healing wound, which had merely been stitched and was yet to fully recover due to the medication, reminding herself to be cautious in case they encountered any formidable adversaries. Wasting the master's thread and needle would be regrettable. Wen Yin narrowed her eyes, observing the shimmering surface of the water. As the summer breeze wafted the stench of decaying corpses from the pond, someone promptly retched. It appeared that the previous inhabitants had used the pond as a dumping ground for bodies. Human remains and dead fish bobbed on the surface, swaying with the wind, most piled in the corners. Countless maggots writhed in the exposed entrails of a mutilated chest, flies buzzed chaotically, and the stench was overwhelming. The gruesome sight caused those compelled to pass by the pond in search of supplies to feel nauseous. Zhou Wei, pregnant, felt dizzy, nearly retching as she walked. Although nothing came up, the stench was unbearable, forcing her to grasp Zhu Jian's clothing for support. Hui held no affection for the couple, particularly since Zhu Jian had sold their supplies for money. He no longer regarded them as teammates. It was Fu Chunlan who could not help but step forward to assist Zhou Wei. Although Zhou Wei felt irritated that it was Fu Chunlan who came to her aid, she had no one else available and had to endure, leaning most of her weight on Fu Chunlan as they trudged along. "Zhou Wei, we're falling behind. Let us hurry up." Fu Chunlan lacked much strength herself, especially with Zhou Wei's weight resting on her, making it difficult to move swiftly. "What is the rush?" Zhou Wei irritably covered her nose, stating, "Do you think they can just abandon us? Rest assured, there are plenty of fools with good intentions like you in this world." I see that Yi Ding and Xiao Kuren belong to that category. Allowing Wen Yin's team to join is truly blind. Fu Chunlan understood Zhou Wei's temperament and could only sigh. "Zhou Wei? If you could just what? Is your maternal instinct kicking in?" After moving away from the area thick with corpses, the stench lessened slightly, and Zhou Wei pushed Fu Chunlan aside, voicing her dissatisfaction. "You're just getting more nagging as you age. With such rampant maternal instincts, why not go care for the high schoolers in Wenyin's team?" Zhou Wei observed Gao Wenwen bouncing around beside Fang Yi, adding, "Birds of a feather flock together. A woman like Wenyin, who cannot do without men, will surely have similarly frivolous companions. She probably has that kind of disease, right?" Haha. "Zhou Wei, your malice is excessive. Gao Wenwen hasn't offended you, has she?" "Offended me? Did you not hear her insult me? She is much younger than you. Even if she is at fault, it's hardly to such an extent." Fu Chunlan was suddenly shoved by Zhou Wei, nearly toppling into the unguarded pond. She quickly stepped back, staring incredulously at Zhou Wei. "Are you trying to kill me?" "Of course not. I'm just fed up." Zhou Wei covered her mouth and nose, taking a few steps forward, then turned back to Fu Chunlan, saying, "But if you keep leaning towards them, I won't hold back." Just as she finished, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the pond, ensnaring her and lifting her into the air. The dark blue tentacle was covered in festering sores, each one glistening ominously, as if they could burst with the slightest pressure, oozing disgusting pus. This enormous mutated creature slowly surfaced from the pond, its massive body moving languidly, and a single, grotesquely bulging eye rotated a few times before locking its gaze on Zhou Wei, who was now suspended. "Help! Help me!" Her piercing screams resonated, sounding more harrowing than a slaughtered pig. When Een, clutching a half-eaten salted chicken wing, looked up, squinting against the bright sunlight, and remarked, "Is that her amniotic fluid breaking or just urine?" Chapter 82. Don't be so stingy. Although Zhou Wei has a grudge against you, there is no need to make sarcastic remarks at such a time. Xiao Kuan approached with a gun, and although he could have easily stood to Wenyin's right to converse with her, he deliberately took a couple of steps to her left. The person holding the umbrella for Wenyin caught the sound of her suppressed laughter and glanced over with a chill in his eyes. Xiao Kuan feigned indifference as he cast a fleeting glance at Su Hong, his heart racing with fervor. Despite having had several boyfriends with a style akin to Su Heng's, Xiao Kuan had never felt such exhilaration as she did now. When the wind brushed against them, it gently stirred the ends of Su Heng's hair, rendering it exceptionally soft, evoking an irresistible urge to tousle it. His youthful features, still not fully matured, possessed a gentle contour while retaining a sense of depth. His gaze, icy and piercing, ignited within Xiao Kuan an overwhelming desire to conquer him. The thought of having such a youthful boy fall hopelessly in love with her, to the point of tears, filled her with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Xiao Kuan concealed her fascination with Su Hong remarkably well. Internally, she was in a frenzy, yet outwardly, she maintained a calm and humble demeanor. However, no matter how well she masked her feelings, they could not escape Wenyin's keen perception. She understood this person's intentions and thoughts, and even considered using him to tease Su Hong, but upon further reflection, she preferred to amuse him herself. Wenyin did not ponder why her fleeting interest in Su Hong had persisted beyond the usual 3 minutes of enthusiasm, nor did she consider letting him go, with a conclusion in mind. Wenyin's mischievous instincts flared up, and she suddenly wrapped her arms around the unsuspecting Su Hong, drawing him closer. Upon seeing the slight twitch of Xiao Kuan's smile, she returned it and continued to enjoy her chicken wings. Su Heng's abdominal muscles tensed instantly, feeling the gentle squeeze at his waist, and he cast a sidelong glance at her, silently admonishing, "Don't get grease on me." Though his words were devoid of emotion, they reached Xiao Kuan's ears, already tinted with a filter, sounding like a plaintive complaint that sent her blood boiling. Wenyin tossed aside the chicken bone and, with a feigned shyness, playfully patted his not-so-broad chest. "Su Hong, don't be so stingy." Su Heng's demeanor hardened. His fists clenched. He glanced at the visible grease stain on his shirt, ignoring her playful demeanor, and lifted his t-shirt to wipe it on her oily mouth, declaring, "Now it's clean." Wenyin, having her mouth wiped by his t-shirt, promptly turned her head and spat a few times. Unable to contain himself, Su Hong seized the fluffy bun atop her head, shaking it playfully. "Wenyin, there's a commotion over there. Let them fight." Ignoring his grip, Wenyin glanced over and, with admiration, exclaimed to Xiao Kuan, "Yi Ding is truly an excellent captain, daring to confront the terrifying unknown creatures, providing us with the opportunity and time to gather supplies. Deputy Xiao, we mustn't waste any more time. Let us find the supplies quickly. We can't squander Captain Ye's good intentions." Su Heng's eyelids twitched. Where had she learned such formal rhetoric? Xiao Kun was equally speechless. Yet with Wen Yin's cap firmly in place, could one deny that Yi Ding acted out of necessity at such a moment? Whoever stepped up displayed audacity, wielding greater authority within the hastily assembled team. Deputy Xiao. Xiao Kun cast a glance at Su Heng's waist, finding Wen Yin's fair hand rather bothersome, yet spoke gently, "You are right. We should look for supplies first." He trusted that with Yi Ding's strength, they would emerge unscathed. As Yi Ding charged forward with a few others, Zhang Feibin stood at a distance with his teammates. Unable to hear what Wen Yin and the others were discussing, but observing their actions, Gao Wenwen nodded in satisfaction. She had entirely forgotten how she once disdained Su Heng for not being worthy of her sister Yin. However, upon discovering their chemistry, she unabashedly shipped the queen and her servant. Bing Gu, look, our sister Yin is asserting her claim. Zhang Feibin's focus was entirely elsewhere, worrying whether his lucky E would attract the mutated creature's attention, causing it to drag a corpse toward him, leaving him covered in maggots. Without a response from Zhang Feibin, Gao Wenwen turned to Fang Yi. Perhaps Wen Yin's courage had inspired them to face the creature without fear. Following Zhang Feibin, Fang Yi sat on the ground, unbothered by the heat, using his recently awakened light powers to heal his foot. The faint golden glow emanating from his palm was nearly imperceptible in the diminishing sunlight. Yet he could feel the pain subsiding. Observing this, Gao Wenwen quickly squatted beside him, enviously exclaiming, "Wow, is this what you and Sister Yin were whispering about?" "Yes," Fang Yi replied with a grin, "if it weren't for the presence of others. I would have shouted to inform you all." Hearing this, Gao Wenwen shifted slightly to block the view from that direction, saying, "I wish I could awaken powers too. My stamina is too poor, and I always hold everyone back." Fang Yi paused, noticing the disappointment in her expression, and affectionately patted her head. "You're still young. It's no trouble for us to protect you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Powers will come naturally." Gao Wenwen pouted, still feeling envious. However, she quickly reassured herself, saying to Fang Yi, "I will work hard." Fang Yi's smile broadened as he patted her head again, pulling her along. "Yin Bao and the others are coming." Gao Wenwen stood up, spotting Wen Yin and Su Heng, and nudged Fang Yi with her elbow. "Don't you think Sister Yin and Brother Heng are a perfect match?" Fang Yi instantly recalled Wen Yin's reaction when she observed him and Zhang Feibin, struggling to respond. "I think it will take a few more years." "Why?" Meeting Gao Wenwen's innocent gaze, Fang Yi sighed. "You will understand in the future." Gao Wenwen wanted to press for an answer, but Wen Yin was already approaching, making further inquiries futile. "Sister Yin, are we going to work together to kill that mutated creature? Let us leave that to Captain Yi. Deputy Qiao is taking us to find supplies now." That a perfectly normal statement somehow sounded odd. With questions lingering in their minds, Fang Yi and the others called over the timid Fu Chunlan and her two female teammates, heading into the village to gather supplies, just narrowly avoiding the tentacle's attack. Yi Ding wiped the sweat from his brow, intending to call Xiao Kuan for assistance, only to discover that Xiao Kuan had taken Wen Yin and the others further away. What was happening? Didn't they see he was on the verge of being killed? Struck by a tentacle, Zhu Jian crashed heavily to the ground, his knees and elbows sustaining various degrees of abrasion. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he staggered to his feet, rushing towards the 2 bags of money he had left by the roadside. He was done fighting, damn it. He was going to flee with the money. Chapter 83. No next time. "Zhu Jian, save me. I still carry the next generation of your family." Zhou Wei shouted at Zhu Jian, enduring dizziness and pain. But no matter how frantically she screamed, Zhu Jian, with the 2 hefty bags of money in hand, ran as though he couldn't hear her. Losing his wife and children was unfortunate, but there were plenty of women in the world. With money, he could have whatever he desired. Zhu Jian remained convinced that only El City had fallen, and the news had only reported issues in a few provinces. He believed there were still safe places. When the time came, the money would surely be useful. Yi Ding pushed aside a person whose name he didn't even know to shield himself from the tentacle. But upon looking back, he saw that the man's abdomen had been punctured, flung into the air, and upon landing, he was nothing more than a heap of mangled flesh, suppressing the panic rising within him. Yi Ding pushed several more people aside, barely managing to escape the peril and hide in the foliage. He ran along the low hillside and spotted Zhu Jian on the road, carrying bags of money. With a fierce expression, he unslung the sniper rifle from his back, aimed at Zhu Jian, and pulled the trigger. hitting Zhu Jian's leg, ensuring it would leave him in agony. A cruel smile flickered in Yiding's eyes. He quickly stowed his weapon and took off, seeking a safer location, hoping never to encounter that creature in the pond again. Xiao Kuan began grouping people closer to the house. Due to the necessity of compliance with regulations, Wen Yin and the others naturally gravitated towards their temporary teammates after being assigned into groups. Wen Yin greeted Fu Chunlan with a friendly smile. "I look forward to working with you." Fu Chunlan, slightly nervous, introduced a reluctant female teammate beside her, saying, "This is Lu Shi." Wen Yin nodded, her hands tucked into her denim pockets as she glanced elsewhere. Xu Hong observed Xiao Kuan, who was in his group. And the words Wen Yin had said to him echoed in his mind. He could hit him, but don't let him grasp any evidence. They needed the location of the camp. He understood that Wen Yin wouldn't allow even the slightest deviation from the plan, so Xu Hong did not intend to act until Xiao Kuan made a clear move against him. After making the ideal arrangements, Xiao Kuan led Xu Hong away first. Zhang Feibin, as if having survived a catastrophe, turned to Su Ran and said, "Yin Bao was right. He really did go after Xu Hong." Compared to Zhang Feibin's ease, Su Ran's brow furrowed tightly, realizing that despite Xiao Kuan's careful concealment, Wen Yin had seen through him, and Yi Ding's intentions were glaringly obvious. Chu Yamen, sensing Su Ran's concern, pinched his chin and kissed the corner of his mouth, saying, "Don't worry. What could he dare do to me? I'll just set him ablaze." Zhang Feibin covered his eyes, leaving a narrow gap to peep through, and protested, "Enough. What kind of skill is it to bully a single dog?" The teammates bickered and departed, utterly unconcerned about the potential dangers that lay ahead. Remaining in place, Wen Yin took the initiative to inquire of Fu Chunlan. "Which direction shall we take? Where else can we go? There is but this single path." Lu Shi, who had a reasonably amicable relationship with Zhou Wei, could not restrain herself from saying, now that everyone has left, "Must you continue to feign innocence? If they are capable of assaulting a pregnant woman, what could you possibly refrain from doing?" "I truly cannot bring myself to endure such foolishness," Wen Yin replied with a smile. Gazing at her, "Are you intent on continuing this charade? You? All right, let us all speak a little less," Fu Chunlan quickly interjected. "They have gone far. We should hasten our pace if we fail to find supplies. Captain Yi and Deputy Qiao will surely have something to say." "Humph. If she were not pretending, would I have anything to say?" Lu Shi moved to the opposite side of Fu Chunlan, entirely disinclined to engage with Wen Yin further. Wen Yin, likewise, chose to ignore her, until the three of them reached a ridge overgrown with weeds. At that moment, Lu Shi, who was leading the way, inadvertently tripped over a vine, losing her balance and tumbling heavily into the parched, cracked field. Fu Chunlan quickly jumped down to assist her, while Wen Yin, hands in pockets, stood backlit and observed her, a light-hearted smile at the corners of her lips, which only served to infuriate Lu Shi further. "You wretched girl, was it your doing?" Fu Chunlan sensed that Lu Shi had been influenced by Zhou Wei's negativity. After all, it was she who had been trailing Lu Shi, while Wen Yin had brought up the rear. How could it possibly be Wen Yin's fault? "Lu Shi, do try to be more lucid. It was I who was behind you. If you must place blame, direct it at me." Lu Shi felt her impulsiveness and acknowledged her error. Yet she could not bring herself to apologize to Wen Yin, resorting instead to preserve her pride by saying, "Who knows if she used some sort of ability to trip me?" Fu Chunlan sighed in exasperation and bowed to Wen Yin, saying, "I apologize. I failed to manage my team member appropriately and have caused you trouble." Wen Yin raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly twisting the vine that had ensnared Lu Shi, remarking, "My dear, Fu Chunlan possesses an abundance of good intentions." She scrutinized Fu Chunlan for a moment, then continued along the ridge without further comment. After walking a short distance, she turned to Miao Miao and said, "Miao Miao, do you know how to handle encounters with individuals like Fu Chunlan?" "How?" "Keep your distance." "Why?" "Because such individuals might inadvertently drop their guard, and to tread upon them could lead to calamity." Wen Yin harbored a disdain for the type of person Fu Chunlan represented. She abhorred all forms of unprincipled benevolence. When someone clearly erred, she could not fathom why they should be forgiven or accommodated merely due to a fleeting notion of kindness, convincing themselves they ought to be magnanimous. Ugh, how revolting. With no one around, she casually retrieved a lollipop from her space and popped it into her mouth, savoring the rich, creamy flavor. Upon arriving at a two-story self-built house, she noticed a decayed watchdog tied at the gate. wrinkling her nose in distaste before kicking open the rusted iron door and stepping inside. The jujube tree in the yard thrived, adorned with small wooden plaques. As she approached, she realized these were blessings written by the homeowner. Each plaque contained a wish for the future, the most recent expressing hope for success in the upcoming high school entrance examination. When Ian reached out to touch the rough-hewn plaque, recognizing its lack of refinement, it was likely crafted by a child preparing for the exam. Entering the house, she found it shrouded in dust from prolonged neglect, the wooden furniture exuding a musty odor. Every broken appliance, chair, and wall bore witness to prior intrusions. Ascending to the second floor, as she stepped into the corridor, a violent banging erupted from a closed door. The growls of zombies echoed menacingly, yet when Ian paid them no heed, instead searching another room. But yielding no results. By the time she emerged, she was wielding a kitchen knife intended for dispatching the undead. Just then, Fu Chunlan and Lu Shi ascended the stairs, upon seeing the knife in her hand and hearing the sounds of the door being assaulted. Lu Shi exclaimed, "Shouldn't we eliminate the zombies first? Are you waiting for us to do the work for you?" When Ian struck the wall behind Lu Shi with the knife, the plaster crumbling away, the blade chilling against her ear. Lowering her gaze, she noticed Lu Shi's pants becoming damp, then met her eyes, a smirk gracing her lips as she flatly stated, "There shall be no next time." Chapter 84. Do the weak not deserve to live? The incessant sound of the rain made Lu Shi wish for nothing more than to burrow into the ground. Fu Chunlan stood awkwardly to the side, uncertain of what to say. She glanced at Wen Yin, then at Lu Shi, who appeared to be on the verge of tears, ultimately resigning herself to a silent sigh. Some individuals simply could not be persuaded. In truth, after realizing that Wen Yin was a formidable character shrouded in mystery, Fu Chunlan had made a conscious effort to observe her. She noted that Wen Yin was remarkably quiet, only speaking when approached by teammates, exuding an aura of lethargy coupled with a sweet, harmless exterior, making it all too easy for others to perceive her as someone in need of protection, thus neglecting her true strength. However, this seemingly innocuous individual could unleash a ferocity that left no room for mercy when provoked. "Finished with your business?" Wen Yin pulled the knife from the wall and thrust it into the trembling hands of the weeping Lu Shi, saying, "You handle the zombies in that room." Lu Shi, who had narrowly escaped being cleaved in two by Wen Yin, dared not raise her head, clutching the knife tightly as she trembled, preferring to confront the zombies rather than face Wen Yin. Hearing brave shouts emanate from the room, Fu Chunlan exclaimed passionately, "Lu Shi has yet to kill a zombie on her own. What you are doing could lead to her demise, then you should assist her." Wen Yin replied, taking a couple of steps aside and leaning against the railing with her arms crossed. "What, are you not going?" Fu Hua mimicked its appearance, causing the petals that had suddenly sprouted atop its head to twirl. It contemplated that when Miao Miao ventured out, it would hang a red thread and beseech for a fateful connection with Miao Miao. Hee. Under Huahua's guidance, the spider sought out an abandoned patch of ground to spin its web. Its gaze drawn to a jujube tree, feeling a twinge of desire. Those tree branches appeared perfectly suited for weaving a net. Though it could not yet speak, Miao Miao discerned its intentions and declared, "You shall not touch my jujube tree." The spider withered at once, dejectedly spinning silk towards the sapling that she traveled elsewhere in search of resources. Fu Chunlan remained troubled, questioning whether her vision was truly failing her. She felt anxious about the potential hallucinations she was experiencing. Lu Shi's trousers remained damp, and under the oppressive heat, she emitted an unpleasant odor. The instigator of her misfortune walked leisurely ahead, brandishing an umbrella and twirling a lychee-flavored lollipop, supposedly discovered in her desk drawer on the second floor. While it was indeed hers, could she not share a little? Wen Yin exhaled a breath suffused with the sweet aroma of lychee, boredom compelling her to stifle a yawn. Suddenly, a snake! So many snakes! Lu Shi's shriek jolted Fu Chunlan from her reverie. She beheld a writhing mass of soft-bodied creatures slithering out from the dense weeds by the roadside. Sending a shiver down her spine, their intertwining movements were undeniably terrifying, prompting Lu Shi to gag uncontrollably. A small black snake darted swiftly up Wen Yin's calf, poised to strike, only to be seized by its neck. The icy serpent coiled tightly around her arm as its companions hissed in alarm at their captured ally. Then, a massive black python, as thick as a soup bowl, sluggishly emerged from the underbrush. rising to match Wen Yin's height, its forked tongue flicking menacingly as it warned her to release the small snake. Chapter 85. Are you sure you don't want me dead? Possessing several contract beasts. Wen Yin was well acquainted with these creatures and recognized its arrogance and disdain. With a scoff, she applied pressure with her fingers, crushing the small snake's bones. In front of the giant python, she brutally tore the lifeless snake in half and discarded it on the ground. Trampling it a few times, under the horrified gazes of Fu Chunlan and Lu Shi, the python opened its massive jaws and lunged directly at Wen Yin. Wen Yin, despite their previous quarrels, Fu Chunlan couldn't help but call out in concern. Just as Lu Shi was about to pull Fu Chunlan away to flee, she saw Wen Yin swiftly retract her umbrella, yanking a kitchen knife from her waist, raising it high to strike the python. The sound of bones being severed echoed continuously as Wen Yin cleaved the fearsome serpent in two, its body collapsing to the ground, oozing with pus and partially digested human tissue. Ugh! Lu Shi retched violently. Hearing her vomit, Fu Chunlan's face turned pale as she glanced at the severed snakes, and she quickly turned to heave as well, gripping the still dripping knife. Wen Yin listened to their retching, intuitively locating the crystal hidden within the python's belly. It had been quite some time since she had seen it. Just as Lu Shi was beginning to regain her composure, she turned to see Wen Yin grasping the viscera, the sticky fluid dripping onto the pile of still writhing snakes. Ugh! What had possessed her to provoke Wen Yin? If only time could rewind, she would surely kneel before Wen Yin, calling her daddy. Ugh! Unfazed by the chaos, Wen Yin strode toward the nearest house, knife in hand. Fu Chunlan and Lu Shi desperately wished to follow but recoiled at the mere thought of stepping on snakes, paralyzed by fear. Wen Yin, wait for us. The figure with their back turned waved the knife-bearing hand in farewell. Meanwhile, after fruitlessly visiting several houses, Su Hong and Xiao Kuan arrived at a pig farmer's home, the stench overwhelming. If it weren't for appearances, Xiao Kuan would have turned and fled. He turned to Su Hong and said, "We encountered mutated creatures by the pond. Perhaps there are some here as well. Be cautious, and if you feel afraid, you can follow behind and hold onto my clothes, no need." Xiao Kuan chuckled, "We are all men. There is no need to feel embarrassed." Su Hang's eyes hardened slightly. With all this superfluous talk, were they still searching for resources? At that moment, he felt like an entirely different person beside Wen Yin, emanating a forbidding aura that warned others to keep their distance or face dire consequences. Xiao Kuan, entranced by Su Hang's looks, paid no heed to his cold demeanor and nodded, "Let's search." Upon entering the house, the stench grew increasingly unbearable. Suddenly, Xiao Kuan staggered, standing still with his head bowed, appearing somewhat eerie. As Su Hong wondered about his odd behavior, Xiao Kuan abruptly turned, his eyes devoid of focus, bursting with greed. A terrifying grin twisting his face as if he had donned a mask forcibly contorted into a smile. "Su Hong, you are truly beautiful. How about being my boyfriend? I promise to treat you well." Disgusted, Su Hong stepped back a few paces. At that moment, Xiao Kuan lunged forward with outstretched arms. "Rest assured, I will not harm you. You are too exquisite. I could never bear to see you hurt." Something was amiss. Xiao Kuan was far too cunning to reveal his true nature at such a time, that Su Hong swiftly seized Xiao Kuan's outstretched arms, and with a crack, twisted them until they broke. Even as Xiao Kuan's arms lay incapacitated, he continued to mindlessly inch closer. Without hesitation, Su Hong grasped the back of Xiao Kuan's neck and forcefully slammed his head against the wall several times until the plaster began to chip away. After rendering him completely unconscious, Su Hong discarded him onto the floor, and the thin mist on the second floor began to thicken, transforming into a ghostly dark purple hue. "He likes you so much. Yet you treat him this way. How cruel." A clear, youthful voice emerged from the smoke, followed by the appearance of a boy clutching a purple crystal ball. He appeared to be no older than 5. Sporting a high ponytail, his skin a sickly pale, while his lips were a vivid crimson. His eyelashes were long and thick, giving his large eyes an even more striking appearance, dressed in ancient robes embroidered with bamboo. The most notable aspect was the crystal ball in his hand, within which something seemed to stir. "Who are you?" In truth, Su Hong was more curious about what this child truly was. The boy levitated, enveloped in purple mist, as if seated upon it. "Ziji, a little demon from the magic cave." "And you?" The repetition of words, magic cave. Su Hong felt a realization dawning upon him and inquired, "Do you know Wen Yin?" Ziji's eyes widened slightly before he vanished, reappearing face to face with Su Hong, their noses nearly touching. "Oh, you know the master?" A chilling aura enveloped Su Hong, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Ziji quickly withdrew, circling around him before finally declaring, "Indeed, you carry the master's scent. That detestable Meow Meow is monopolizing the master again. Such a disgrace to the fairy clan, utterly unrefined. Will you take me to see the master?" Ziji had recently awakened and, fascinated by the new world, had yet to seek out when Yin Su Hong hesitated, replying, "What did you do to make him like that?" The demon's ability magnifies the base desires within a person's heart. He likes you, wishes to possess your body, hence his current state. Ziji tilted his head thoughtfully, then shrank to the size of a half hand, perching on Su Heng's shoulder, one hand clutching the crystal ball while the other patted him. "Hurry, take me to find the master." The authoritative tone echoed that of Yin. "Because of you, he has fainted. I must find resources together with him to reunite with Yin. Su Hong gestured towards the unconscious Qiao Kuan on the ground. "Your master needs to extract the location of the camp from him." Ziji pouted. "Demons lack the power to probe into human memories, so I cannot assist you." Upon hearing this, Su Hong planned to awaken Qiao Kuan, but inadvertently caught sight of a mark beneath the rolled-up hem of his clothing. He quickly crouched down and lifted the hem. "Experimental subject? That Yiding as well?" Su Hong gritted his teeth, fearing the camp was, "Hey!" When Yin's voice called from downstairs, "I can smell it from far away." "Ziji, come down." Ziji, still clutching the ball, obediently rolled down to Yin, transforming back into a small demon with two pointed horns, bat-like wings, and a long tail. It joyfully tumbled into Yin's palm, wrapping its tail around her wrist in a display of affection. "Master, Ziji missed you dearly." Yin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? Are you certain you don't wish for my demise?" Chapter 86. Isn't this for the sake of realism? Master dislikes this. How can you say that? Ziji flapped its wings at her, only to be firmly grasped by Yin, revealing only its head from her grip. Yin regarded the mischievous little demon and commanded, "Remove the tail needle from my vein." The needle concealed within the little demon's tail has now pierced through Yin's wrist, joyfully drawing forth her beloved blood. Z, feeling a twinge of regret, retracts the tail needle, flicking her tail back and forth. It has been quite some time since she last savored her master's blood, and she finds herself somewhat tempted. But as she speaks, her eyes mischievously blink at Yin, exuding an air of cuteness. With an expressionless demeanor, Yin glances at the crimson spot on her wrist, then squeezes hard. Crack. ZZ, nearly crushed to the point of bursting her innards, sprawls by the pond in the space, her bones emitting a sound of healing, before she springs back up, vibrant and full of life, pointing at the nearby Meow Meow, exclaiming, "Long time no see, you unreserved elf." Meow Meow, just having watered the vegetable garden, shakes her leaves in disdain. "Oh, it's you, the glutton." Elves symbolize light, while demons represent darkness. When these two opposing factions meet, a quarrel is inevitable. Upon hearing this moniker, ZZ crosses her arms and huffs. The crystal ball that fluctuates with her size bobbing beside her. "I did not steal your food." "You have no right to say that." "Then I have not been unreserved with you. So what right do you have to criticize me?" Seeing Meow Meow mimic her, ZZ angrily points both hands at her. "Don't think that just because you've changed, I won't hit you." The little demon's tail stands straight in indignation. "Wah! Master, ZZ is hitting me again." Meow Meow immediately flies out of the space, sticking to Yin's face to complain. As Yin converses with Su Hong, she swiftly pinches Meow Meow and tosses her aside. "Are you implying that the camp is likely formed by several experimental subjects?" Indeed, he intends to inform Yin of this to encourage her to reconsider venturing to the camp, for the overall strength of their team is currently insufficient, and they would be at a disadvantage against the experimental subjects. Yin ponders briefly, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Are you worried I'll put your brother in a difficult position? Please do not associate me with those experimental subjects. We are independent individuals, and there exists no connection between us. The administered serums and the experiments conducted are tailored to our physical constitutions. They are fundamentally different." Su Hong resents Yin for equating him with those experimental subjects. It feels dreadful, as if she has never regarded him as human. Observing Su Heng's apparent irritation, Yin apologizes. "I'm sorry." Su Hong gazes at her in surprise. Does she also apologize? There's nothing wrong with admitting a mistake. When Een is not the type to cling to pride when she knows she is at fault, and Soo-hung never shows anger in her presence, often allowing her to tease him without any resentment. This time, however, it must have struck a nerve. Yet, she had previously referred to him as a brother alongside other experimental subjects. Perhaps back then she had not felt familiar enough to warrant anger? While Waneen contemplates this, Soo-hung, feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to her apology, states, "You don't need to apologize. No, wrong is wrong." Hearing this, Soo-hung presses his lips together. His irritation does not stem from her comparing him to those experimental subjects. But, he glances at her, then lowers his gaze, changing the subject. "How will Xiao Kun handle it? Let us have a fight." "What? I am quite interested in experimental subjects. Thus I wish to learn more about them." Waneen clenches her fists, slightly bruised. It would be better to address this when he regains consciousness, right? He is subject 13 and can still obey Yiding, meaning Yiding must rank higher than him. Numerically, they should know a lot. If you wish to know about the laboratory, you can ask me. Su Heng is not inclined to engage in combat with her. I know I can ask you. But, Waneen kicks forward. How can you be certain you escaped from that place? What if they deliberately let you go? Soo-hung crosses his arms defensively. The force of Wen Yin's kick is akin to that of a heavy truck. Underestimating her seriousness, Soo-hung is propelled into the air, flipping as he lands. In an instant, the quick-moving Wen Yin is before him, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of battle. Soo-hung clicks his tongue, evading several times as he adjusts his stance and rhythm, and counters with a punch. The two engage in a fierce exchange, battling from the yard into the house and back again, hundreds of exchanges later. The house lies in ruins, the courtyard walls shattered, dust swirling about. After being kicked in the face, Soo-hung wipes his thumb across the cracked corner of his mouth, noticing the bright red blood. Before he can react, a sudden sense of danger from behind compels him to roll on the ground, only to see Wen Yin's foot descending upon him. However, this time he does not dodge but braces himself for the impact. The sound of bones breaking elicits a muffled grunt from him, and Wen Yin furrows her brow. "Did you hold back?" The intensity of the fight leaves Wen Yin's hair disheveled, her arms bearing the bruises inflicted by Soo-hung. "Didn't you also hold back?" He glances at the bruises on her arm, equally discontent. "You clearly could have dodged that punch. I see this for realism." Retracting her foot, she checks his chest, finding that it has begun to heal. She adds, "Let the bruises on your face and body remain. Otherwise, this fight would be in vain." Soo-hung sits up, remaining silent for a moment before rising and coolly stating, "You need not seek such pathetic excuses to fight me." His back is already a mess from the glass shards, and he hadn't dodged because he feared hurting her. He retrieves the flip-flop that flew away when he kicked her and tosses it at her feet, stating, "I told you not to wear flip-flops all the time. They're easy to lose." Wen Yin's eyes glimmer as she slips on the flip-flop, her toes wiggling slightly. The wounds on Soo-hung's back heal rapidly, his body automatically rejecting the glass shards, which fall to the ground with a crisp sound. Wen Yin retrieves a new t-shirt from the space for him. Soo-hung only changes into it after dirtying the new one, discarding the bloodied one into the rubble, covering it with a few stones to avoid being seen. While Soo-hung turns his back to her, Wen Yin glances at the bruise on her arm. Is it severe? Having suffered countless injuries in her journey to strength, Wen Yin has long become immune to the concept of injury. This bruise seems insignificant to her. Furthermore, Soo-hung bears far more injuries from her, especially on his face. Her habitual targeting of the face during attacks has led to this. As Soo-hung heads towards Xiao Kun, Wen Yin tugs at the corner of his shirt. The slight tugging sensation causes Soo-hung to halt. Before Wen Yin can speak, he says, "In the future, do not resort to such foolish methods. They do not suit you. If you wish to spar with me, simply say so. They have already witnessed too many extraordinary things from you. They won't find it strange for me to engage with you." Chapter 87. Truly impatient after regaining composure, Soo-hung realizes that Wen Yin is merely indulging her own curiosity, yet she is also bound by her promise to help him remain undiscovered as an experimental subject. Thus, she sought this opportunity. Those who uncover the truth often feel a bit speechless. After teaming up for so long, did she really need to test him with such a roundabout method? Disappearing together during the day would spark rumors, and at night he needs his beauty sleep. A beautiful person cannot stay up late, so when would there be an opportunity? When Yin speaks so naturally, as if she had never stayed up late for a paper doll before, Soo-hung, unaware of her past, can only look back at her helplessly. Concern softens his voice as he asks, "Does it hurt?" Wenyin pauses, then boldly pats him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Even if I were cleaved in two, I wouldn't feel pained at as if you've actually been cleaved before," tugging back his shirt. She strides toward the waking Xiao Kuan. The meow meow circling above when Ina's head remarks, "Master, weren't you almost cleaved in two?" Yet who would believe it? The average person would be dead by now. At this moment, when Ina addresses Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, my hand is injured." Meow Meow replies, "Master, you said people shouldn't be overly dramatic. If your hand isn't severed, it's not an injury. Can't you show a bit of concern? Isn't it to spare you from feeling disgusted?" Tisk. When Ina approaches Xiao Kuan, observing him feigning unconsciousness in front of Su Hong, and decisively lifts her foot to stomp on his forehead. Grinding it down, Xiao Kuan awakens, as when Ina retracts her foot, he notices the injuries on Su Hong and, perplexed as to whether Su Hong has changed clothes, frowns in concern. "What happened?" Su Hong, maintaining a stoic expression, fabricates a tale. "There were mutated zombies in the house. They appeared too suddenly, and you were knocked unconscious." "Where are the zombies?" "They were called away by their companions. There may be issues elsewhere." Xiao Kuan, still slightly dizzy, manages to stand up, but upon seeing Wenyin, a flicker of displeasure flashes in his eyes, quickly masked by a smile. "Does Wenyin have any injuries?" "Yes, quite severe." Wenyin raises her hand, pointing to the bruise. "Here." Xiao Kuan finds her jesting, thinking if this minor injury is severe, then Su Hong should be admitted to intensive care. "That you've worked hard." While he harbors grievances, he continues to feign ignorance. He surveys the surroundings, asking, "Did this result from that mutated zombie?" "Yes, it likely went berserk upon sensing its companion was in trouble. If the zombies went berserk, how come you two are fine?" "The key point is that he was also knocked out, but is unharmed." Su Hong, still expressionless, locks his gaze on Xiao Kuan, finding his inquiries excessive, remarks, "Do zombies lack brains? If you have so many questions, why don't you go ask that zombie? Do not take offense. I harbor no doubts regarding your capabilities." Xiao Kuan finds Su Hong intriguing, displaying no trace of irritation in his presence, and in a tone of amiability, he inquires, "Shall we explore another location?" Su Hong, exhibiting a hint of impatience, merely nods, fully aware of Wenyin's suppressed laughter. Without hesitation, he seizes her wrist and leads her forward, allowing her to experience Xiao Kuan's piercing gaze. Indeed, Wenyin feels it acutely, which only amuses her further. As they meander past several households, she consistently finds a spot to rest, displaying no inclination to assist in the search. After a few instances, Xiao Kuan can no longer restrain his annoyance towards her. While rummaging through cabinets with Su Hong in their quarters, he remarks, "Once we reach the camp, would you care to join our team?" Su Hong shoots him a sidelong glance. What of it? While Wenyin possesses strength, her temperament poses significant issues, despite observing our efforts. She refrains from offering assistance, and when danger arises, she merely stands back, unresponsive. Such a teammate could hinder the group and endanger you, would she not? Shutting the cabinet door, Su Hong retorts, "She is free to conduct herself as she pleases. I shall address any troubles that arise. Furthermore, there is nothing amiss with her character, and you would do well not to utter a single disparaging word about her in my presence. Are you truly defending her despite her actions?" Xiao Kuan inquires, brow furrowed. "Is she your girlfriend?" "She is not," Su Hong replies, opening another cabinet and swiftly grasping a small zombie that lunges forth, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Kuan in his presence. He delivers a decisive blow, shattering the creature's skull. With brain matter splattered, he holds the disfigured zombie aloft, declaring, "Her existence is unique to me. I desire no one to speak ill of her." Such an overt warning could only be missed by the dim-witted. Xiao Kuan, his expression ashen, watches as Su Hong discards the corpse carelessly, some remnants adhering to his hands. He merely flicks them off, a few droplets splattering onto Xiao Kuan's shoes. "Deputy Xiao, do you comprehend my meaning?" Grinding his teeth, Xiao Kuan replies, "I understand. You continue your search here. I shall inspect another room." Su Hong's attention remains averted from him as he strides to the window, gazing downward. Wenyin, thoroughly enjoying her respite beneath the shade of a tree, fans herself with a found palm frond. Observing this scene, one could indeed find it rather vexing.